Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The moment Brunhilde emerged from the ramshackle cabin, Ben's eyes narrowed with recognition. However, he didn't immediately identify her as the last Valkyrie or real name Brunhilde. The woman before him bore little resemblance to the version he'd recognized from the MCU. This Valkyrie possessed the classical beauty of Asgardian nobility, porcelain skin that seemed to catch and reflect the alien light of Sakar's binary suns, features carved with the precision of a master sculptor, and cascading golden hair that fell like liquid sunlight across her shoulders. Even in her current state of exile and defeat, traces of her former glory remained, the proud set of her shoulders, the way her eyes surveyed the battlefield of existence with the calculating gaze of one who had once soared above countless wars. Yet those same eyes now held a weight that seemed to press down upon her very soul, as she studied Ben and the unconscious form of Loki sprawled beside him. The complexity of emotions that flickered across her face, pain, longing, bitter resignation, spoke of wounds that ran deeper than any physical scar. "Asgard," she whispered, the word escaping her lips like a prayer turned curse. "Why must you haunt me like a fever dream that never breaks?" The melancholy that settled over her features was almost palpable, transforming her from warrior to tragic figure in the span of a heartbeat. But the vulnerability vanished as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by the cold efficiency of someone who had learned to survive by suppressing sentiment. Without ceremony, she produced two disc-shaped devices from her belt's sleek alien technology that hummed with barely contained energy. With practiced precision, she hurled them through the air, watching as they adhered to both Loki and Ben with soft, almost musical chimes. Ben recognized the devices immediately. In the films, these high-voltage restraints had brought down even the god of thunder, their surging electric output tuned to overload the nervous system of enhanced beings. Few creatures in the known universe could stay standing once that current hit, but Ben felt no concern. The Omnitrix offered him countless alternatives. Diamond Head could simply shed the affected portions of his crystalline form, while Upgrade could absorb the device entirely and render it harmless. Satisfied with her work, Brunhilde hoisted both prisoners with surprising strength. She'd done this countless times before, the muscle memory of a scavenger who had learned to view sentient beings as nothing more than commodities to be bought and sold. As she dragged them toward her battered spacecraft, it became clear that she had no idea who Loki truly was. Loki was just another face in a sea of potential gladiators, his identity lost to the years of willful ignorance that had defined her exile. She had spent so long avoiding news from the Nine Realms that entire dynasties could have risen and fallen without her knowledge. "Pathetic specimens," she muttered, casting a disparaging glance at her captive's seemingly frail forms. The disappointment in her voice was unmistakable. She was clearly debating whether they were worth the effort to transport to the arena or if she should simply sell them to the mining operations that honeycombed Sakar's crust. The question resolved itself when Loki finally stirred from his unconsciousness. Unlike the version of events Ben remembered from the films, Loki had suffered direct exposure to the Bifrost energies during his fall from the Rainbow Bridge. The cosmic forces that had torn him from Asgard and hurled him across the void had left him in a state of near catatonic shock, his consciousness scattered across dimensions until this very moment. Now, as awareness returned with all the subtlety of a hammer blow, the reality of his situation crashed down upon him with devastating clarity. The king of Asgard had become a prisoner, a plaything in the hands of some backwater scavenger. The humiliation was unbearable. "How dare you?" Loki's voice cracked like a whip across the confined space of the ship. "You dare to lay hands upon the son of Odin, the new king of Asgard. Release me this instant, or face the unbridled wrath of the God King." Brunhilde had been prepared to ignore her cargo entirely, but something in Loki's proclamation made her pause. She turned slowly, her expression shifting from bored indifference to sharp curiosity, though darker emotions lurked beneath the surface. God King? The title seemed to stick in her throat. What of Odin? What has become of the All-Father? For a moment, hope and dread warred openly on her face. The Valkyrie had loved Odin once, not as a woman loves a man, but as a warrior loves a just cause, as a daughter loves a father who had elevated her beyond the bounds of ordinary mortality. His fall would mean the end of everything she had once believed in, yet part of her almost craved that confirmation, that final proof that her exile had been justified. Loki's lips curved into a knowing smirk, his natural instinct for manipulation overriding his current predicament. He would never admit to the web of deceptions and failures that had led to his father's weakness, never confess to the role he had played in Asgard's growing troubles. "That knowledge is far beyond your station, scavenger," he said, his voice dripping with false authority. "All you need understand is that you kneel before me. Perhaps I will show mercy when my armies arrive to claim this worthless rock." Brunhilde's eyes narrowed to slits. The sheer audacity of the claim, combined with Loki's obvious delusions of grandeur, struck her as almost comedically absurd. She had known true royalty, had served at the right hand of gods who commanded the respect of entire civilizations. This posturing fool bore no resemblance to the nobility she remembered. "I must have been drinking more than I thought," she said, shaking her head in disbelief. "To think I'd waste even a moment listening to a raving lunatic." The casual dismissal cut deeper than any blade could have. Loki's face contorted with rage, his careful composure cracking like thin ice over a raging torrent. "If you truly are what you claim," Brunhilde continued, her voice heavy with dark amusement, "then Asgard must be racing toward Ragnarok with unprecedented speed. You dare mock me?" Loki's voice rose to a near shriek. The accumulated humiliations of recent days, his defeat at the hands of mortals, his fall from grace, his capture by this nobody, all crystallized into a single, overwhelming fury. He could perhaps accept defeat from worthy opponents, could even stomach the forces that had cast him so far from home. But to be dismissed by a mere lowlife scavenger, to have his claim to rule questioned by someone so far beneath his station, it was intolerable. "I am the greatest sorcerer in all the 9 realms." Loki snarled, his eyes blazing with desperate pride. "I will demonstrate exactly what it means to face the wrath of a god." In the next instant, twin daggers materialized in his hands with a flash of emerald light, elegant blades forged in the workshops of Asgard, their edges keen enough to part the very fabric of reality itself. Yes, the self-proclaimed greatest mage of the 9 realms had drawn his knives. But even this display of dramatic irony paled before what followed. The moment Brunhilde saw her prisoner start to resist, she calmly tapped the trigger on the remote shock collar. What happened next would have been laughable if it weren't so pitiful. The Loki, standing proudly, poised for some dramatic battle, shimmered and vanished in a puff of light. Just another illusion. The real Loki, who had been quietly inching toward the ship's exit, let out a startled yelp as the collar discharged. A surge of electricity shot through him, dropping him to the deck in an undignified sprawl. So much for the god of mischief, his grand escape ended with a twitch and a thud. The greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. Brunhilde's laughter was sharp and cutting. The god king of Asgard, this is what passes for god these days. She shook her head in disgust before turning her attention to Ben, who had been observing the entire exchange with barely concealed amusement. "And what about you?" she asked, her voice steady but sharp. "How long are you planning to keep up this act?" Ben had indeed been feigning unconsciousness, but Loki's spectacular failure had been too entertaining to sleep through. He opened his eyes and sat up, stretching muscles that had grown stiff from lying on the ship's metal deck. "You're one of the Valkyries," he said. It wasn't a question. Initially, Ben hadn't been certain of her identity. The differences between this version and the one he remembered had been too pronounced. But her reactions to mention of Asgard and Odin, combined with the distinctive tattoo he'd glimpsed on her upper arm, had confirmed his suspicions. Brunhilde's expression hardened, but she didn't deny the accusation. Her silence was answer enough for Loki, who struggled to sit upright despite the lingering aftershocks pulsing through his nervous system. "A Valkyrie?" he gasped, his voice slurred but still carrying traces of his earlier arrogance. "There are still survivors of that extinct order." He turned toward Ben with newfound interest. "And who might you be, stranger? Where is that accursed crystal monster?" Ben ignored the question entirely, his attention focused entirely on the woman before him. He had to admit this version of Valkyrie was stunning. "Valkyrie?" The woman's laugh was bitter as winter wind. She grabbed a bottle of some alien liquor from a nearby shelf and drained it in several long pulls, her eyes never leaving Ben's face. "I am no longer worthy of that title. I have no interest in involving myself in the affairs of Asgard now or ever." The pain in her voice was raw, unfiltered, the sound of someone who had lost everything that once gave her life meaning. She turned away from both prisoners, focusing instead on the ship's controls with the desperate intensity of someone trying to outrun her own thoughts. The spacecraft lurched into motion with a series of mechanical groans and shudders that spoke of poor maintenance and worse piloting. Brunhilde's hands moved across the controls with the erratic precision of someone operating under the influence, causing the ship to weave and buck through Sykar's turbulent atmosphere. Ben and Loki were thrown from side to side as the ship careened through the sky, their bodies slamming against bulkheads with bone-jarring force. The constant motion, combined with the ship's recycled air and the lingering effects of their capture, left both prisoners fighting waves of nausea. "You're flying under the influence," Ben shouted over the din of protesting engines. "On Earth, they'd throw you in prison for this." Brunhilde's only response was to take another drink. The nightmare flight continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes before the ship finally began to stabilize. Through the viewport, Ben could see they had crossed most of Sykar's inhabited regions, the endless sprawl of scrap metal cities and industrial wastelands giving way to the planet's most infamous landmark. The grand arena rose before them like a monument to controlled chaos, a towering structure of salvaged technology and alien architecture that seemed to defy both physics and good taste. Its surface was a patchwork of different materials and design philosophies, each layer telling the story of the countless civilizations that had contributed to its construction over the millennia. Cyberpunk aesthetics merged with classical Roman amphitheater design, creating something that was simultaneously ancient and futuristic. The entire structure was crowned by a massive totem tower that stretched toward the vermilion sky, its surface covered in carved portraits of legendary gladiators who had earned their place in the arena's bloody history. Ben's eyes were drawn to the newest addition to the gallery, a portrait that was clearly still under construction. The face depicted was gaunt and angular, with 4 eyes that seemed to burn with inner fire and a distinctive horned helmet that marked the wearer as something far more dangerous than a typical gladiator. Something about those features struck him as familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he might have encountered them before. His contemplation was interrupted as Brunhilde brought the ship to a landing that was only slightly more controlled than a crash. The ship touched down on one of the arena's many docking platforms with a series of impacts that rattled every bolt and rivet in its frame. "Listen carefully," Brunhilde said as she secured the ship's systems, her voice carrying the flat authority of someone who had delivered this speech many times before. "I'm about to sell both of you to the highest bidder. If you want to survive what comes next, I suggest you show proper respect to this planet's ruler, the Red King. Cross him and your deaths will be neither quick nor pleasant." Red King? Ben's brow furrowed as the unfamiliar title registered in his mind. Sykar should be ruled by the Grandmaster, that eccentric blue-skinned elder of the universe with his twisted passion for gladiatorial entertainment. The name Red King was completely foreign to him, suggesting that this universe had already diverged significantly from what he knows. In many ways, this unexpected change was a relief. The Grandmaster's power as an elder of the universe was virtually incalculable, a cosmic entity whose abilities transcended normal understanding. Even with the Omnitrix's vast catalog of alien forms, Ben wasn't entirely certain he could emerge victorious from a direct confrontation with such a being. This Red King, however, was an unknown. Ben's knowledge of Marvel Comics had always been more focused on the mainstream heroes and villains rather than the deeper cosmic lore. He vaguely recalled that the Hulk had once conquered this planet and formed some kind of warbound alliance, eventually leading an invasion force back to Earth, but the specifics remained frustratingly elusive. Still, whether the ruler was red, green, or polka-dotted made little difference to his ultimate goal. The thought brought a slight smile to his lips as he settled back to observe the unfolding situation with calculated patience. Loki, predictably, was handling captivity with all the grace and dignity of a wet cat. The newly king was practically frothing at the mouth, his voice rising to near hysterical pitches as he alternated between threats, demands, and increasingly desperate attempts to assert his royal authority. The discovery that Brunhilde was one of Asgard's legendary warrior maidens had only amplified his grandiose posturing. "You dare treat Odinson like common prisoner," Loki shrieked, his face flushed with indignation. "I am the king of Asgard. You will serve me or face the consequences of your defiance." Ben found himself studying this version of Loki with genuine fascination. The god of mischief was so different from the more complex, nuanced character he would eventually become. This Loki was raw ambition and wounded pride wrapped in a thin veneer of royal entitlement, all the arrogance of his princely upbringing with none of the hard-earned wisdom that would come from repeated failures and genuine loss. It made perfect sense, really. The Loki of later years had been forged in the crucible of repeated defeats. Humbled by mortals on Midgard, broken by Thanos' tortures, forced to confront the consequences of his own actions again and again, until something resembling genuine character had emerged from the wreckage of his ego. This version, however, had yet to receive the education in humility that would transform him from petulant prince to god of stories. Simply put, he hadn't been beaten down nearly enough yet. Brunhilde's response to Loki's royal proclamations was swift and merciless. The moment he invoked Odin's name, clearly expecting it to inspire automatic deference, her entire demeanor shifted. The casual indifference she displayed moments before was replaced by something far more dangerous, the kind of cold, controlled fury that spoke of old wounds torn freshly open. Her finger found the shock collar remote with practiced ease, and she pressed it with the satisfaction of someone unloading years of frustration on a very deserving target. The device responded instantly, sending a surge of electricity through Loki's body. His eyes rolled back as he convulsed violently, limbs jerking in every direction before finally collapsing in a twitching heap. When the sparks faded, she turned her gaze to Ben, eyes sharp and unreadable. "Don't look at me," Ben said quickly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'm definitely not Asgardian. I can see that," Brunhilde replied, her tone carrying a mixture of disappointment and assessment. "No godly energy signature whatsoever. I was hoping that anything delivered by the Rainbow Bridge would be worth something substantial." She glanced between Ben and the still-twitching Loki with the expression of a merchant who just discovered her latest acquisition was fool's gold. "At this rate, I'll barely make enough to cover fuel costs." "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Ben said, gesturing toward the fallen prince with a knowing smile. "He really is Odinson, you know. Sure, his combat skills leave something to be desired, but royal blood has its own market value. That's got to be worth something to the right buyer." Brunhilde's expression grew thoughtful, though worry lines creased her forehead. "The potential profit is there," she admitted, "but I'm not sure the Red King would dare purchase him. Asgard's reputation extends across the known galaxy. Every civilization worthy of the name has heard stories of Asgard. Taking one of Odin's sons could invite retaliation that even Sakaar couldn't survive. What's there to worry about?" Ben shrugged with calculated nonchalance. "Odin's is now on Odin's sleep for who knows how long. Loki here was attempting to usurp the throne when the Rainbow Bridge sent him packing. He's essentially a political exile, maybe even a wanted criminal. Who's going to come looking for a disgraced prince?" The logic was sound and Ben knew it. Right now, the only person who could possibly rescue Loki was Thor. Unfortunately, Thor hadn't regained his divine powers yet, and worse, Mjolnir wasn't even in his hands. That honor belonged to Steve Rogers, not that Steve had claimed it for himself. After the fight with the Destroyer, he'd respectfully set the hammer down and offered to give it back. Classic Rogers, always playing fair. Nick Fury didn't say a word at the time, but he definitely noticed. Mjolnir was an alien WMD dressed up like a paperweight, and he wasn't about to leave something that powerful lying around unaccounted for. SHIELD protocol was clear. You find something that dangerous, you secure it, preferably in a deep bunker with 1,000 surveillance feeds. Still, Fury wasn't stupid. Asgard had a weapon that made nukes look like firecrackers, the Rainbow Bridge. It could flatten a planet if someone on the other side got twitchy. That meant keeping the hammer wasn't just about control, it was about diplomacy. So he played nice. There was just one complication. Thor couldn't lift the damn thing. He gave it an honest try, straining with everything he had, but Mjolnir didn't budge an inch. Fury didn't react, not outwardly. Just kept that blank, unreadable stare, but inside. Yeah, part of him was already drafting the SHIELD file titled Subject, Thor Odinson, currently unqualified. He didn't say a word about it, didn't need to, but a thought did cross his mind. Maybe next time the hammer should come with a user manual. Still, when he finally spoke, his tone was all smooth edges and plausible deniability. "Looks like the hammer isn't ready for you yet," Fury said casually. "Don't take it personal, might just be acting out. You know how temperamental enchanted weapons can be." Then, with the barest twitch of a smirk, "I heard anyone who can lift it qualifies to rule Asgard. What do you think, Rogers? Want to be king?" The Asgardian warriors didn't find it funny. 4 sets of piercing eyes locked on Fury with the kind of weight that made lesser men sweat. He raised both hands in mock surrender. All right, relax, no one's claiming anything. Steve will hold onto it for now, strictly safekeeping. You wouldn't want it left out here in the desert. Someone might trip over it, or God forbid it gets rusty." Volstagg actually scoffed. "Rusty, it's forged in the heart of a dying star." Fury gave him a look. "And yet you let it hit dirt." Thor said nothing, just stared at the hammer with a mixture of longing and disbelief. The realization that he still wasn't worthy hit harder than any blow he'd taken in the battle. And so, Steve Rogers, ever the soldier, picked up the hammer one last time and walked away with it. The desert fell quiet. The storm was over. But Thor, powerless, humbled, and hammerless, chose not to return to Asgard just yet. Back on Sakaar, Brunhilde's attitude toward Ben had undergone a noticeable improvement following his analysis of Loki's market value. "You're sharper than you look," she said with something approaching approval. "I'm Brunhilde, by the way. How'd you feel about working as my assistant? I could use someone with actual brains on my team. Don't worry, I'll sell Prince Charming here first, so I won't need to liquidate you for drinking money anytime soon." The offer was tempting, Ben had to admit. Working alongside a legendary Valkyrie, exploring the chaotic wonders of Sakaar, possibly gaining access to advanced technology and combat techniques. There were worse ways to spend his time, but he shook his head with genuine regret. "Thanks, but I can't," he said. "I've only got about a month before I need to get back to Earth. School starts again soon, and I have a company to manage." Brunhilde stared at him as if he'd just announced his intention to juggle live grenades for fun. "You traveled across space," she said slowly, "fought through whatever circumstances brought you here, survived capture and imprisonment, and you're worried about school." "I'm 16, Ben explained, as if that should make everything clear. "What about you?" The question caught Brunhilde off guard. For a moment, the mask of cynical detachment slipped, revealing something almost vulnerable beneath. "Just try to survive the month," she said quietly, avoiding his eyes. After a pause, she added, "You might actually have a chance. The current champion isn't particularly interested in fighting weaklings, considers it beneath her dignity. If you can handle the opening matches and avoid drawing too much attention, you could potentially last long enough to see home again." "The champion?" Ben asked, his curiosity piqued. "Who exactly are we talking about here?" From Brunhilde's choice of pronouns, Ben could discern that the arena's current champion was female, a detail that immediately piqued his curiosity. His knowledge of Sakaar's gladiatorial history was incomplete, limited to fragments gleaned from half-remembered comics and casual references in films. He recalled mentions of horse-faced Thor and perhaps Ares among the planet's legendary fighters, but those were little more than names floating in the periphery of his consciousness. The identity of this Red Wind Queen remained a complete mystery, and Ben found himself genuinely intrigued by the prospect of meeting her. When the spacecraft finally touched down with its characteristic lack of grace, Brunhilde wasted no time in expediting their departure. Her boot connected with Loki's rear end in a kick that sent the would-be god tumbling unceremoniously from the ship's cargo bay. She then turned toward Ben with an expectant look. Loki's indignation was immediate and vocal. "Why did you kick me instead of him?" he demanded, his voice rising to that particular pitch that suggested wounded pride had overridden common sense once again. "Because you're Odinson," Brunhilde replied with a sardonic smile that could have cut glass. Without ceremony, she used the fallen prince as an impromptu stepping stone, her boot finding purchase between his shoulder blades as she launched herself gracefully to the landing platform. From her new position, she looked up at Ben and extended her arms in a gesture of assistance. "Jump down, I'll catch you." The offer was touching in its consideration, and Ben could see that learning his age had triggered some kind of protective instinct in the ancient warrior. To Asgardian sensibilities, 16 years old was barely past infancy, a period when godly powers were still developing and physical capabilities remained frustratingly mortal. What Brunhilde didn't understand was that Ben was far from ordinary, even by the standards of enhanced humans. Instead of accepting her help, Ben took a running leap from the ship's threshold. Mid-fall, his wrist-mounted web shooters deployed with mechanical precision, firing a line of synthetic silk that caught against the spacecraft's hull. He swung down in a controlled arc that would have made any seasoned paratrooper proud, landing beside Brunhilde with athletic grace. "Impressive," she said, genuine approval coloring her tone. "By Asgardian standards, you're quite capable for someone your age." Her expression grew more serious as she continued. "Are you absolutely certain you want to enter the arena? It's not a place for the inexperienced or faint-hearted. The Red King has turned this entire planet into his personal gladiatorial preserve, forcing every outsider who arrives here to fight for his entertainment. With your current skill level, I'm afraid those brutal warriors would tear you apart before you could draw breath." "I appreciate the concern," Ben said, his voice steady with quiet confidence, "but I can't wait any longer." "Your funeral," Brunhilde said with a shrug, recognizing the futility of arguing with Ben. Loki, meanwhile, had abandoned all pretense of royal dignity in favor of basic survival. Brunhilde's casual but effective use of the shock collar had taught him the harsh mathematics of power dynamics. She held all the cards, and his only winning move was not to play. Every few seconds, she would tap the device almost absent-mindedly, sending mild electrical pulses through his nervous system that left his hair standing on end and his pride in tatters. The former prince had achieved a state of sullen compliance, his head bowed and his mouth firmly shut. He'd learned the fundamental lesson that force trumped birthright, and that even gods could find themselves reduced to commodity status when they lacked the power to enforce their will. The arena's interior resonated with thunderous approval from thousands of spectators, their voices rising in a crescendo that seemed to shake the very foundations of the massive structure. At first, the cheering was a chaotic mixture of alien languages and enthusiasm, but gradually it resolved into a unified chant that sent chills down Ben's spine. Red Wind Queen, Red Wind Queen, Red Wind Queen. The name rolled across the amphitheater like an avalanche of sound, carrying with it an almost religious fervor that spoke of genuine awe and admiration rather than mere entertainment appreciation. Red Wind Queen, Ben turned to Brunhilde with questioning eyes. Who exactly is this person? Sakar's current champion, Brunhilde replied, and for the first time since he'd met her, Ben saw something approaching reverence cross her features. She's extraordinary, so powerful that I'm genuinely humbled in her presence. I've fought alongside gods and monsters, but she's something else entirely. A wicked smile played across her lips as another wave of cheering erupted from the arena floor. From the sound of things, some poor fool just made the mistake of challenging her. I almost feel sorry for whoever was stupid enough to think they had a chance. The gloating satisfaction in her voice was unmistakable, and Ben could easily imagine the one-sided beatdown that was probably occurring just beyond the arena's walls. The rules here are simple, Brunhilde continued, her tone shifting to something more instructional. Win 3 consecutive matches and you earn your freedom. Of course, that's far easier said than done. Each victory brings you closer to liberty, but it also brings you closer to exhaustion. The opponents get progressively more dangerous, the fights more brutal until finally, she gestured toward the source of the ongoing cheers. You face her. The Red King would rather see you die spectacularly than let you walk away, so he saves his best for last. She studied Ben's face intently, clearly searching for signs of fear or second thoughts. When she found neither, a look of genuine concern replaced her earlier amusement. You've never seen her fight, have you? Brunhilde said quietly. That's the only explanation for your calm demeanor. Trust me, once you witness what the Red Wind Queen is capable of, you'll understand why even experienced warriors think twice before entering this arena. Don't worry about me, Ben said with a smile that held secrets she couldn't begin to guess. I'm not planning to do anything stupid. Good, Brunhilde nodded approvingly. As long as you don't entertain fantasies of championship glory or liberation, you should be able to survive long enough to see another day. Her boot found Loki's side once again, less violently this time, more of a gentle nudge than an actual kick, and the three of them began making their way toward the arena's entrance. 2 crimson-skinned guards flanked the massive gates, their alien features marking them as natives of Sakar's harsh environment. They showed no surprise at Brunhilde's arrival, suggesting that her visits were frequent enough to be routine. One of them stepped forward with the easy familiarity of someone greeting a regular business partner. The Red King is currently observing the Red Wind Queen's match, the guard explained in accented but clear English. You may need to wait before conducting your business. In the meantime, I can escort you to see the lieutenant. The guard gestured for them to follow, leading the group through corridors that spoke of the arena's dual nature as both entertainment venue and seat of planetary government. This wasn't merely a gladiatorial pit. It was the heart of Sakar's entire civilization, a towering monument to the Red King's absolute authority. They ascended through multiple levels of security, past checkpoints manned by increasingly elite guards, until finally arriving at a chamber that radiated authority and menace in equal measure. The woman who awaited them was immediately striking, nearly 2 meters tall with silver-gray skin that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. Her black hair was styled in an elaborate fashion that left most of her head bare, while allowing a single long braid to cascade down her back like a warrior's banner. She stood with the perfect posture of someone accustomed to command, her presence filling the room with an almost gravitational intensity. Scavenger 142, she said, addressing Brunhilde with professional courtesy rather than warmth. Her gaze shifted to Ben and Loki, and something like disappointment flickered across her features. Your latest acquisitions appear underwhelming. Compared to the Red Wind Queen's standards, these two look positively fragile. Ben recognized her. This was Kaera the Oldstrong, a warrior whose strength was legendary even by Sakar's brutal standards, the future Hulk's queen and mother to Scar. Not every hunting expedition yields a prize, Brunhilde replied, taking a long pull from her ever-present bottle. However, the merchandise this time comes with unusual status. I believe the Red King will find the political implications. Interesting. Kaira's expression shifted to one of mild curiosity. "The Red Wind Queen you brought last time has certainly captured his attention," she said with a knowing smile. "Though I understand the feeling isn't mutual, she apparently considers him beneath her notice." Brunhilde nodded as if this development was entirely predictable. The Queen has exacting standards when it comes to worthy opponents. She remains in the arena by choice rather than compulsion. She stays for the joy of battle, not because anyone could force her. The grand arena of Sakar erupted in thunderous approval, as two titans clashed in the center of the blood-stained combat floor. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the force of their collision, sending shockwaves through the packed stands where thousands of spectators roared their appreciation for the spectacular display of power unfolding before them. At the heart of the carnage stood a figure that commanded absolute reverence, the Red Wind Queen herself, resplendent in her battle regalia. Her armor was a masterwork of both function and aesthetics. A black helmet crowned with golden trim, its sides adorned with distinctive horn projections that caught the arena's blazing lights like burnished bronze. Beneath the ceremonial headpiece, golden plates protected her torso while allowing for the fluid movement that made her such a devastating opponent. A brown-gray battle skirt, crafted from the hide of some exotic beast, completed her ensemble and gave her an appearance that was both regal and terrifyingly martial. But the Red Wind Queen's most striking features weren't her carefully crafted armor. They were the biological gifts that marked her as something far beyond ordinary humanoid limitations. 4 arms moved with perfect coordination, each limb capable of wielding weapons or delivering crushing blows with equal devastating efficiency. 2 pairs of eyes, arranged in perfect symmetry across her face, provided her with depth perception and peripheral awareness that made surprise attacks virtually impossible. Had Ben been present to witness this display, he would have immediately recognized the warrior's true identity. Princess Luma of the Tetramand Empire, daughter of the Red Wind Dynasty, one of the most feared combat specialists in known space. Princess Luma's arrival on Sakar had been relatively recent, and like so many of the planet's unwilling immigrants, her journey had begun with an encounter with Brunhilde. Unlike most of the scavengers' acquisitions, however, Luma's capture had required actual combat, a brutal confrontation that had ended with the Valkyrie defeat and a grudging mutual respect between the two combatants. Through Brunhilde, Luma had learned of Sakar's unique culture and the opportunities it presented for someone of her particular inclinations. For a Tetramand princess raised on tales of glorious battle and honorable conquest, the arena represented the perfect testing ground for her abilities. Female Tetramans possessed inherent physical advantages over their male counterparts, superior strength, enhanced reflexes, and a warrior's instinct that had been refined through generations of selective breeding among the nobility. Luma embodied all of these traits in their most refined form, making her ascension to championship status as inevitable as sunrise. Her fighting style was a thing of beauty to witness, strength without brutality, power without clumsiness. Where future champions like the Hulk relied on overwhelming force and mindless rage, Luma combined devastating physical capabilities with tactical brilliance and an almost artistic appreciation for combat technique. Her body was lean and athletic rather than massively muscled, radiating the kind of dangerous grace that spoke of years spent perfecting the art of warfare. High above the arena floor, perched on his elaborate throne like some predatory bird surveying his domain, sat the Red King Angmoisan, absolute ruler of Sakar and self-styled emperor of this garbage world. From the moment he had first laid eyes on Princess Luma, the Red King had been utterly captivated. Her combination of lethal competence and exotic beauty had awakened desires that transcended his usual crude appetites for domination and control. Here was a woman who embodied everything he imagined himself to be: powerful, noble, commanding, and utterly without fear. Unfortunately for the Red King, Princess Luma regarded him with the kind of casual disdain typically reserved for particularly unimpressive insects. In her estimation, the ruler of Sakar was nothing more than a technological parasite, someone who had achieved power through gadgets and subordinates rather than personal prowess. His control over the planet's population relied on shock collar, automated defense systems, and an army of slaves rather than the kind of individual strength that commanded genuine respect among warrior cultures. The Red King's occasional forays into arena combat only served to reinforce Luma's contempt. When he deigned to fight personally, he did so encased in a high-tech exoskeleton that amplified his natural abilities to superhuman levels while protecting his relatively fragile organic form from harm. To a Tetramand warrior who viewed personal combat as the ultimate expression of honor and skill, such tactics were not merely cowardly. They were fundamentally offensive to the very concept of noble warfare. The Red King's usual methods of breaking new gladiators fell flat the moment Luma stepped into the arena. Neural shock collars, compliance drugs, pain loop implants, none of it worked. Her Tetraman biology shrugged it all off. Her skin was like living armor, and her body's internal chemistry resisted anything they pumped into her system. What turned other fighters into obedient weapons barely made her blink. The handlers tried again, upping the dosage, changing the collar frequency, switching out sedatives, still nothing. Luma stood tall through it all, unmoved, unimpressed. Every failure only made the Red King's frustration worse. He was used to control, to obedience. When the Red King's technological solutions failed, he had attempted more direct methods of persuasion. That experiment had nearly resulted in his exoskeleton being torn apart by Luma's bare hands, a humiliation that had taught him to maintain a respectful distance from the object of his obsession. Fortunately for all concerned, Princess Luma genuinely enjoyed her current circumstances. The arena provided her with a constant stream of opponents and the kind of combat challenges that were difficult to find in more civilized corners of the galaxy. Rather than chafing under captivity, she had embraced her role as champion and made Sakar's gladiatorial pits her personal kingdom. The only frustration in her otherwise satisfactory arrangement was the relative scarcity of truly challenging opponents. Most fighters who reached her level of competition had already been worn down by the preliminary rounds, leaving them damaged and exhausted by the time they faced her in final combat. Today's challenger, however, had proven to be a notable exception. Luma's fist connected with empty air as her opponent rolled away from her strike, the force of her missed blow creating a concussion wave that spiderwebbed the arena floor beneath their feet. Fragments of alien concrete sprayed in all directions as both combatants used the moment of separation to reassess their tactical positions. The Red Wind Queen straightened to her full imposing height and studied her adversary with genuine appreciation. Her opponent was a warrior of obvious quality, brown-skinned, with distinctive facial ridges that marked him as non-human, and eyes that burned with the kind of unwavering determination that separated true fighters from mere survivors. Despite the punishment he had clearly endured during his journey to this final confrontation, the warrior's stance remained strong and his weapon steady. Blood streaked his alien features and exhaustion was evident in every line of his body, but his white eyes held no hint of surrender or fear. "You have fought with honor," Luma declared, her voice carrying easily across the arena's acoustically perfect architecture. "Tell me your name, warrior, so that I might know what manner of opponent has earned my respect." The battered fighter raised his weapon, a weapon that seemed to hum with barely contained cosmic energy, and his voice rang out with pride that transcended species barriers. "I am Beta Ray Bill, son of Corbin, protector of my people." "Excellent." Luma's response carried genuine warmth and admiration. She raised all four of her arms in a gesture of salute, her voice building to a commanding roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the arena. "I am Luma, first princess of the Tetramand Empire, commander of the Red Wind Legions, and rightful queen of this arena. You have earned the honor of facing royalty in combat, Beta Ray Bill of Corbin." Her proclamation ignited the crowd like a match touched to kindling. Thousands of voices rose in unison, chanting her name with a fervor that bordered on religious devotion. The sound built upon itself, creating layers of harmony that transformed the arena into a vast instrument of worship. "Red Wind Queen, Red Wind Queen, Red Wind Queen." The chanting was accompanied by traditional Sakar celebration. Great gouts of crimson smoke billowed from pyrotechnic devices throughout the stands, creating an atmosphere of apocalyptic grandeur. Spotlights converged on Luma's position, bathing her in radiance that made her armor shine like burnished gold while casting dramatic shadows across her noble features. From his elevated position, the Red King watched the display with eyes that burned with possessive hunger. "Magnificent," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the crowd's adoration. "Absolutely magnificent." His expression shifted darker as the reality of his situation reasserted itself. "I will have you, Luma," he growled, his hands clenching into fists. "One way or another, you will be mine." On the arena floor below, the battle between titans had reached its inevitable conclusion. Beta Ray Bill lay unconscious but breathing, his noble features peaceful in defeat. Two Sakarian medics approached cautiously, clearly intending to remove the fallen warrior from the field of combat. "Ensure his survival," Luma commanded, her voice carrying the absolute authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. "This one has earned the right to heal and fight again." The medics nodded their understanding and began the careful process of evacuating the defeated challenger. Luma remained in the center of the arena for several more moments, drinking in the crowd's adoration and savoring the satisfaction of another worthy battle concluded with honor intact. Finally, she strode from the combat floor with the confident gait of someone who owned everything she surveyed, leaving behind only the lingering echo of her people's cheers and the promise of future violence. As the spectacle concluded and the audience began filing toward the exits, the Red King immediately rose from his throne. His intention was clear. He wanted to intercept Princess Luma while the afterglow of victory still surrounded her, hoping to use her elevated mood to advance his personal agenda. His plans were interrupted by Kaera's approach, her silver-gray features bearing news that commanded immediate attention. "My lord," she said with the respectful efficiency that marked all her communications, "Scavenger 142 has returned with new acquisitions. 2 fighters this time." The Red King's interest was immediately piqued. Ever since Brunhilde had delivered Princess Luma to his arena, he had come to regard her as his most valuable asset. The ability to locate and capture beings of genuine quality was rare among the scavenger population. Most natives lacked either the knowledge to recognize valuable prizes or the capability to subdue them once identified. She mentioned that one of the acquisitions possesses unusual status, she continued, emphasis adding weight to her words. That sealed the matter. The Red King's pursuit of Luma could wait. Business always took precedence over pleasure in his carefully ordered hierarchy of priorities. "Assemble the court," he commanded, gesturing to the guards and attendants who surrounded his elevated position. "Let us examine my newest assets." The royal procession descended through the arena's administrative levels until they reached the holding areas where new acquisitions were processed. When the massive doors swung open to reveal the Red King's approach, Ben finally came face to face with Sakar's absolute ruler. The man who commanded an entire planet proved to be somewhat less imposing than his reputation suggested. Red-skinned like many of his species, but possessed of a lean build that spoke more of privilege than power. His elongated features held a permanently arrogant expression, as if the very act of existing in his presence should be considered an honor. "Scavenger 142, the Red King began, his tone carrying the casual authority of someone who had never been meaningfully challenged. "What surprise have you brought to grace my arena?" His gaze swept across the 2 prisoners with the calculating assessment of a merchant evaluating livestock. After a moment's consideration, his attention focused on Loki, whose torn but clearly expensive clothing suggested higher status than Ben. Brunhilde stepped forward with professional efficiency, grasping Loki's shoulder and presenting him like a prize at auction. "An Asgardian noble," she announced with obvious satisfaction. "Specifically, a prince of the royal bloodline." Loki's glare could have melted steel, but he remained silent under the combined weight of his restraints and his recent education in the consequences of defiance. A prince of Asgard, the Red King's interest was unmistakable. Throughout the known galaxy, few civilizations commanded the kind of universal respect, or fear, associated with Asgard. The political implications of holding Asgardian royalty were staggering. It was, in fact, his knowledge of Brunhilde's Asgardian heritage that had earned her the unusual privilege of operating freely on Sakar. Any other off-world scavenger would have found themselves fighting for their life in the arena within hours of arrival. The Red King began circling Loki like a predator evaluating wounded prey, his examination both thorough and deliberately intimidating. Ben, meanwhile, was completely ignored, clearly dismissed as nothing more than incidental cargo. Loki's patience finally snapped under the weight of such casual inspection. "What are you staring at, you pretentious tyrant playing king in a cosmic garbage dump?" he snarled, his voice heavy with contempt. "Now that you know my true identity, surely even someone of your limited intelligence can understand the wisdom of immediate release. Or do you truly wish to invoke the wrath of Asgard itself?" The challenge hung in the air like a thrown gauntlet. The Red King's features twisted into an expression of pure malice, his earlier hesitation evaporating in the face of such blatant disrespect. "You want to know what I enjoy most about defiant prisoners?" he asked, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. He turned toward Kaera without taking his eyes off Loki. "Prepare the neural chains, pierce his collarbones and schedule him for the next tournament bracket. Let's see how royal blood looks when it's spilled on arena sand." The Red King's declaration of punishment echoed through the ceremonial chamber like a death knell, the words hanging in the air with the weight of absolute authority. Kaera stepped forward with practiced efficiency, her silver-gray features betraying no emotion as she prepared to carry out her sovereign's commands. "Neural chains will be prepared immediately, my lord." she said with the crisp professionalism that marked all her interactions with the planetary ruler. Shall I schedule the Asgardian for the next tournament bracket as requested? Indeed, the Red King replied, his earlier fascination with Loki's royal status having transformed into cold calculation. Let the people see how their so-called gods bleed when stripped of their precious magic. It should prove educational. Ben remained perfectly still throughout the exchange. He acted carefully to project the harmless confusion of someone caught up in events beyond their understanding. The Red King's attention had remained focused entirely on Loki, treating Ben as nothing more than incidental cargo, exactly the impression he had hoped to create. And what of this one? Kaira asked, gesturing toward Ben with the same detachment she might use to discuss inventory. The Red King's gaze swept over Ben with the calculating assessment of a merchant evaluating livestock of questionable value. After a moment's consideration, he waved dismissively. Standard processing. If he survives the preliminary matches, perhaps he'll prove entertaining. If not, the ruler shrugged, already losing interest in what he clearly considered a minor acquisition. As you command, Kaira responded with a respectful bow. The guards moved with mechanical precision, hauling Loki to his feet despite his protests and dragging him toward a side corridor that led deeper into the arena complex. Ben found himself guided by a different set of guards toward what appeared to be a processing area for new gladiators. As they walked, Ben's hearing picked up the distant sounds of ongoing combat from the arena proper, the clash of weapons, the roar of crowds, and occasionally the distinctive crack of energy weapons discharging. Somewhere in that cacophony, the Red Wind Queen was undoubtedly putting on another spectacular display for Sakar's bloodthirsty masses. The processing area proved to be a series of interconnected chambers designed for maximum efficiency rather than comfort. Ben was first subjected to what appeared to be a medical examination, though the equipment and techniques used were clearly alien in origin. Devices that hummed with energy scanned his body from multiple angles, while others took what he assumed were biological samples. Physiological baseline established, the Sakaran technician muttered, his red-hued skin and elongated skull marking him as one of the native high-caste examiners. Genetic profile matches Terra origin Sol system, bipedal mammalian type, notably enhanced musculature and reflex index for baseline Terra. The next station involved equipment registration and personal effects cataloging. Ben's clothes were exchanged for a simple gray uniform that marked him as a new gladiator, while the Omnitrix was subjected to intense scrutiny from multiple scanning devices. Unidentified technology, the equipment specialist noted after several minutes of fruitless analysis. Energy signatures are consistent with advanced watch functions, but detailed examination reveals anomalous quantum resonance patterns. Recommendation? Asked the supervising guard. Leave it. The device appears to be purely decorative with minor technological functions. If it poses any threat during combat, the arena's security systems will neutralize it automatically. Ben suppressed a smile at the woefully inadequate assessment. The Omnitrix is on its stealth mode, but it still attracts attention because it's processing the newly scanned alien to be put into its database. The Omnitrix's advanced Galvan engineering was clearly beyond Sakar's ability to analyze, despite their access to technology from across the galaxy. Still, having his most valuable asset dismissed as a decorative watch was exactly the outcome he had hoped for. The final stage of processing involved assignment to the underground holding cell. Ben was escorted through a maze of corridors that descended deeper into the arena's foundation until they reached the underground holding cells where fighters awaited their matches. The underground holding cells beneath the Colosseum were a testament to Sakar's brutal efficiency. Carved from the planet's bedrock and reinforced with salvaged alien technology, they served as both prison and preparation area for the endless stream of gladiators who fed the arena's insatiable appetite for violence. Minutes later, the chamber's main entrance burst open with violent force as guards hurled Loki's battered form through the doorway. The fallen prince hit the stone floor hard, his clothing torn and bloodied, neural chains visible as dark lines piercing his collarbones. Loki's unceremonious arrival punctuated the chamber's oppressive atmosphere with bone-jarring finality. The sight of Asgardian royalty brought so low sent ripples of shock through the assembled fighters. Many had heard whispered legends of the Golden Realm that existed beyond the stars. To see one of those mythical beings reduced to such a state was both terrifying and oddly reassuring. If even gods could fall, then perhaps their own circumstances weren't quite so hopeless. Behold the mighty prince of Asgard, sneered the guard who had overseen Loki's delivery, his voice dripping with contempt. Nothing but a mangy cur when stripped of his pretty palace and daddy's protection. The guard's attention shifted to Ben, and his expression hardened with menace. You'd be wise to remember this sight, boy. Cross the Red King, and you'll end up in worse condition than your friend here. Ben raised his hands in a gesture of innocent confusion, his expression carefully crafted to project harmless bewilderment. I've never seen this guy before in my life, he said with practiced sincerity. We just happened to get captured at the same time, pure coincidence. Besides, I volunteered to become a fighter. I'm here by choice. The guard studied Ben's face for a long moment, searching for signs of deception. Finding none that satisfied his suspicions, he turned on his heel and stalked away, his heavy footsteps echoing through the stone corridors until they faded into silence. The moment the guard disappeared from view, Ben's wrist-mounted device emitted a soft chime and pulsed with blue light. The Omnitrix's scanning protocols had been working overtime since their arrival, cataloging the genetic signatures of every new species they encountered. Two distinct indigenous DNA samples of Sakar recorded, the device's internal systems noted with digital satisfaction. Ben had observed the planet's complex social hierarchy during their brief tour of the arena complex. The red-skinned natives, who shared their genetic heritage with the ruling Red King, occupied positions of authority and privilege throughout Sakar's power structure. The silver-gray-skinned beings, like Kaera, whom he'd met earlier, formed what appeared to be a secondary caste, possessing significant capabilities but operating under the dominion of their crimson-hued cousins. The political implications were fascinating, but Ben's immediate concern was the broken figure of Loki sprawled across the cell floor. The confrontation with the Red King had gone spectacularly poorly for the self-proclaimed god of Asgard. Loki's natural inclination toward arrogance and authority had proven catastrophically inappropriate for his current circumstances. His demands for royal treatment and threats of Asgardian retaliation had only served to amuse the planetary ruler, who had responded to such presumption with swift and brutal correction. The Red King's punishment had been both practical and symbolic. Loki's collarbones had been pierced with neural inhibitors that would prevent him from accessing his magical abilities, while heavy shackles now bound his wrists in quantum-locked restraints that could withstand even Asgardian strength. The physical pain was considerable, but the psychological impact was devastating. The prince who had once commanded armies now lay helpless and forgotten in an alien dungeon. Loki's breathing was shallow and labored, his eyes red-rimmed with pain and humiliation. For perhaps the first time in his long life, he was experiencing true powerlessness, and the revelation was destroying him from within. "Hey there, newcomer." The cheerful greeting came from two massive figures approaching through the gloom. Ben looked up to see a pair of stone-like beings whose skin caught and reflected the chamber's dim lighting. Their bodies were composed of blue-gray rock formations that shifted and ground together with each movement, creating a constant symphony of geological sounds. Ben immediately recognized one of them from his fragmentary knowledge of cosmic events. "What happened to your friend there?" the larger of the two stone beings asked, genuine concern coloring his gravelly voice. "He made the mistake of antagonizing the Red King," Ben replied with calculated indifference. "Ouch," the creature winced sympathetically. "That's never a good strategy around here. Name's Korg, by the way, and this hulking mass of sediment beside me is my brother Druk. Word of advice, the Red King is the absolute authority on this planet. Best not to challenge him until you're absolutely certain you can win." Druk nodded enthusiastically, his rocky features managing to convey surprising expressiveness despite their mineral composition. "We weren't originally prisoners here," Druk explained with the earnest enthusiasm of someone eager to share their story. "My brother had this grand idea about overthrowing the Red King's government. Didn't work out so well. The Death's Head units captured us before we could even get started." "Death's Head units?" Ben asked, though he was more interested in collecting genetic samples than conducting political analysis. As Korg spoke, Ben carefully gathered small rock fragments that had naturally shed from the brothers' forms, allowing the Omnitrix to begin its genetic mapping process. "The Red King's elite military force," Korg explained. "They handle the more specialized enforcement duties around here." The stone being's expression grew wistful as he continued their tale. "Druk and I are from Cronin warrior people, born for conquest and glory. We were originally part of an invasion fleet sent to subjugate a backwater planet called Earth. Primitive place barely worth the effort of conquest, but orders are orders, you know." Ben's blood ran cold at the casual mention of his home planet, but he kept his expression carefully neutral. "Earth?" he asked, injecting just the right amount of curious ignorance into his voice. "Small, unremarkable world on the galaxy's outer rim," Korg said dismissively. "You've probably never heard of it. Anyway, we never even made it there, got swallowed by a spatial anomaly and ended up here instead." Sometimes I wonder how that invasion turned out without us. Ben filed that information away for future consideration. The knowledge that Earth had been targeted for Cronin invasion was both troubling and useful. It suggested that his homeworld's profile in galactic politics was higher than most people realized. The locals here found us first, Druk continued, picking up the narrative thread. The Sakarian natives, specifically the Shadow People, those silver-skinned folks you might have seen around the arena. Korg's expression darkened as he described the Shadow People's plight. Most of them live like animals, he said with genuine sadness. The Red King's regime has enslaved the useful ones and abandoned the rest to scavenge in the wastelands. They can't even build permanent settlements because of all the debris that keeps falling from those dimensional rifts overhead. The brothers painted a picture of systematic oppression that made Ben's jaw clench with suppressed anger. The Shadow People survived by selling captured off-worlders to the arena in exchange for basic necessities, while the weak and elderly were often consumed as emergency food sources. The Cronin's rocky physiology had initially protected them from such a fate, allowing them to disguise themselves as natural stone formations until they decided to take action against the regime. We tried to organize resistance among the Shadow People, Druk explained with obvious regret. Figured they'd be eager to overthrow their oppressors and reclaim their dignity. Instead, they turned us in for the bounty, Korg finished bitterly. Can't really blame them, though. Generations of brutalization tend to break the spirit of rebellion. They've forgotten that resistance is even possible. Ben remained diplomatically silent on the subject of resistance movements and their chances of success. Korg proceeded to introduce him to the other inhabitants of their underground community. Hiram T. He shamed a former shadow priest-turned-warrior Meek, whose insectoid appearance concealed a surprisingly philosophical nature. And various other beings, whose stories all seem to end with capture, defeat, and resignation to their current circumstances. Each introduction was accompanied by a discrete genetic sampling, as Ben allowed the Omnitrix to catalog the incredible diversity of life forms that had found their way to Sakar's arena. Cronin genetic matrix acquired, insectoid variant cataloged, additional xenotype samples processed. The device's quiet confirmations provided a steady soundtrack to Ben's efforts. You look pretty fragile for combat, Hiram observed with the casual assessment of someone who had seen countless fighters come and go. But don't worry too much about it. Most of our matches are preliminary entertainment, warm-up acts before the real bloodshed begins. We put on a good show, take some minor injuries, and try not to do anything stupid like challenging the champion. The Shadow People's gaze fell on Ben's wrist, where the Omnitrix's periodic scanning pulses created brief flashes of light. What's with the blinking watch? Hiram asked with mild curiosity. Old piece of junk, Ben replied with practiced nonchalance. Been acting up for years. I keep meaning to get it fixed, but you know how it is. The explanation seemed to satisfy Hiram's curiosity, and conversation moved on to other topics. Ben found himself integrating smoothly with the community, his age and apparent vulnerability earning him a protective attitude from many of the more experienced fighters. Meanwhile, Loki had dragged himself to the furthest corner of the cell, where he sat hunched against the stone wall like a wounded animal. For the first time in his long life, Loki was experiencing true isolation, cut off from his magic, his status, his family, and any hope of rescue or redemption. The pain of his physical injuries paled beside the agony of complete abandonment. Is he going to be okay? Korg asked, his voice heavy with genuine concern. He looks like someone kicked his favorite pet. He's Asgardian, Ben replied with calculated indifference. They're tougher than they look. Ah, Korg nodded with understanding. Asgardians are indeed resilient, like cosmic cockroaches nearly impossible to kill permanently. Ben suspected that Odin was perfectly aware of Loki's current suffering, watching through whatever mystical means the Allfather employed to monitor his wayward son's progress. The fact that no rescue had been forthcoming suggested that this ordeal was part of some larger educational process, a harsh lesson in humility that the god of mischief desperately needed to learn. The philosophical implications of godly parenting strategies were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps and the screech of opening doors. Several guards entered the chamber, dragging between them a figure that immediately commanded attention and respect from the assembled gladiators. Old Bill. Korg exclaimed, leaping to his feet with obvious delight. Hiram leaned close to Ben's ear, his voice dropping to a reverent whisper. That's Beta Ray Bill, he explained. He's from the Corbinite, one of the greatest warriors this arena has ever seen. Ben studied the newcomer with intense interest. The being before him possessed an elongated skull that resembled a horse's head, with features that managed to be both alien and noble. So he's not actually a horse, Ben observed. The horse-faced thunder god, that was the title Ben had always associated with the warrior now lying broken before him. Yet as he studied Beta Ray Bill's distinctive features, he realized how superficial his understanding had been. The being before him wasn't truly a horse at all, but rather a member of the Corbinite species who had undergone radical cybernetic transformation in service to his people. Bill's original organic form had been sacrificed long ago, replaced with mechanical components and enhanced physiology designed for one purpose: to serve as the ultimate guardian of his dying race. The process had been voluntary, a supreme act of selflessness that had transformed him from ordinary Corbinite citizen into something approaching a living weapon. In Ben's fragmentary memories of the comic, Beta Ray Bill would eventually encounter Thor and prove worthy of wielding Mjolnir itself, a distinction shared by perhaps a handful of beings in the entire universe. He had once been counted among Sakar's greatest champions, a warrior whose name was spoken with the same reverence reserved for legends. Yet here he lay, defeated and broken, his dreams of freedom shattered against Princess Luma's superior power. "The Red Wind Queen is more formidable than I anticipated," Ben murmured, his respect for the champion growing with each revelation of her capabilities. In his mind, Red Wind Queen had already assumed the position of primary obstacle to his conquest of Sakar. If he was going to claim this world as his own, he would need to find a way to either defeat or recruit the arena's reigning champion. Ben approached the fallen warrior cautiously, noting the tears that traced silver tracks down Bill's metallic cheeks. "You're fortunate to be breathing, Bill," Druk offered, his rocky voice carrying genuine sympathy. "The Red Wind Queen doesn't typically kill her opponents. The previous champion used to twist challengers' heads clean off their shoulders like bottle caps." But Beta Ray Bill's tears weren't born of self-pity or fear of death. They flowed from a much deeper well of despair. Before his arrival on Sakar, the massive colony ship carrying the last survivors of Corbin had come under attack by forces beyond their ability to resist. Faced with the imminent extinction of his people, Bill had made the desperate decision to place his entire race into cryogenic suspension while he led a small strike force to buy them time. The mission had been doomed from the start. His team had been annihilated, and Bill himself had been left drifting unconscious through the void, until Sakar's gravitational field had claimed him as another piece of cosmic debris. Now, trapped in the Red King's arena with no hope of earning freedom through victory, he could only imagine the fate that awaited his frozen people. Without their guardian, the Corbinites were helpless prey for any predator cruel enough to take advantage of their vulnerability. His failure meant not just personal captivity, but the extinction of an entire civilization. Ben could feel the weight of collective despair settling over the gathered gladiators like a funeral shroud. Beta Ray Bill had represented their best hope for victory. If someone of his caliber couldn't defeat the Red Wind Queen, what chance did any of them have? The mathematical reality was stark and unforgiving. 3 consecutive victories earned freedom, but the final challenge was insurmountable. They were trapped in a system designed to offer hope while guaranteeing failure. "It seems clear that if we want to leave this place," Ben said with deliberate calm, "we'll need to overthrow the Red Kings entirely." The words fell into the dungeon like stones into still water, creating ripples of shocked silence that spread through the assembled prisoners. Every eye turned toward him with expressions ranging from disbelief to terror. Korg's massive stone hand clamped over Ben's mouth with surprising gentleness, his gravelly whisper urgent with concern. "Are you completely insane?" the Cronin hissed. "You can't just announce something like that. What if the Death's Head units are listening? And even if we wanted to organize a rebellion, there's proper procedure to follow. We'd need to form committees, design recruitment posters, hold planning meetings." Korg's rambling continued with the enthusiastic verbosity that seemed to be his species' trademark, but Ben extracted himself from the stone warrior's protective embrace and moved toward Beta Ray Bill's prone form. Kneeling beside the defeated champion, Ben pressed the Omnitrix against the Corbinite's metallic skin. The device responded with its characteristic chime as it absorbed and cataloged yet another unique genetic signature. "Don't despair," Ben said quietly, his voice carrying an odd certainty that seemed to resonate through Bill's cybernetic systems. "The Corbinite people will not perish, I promise you that." The words shouldn't have carried such weight coming from someone who appeared so physically insignificant. Ben's entire leg was barely as thick as Bill's forearm, yet something in his tone penetrated the warrior's grief like a blade through armor. Bill found himself trembling, not from fear or weakness, but from the unexpected surge of hope that Ben's promise had kindled in his mechanical heart. He didn't understand why this stranger's words affected him so profoundly, but for the first time since his capture, the crushing weight of despair seemed to lift slightly from his shoulders. What Bill couldn't know was that Ben wasn't speaking metaphorically. The Omnitrix now contained a complete genetic template of Corbinite biology, preserved within its quantum storage matrix like a seed waiting for the right conditions to bloom. Even if every living member of Bill's species perished, their civilization could theoretically be reborn through the Watch's incredible capabilities. The irony wasn't lost on Ben that most of the genetic samples he'd collected on Sykar had limited practical value. If these various alien species possessed truly formidable abilities, they wouldn't be languishing in the Red King's dungeons. They would have won their freedom long ago and departed for more hospitable worlds. Still, each template served a purpose beyond immediate utility. And the data would prove invaluable when Ben eventually attempted to construct his own version of the device. After the group had offered what comfort they could to their fallen comrade, the gladiators began to disperse toward their individual preparations for the challenges ahead. The routine of survival reasserted itself with practiced efficiency. "Come on," Korg said, his tone artificially cheerful as he gestured for Ben to follow. "Let me show you where we keep the weapons. You'll want to find something that suits your fighting style." The Cronin's casual demeanor was a masterclass in psychological self-preservation. By acting as if Beta Ray Bill's defeat was just another routine setback, he could avoid confronting the larger implications of their situation. Ben understood the coping mechanism all too well. These prisoners had witnessed too many cycles of hope and crushing disappointment to invest emotionally in each individual tragedy. They had learned to compartmentalize suffering as a matter of survival. It wasn't callousness that drove their apparent indifference. It was the accumulated wisdom of beings who had seen passionate newcomers arrive full of righteous fury and revolutionary fervor, only to watch them break against the arena's implacable machinery of violence. The lucky ones died quickly. The unlucky ones lived long enough to have their spirits systematically destroyed until they became hollow shells going through the motions of existence. Compared to such fates, Beta Ray Bill's defeat was almost merciful. He was alive, which meant he retained the theoretical possibility of eventual victory, even if the statistical probability of success approached zero. Ben said nothing as these grim realities played out around him. He understood that words alone would never reach these broken souls. They had heard too many speeches about hope and freedom, had watched too many self-appointed saviors get torn apart in the arena's unforgiving sand. What these people needed wasn't another lecture about the power of unity or the inevitable triumph of justice over tyranny. They had seen justice trampled underfoot too many times to believe in such abstractions. They needed something far more tangible, proof that victory was possible. They needed to see their oppressor bleed. They needed to witness the impossible made real, David bringing down Goliath with nothing but courage and determination. Even if it was just an illusion, even if the victory proved temporary, they needed to remember what hope felt like. Like travelers dying of thirst in an endless desert, they required the sight of water to sustain them, even if it turned out to be a mirage. Ben couldn't conquer Sykar alone. What he could do was serve as a catalyst, a spark to ignite the ember of rebellion that still flickered in these broken hearts. The stage was set. The enemy was clearly defined. All that remained was to light the fuse. With that realization in his mind, Ben turned away from Korg's surprised gaze and strode purposefully toward the cell door, his voice carrying with absolute conviction across the suddenly silent dungeon. "I challenge the Red Wind Queen to combat." The weapons chamber beneath Sykar's grand arena was a testament to the planet's violent history. A cavernous space lined with racks of confiscated armaments from 1,000 different civilizations. The air hung thick with the metallic scent of old blood and the lingering ozone of discharged energy weapons, while shadows danced between towering displays of implements designed for one purpose: killing. Korg's gravelly voice echoed through the chamber as he examined a wickedly curved blade. "You really shouldn't have challenged the Red Wind Queen," he said, shaking his rocky head with genuine concern. "Don't get me wrong, she's not as needlessly cruel as some of the previous champions, but that almost makes her more dangerous. She's completely unbeatable and she never holds back during combat. Every fight is a masterpiece of applied violence." The Cronin's gaze fell on Ben's slender frame, and his expression grew increasingly mournful. In his estimation, Ben's body would be torn apart by preliminary opponents long before he ever reached Princess Luma's level of competition. The championship ladder wasn't designed for casual exhibition matches. Each rung represented a potentially lethal encounter with progressively more dangerous opponents. "Can't I challenge the Red Wind Queen directly?" Ben asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. He remembered that in the films, Thor had been able to face the Hulk immediately upon his arrival, but circumstances on Sakaar seemed to have evolved beyond that. That used to be possible, Korg explained with the patience of someone who had answered this question many times before. But the Red Wind Queen grew tired of fighting opponents who couldn't provide adequate challenge. She complained to the Red King that weak challengers were boring and beneath her dignity, so he modified the arena rules specifically to accommodate her preferences. The Cronin gestured toward the various weapons with resigned familiarity. Now you have to prove your worthiness with victories before you can even challenge the champion. Interesting, Ben murmured, lifting a war hammer that probably weighed 3 times his body mass. The weapon's surface was encrusted with dried blood and patches of alien fur that spoke of its previous owner's violent end. Disgusting, Korg complained. These fighters never clean their equipment properly. Who knows what kind of diseases might be lurking in those blood? Ben set the hammer aside with deliberate care. The truth was that he had no real need for weapons. Are the Red Wind Queen and the Red King romantically involved? He asked, the similarity in their titles suggesting a possible connection. Korg's expression shifted to one of amused disbelief. Hardly, he said with a chuckle that sounded like grinding stone. The Queen barely acknowledges his existence, let alone his romantic advances. Hiram looked up from his own weapon selection, joining the conversation. She calls herself the Red Wind Queen because she claims to be royalty from something called the Red Wind Empire, he explained. As far as I can tell, it has nothing to do Sakaar, she just happened to choose a title that sounds similar to his. Red Wind Empire. Ben repeated the name slowly, searching his memory for any reference to such a civilization. The name felt familiar, hovering just beyond the edge of his recollection like a word on the tip of his tongue. He knew of the Skrull Empire and the Kree Empire, certainly, but this particular galactic power remained frustratingly elusive. What about your friend over there? Korg asked, nodding toward Loki's hunched form in the chamber's far corner. Shouldn't he be selecting weapons for tomorrow's match? The question highlighted an uncomfortable reality that everyone present understood but hadn't directly addressed. While Ben had declared his intention to challenge the Red Wind Queen, it would be Loki who faced immediate mortal peril in the arena's sand. The fallen prince's public humiliation of the Red King had earned him a punishment fight, a spectacle designed to demonstrate the consequences of disrespecting Sakaar's absolute ruler. At the moment, Loki resembled a broken marionette more than a god of mischief. He sat with his knees drawn up to his chest, his normally pristine appearance reduced to a disheveled mess of tangled hair and blood-stained clothing. The neural inhibitors piercing his collarbones had robbed him of his magical abilities. He's a sorcerer, Ben said with calculated uncertainty. Supposedly. I hope he can find some motivation before tomorrow, Druk interjected, his concern genuine despite the casual tone. The Red King doesn't forgive public insults. My guess is that they won't pit him against any of us regular gladiators. Hiram nodded grimly, elaborating on the implications. They'll probably throw him to one of the native trolls, he said. Massive creatures unique to Sakaar, they'll eat absolutely anything organic and they're completely feral. If he doesn't find his fighting spirit soon, he'll end up as monster food before the first bell. Ben studied Loki's defeated posture with growing concern. While he genuinely didn't believe the Red King possessed the courage to execute Asgardian royalty, rulers drunk on power often made catastrophically poor decisions. If Loki died in the arena, Odin's wrath would likely reduce Sakaar to space dust, an outcome that would severely complicate Ben's conquest plans. Beyond the practical considerations, some of Loki's unique abilities could prove valuable in the coming campaign. The god of mischief's talent for illusion and manipulation had potential applications that conventional strength couldn't match. Of course, motivating Loki required a more sophisticated approach than standard pep talks and emotional appeals. Ben rose from his weapon examination and approached Loki's position with deliberate casualness. Is this really all the son of Odin amounts to? He asked, his voice carrying just the right note of contemptuous disappointment. Loki didn't respond, his attention apparently focused on some invisible point between his knees. You're behaving like a beaten dog, Ben continued, settling beside the fallen prince with calculated familiarity. What happened to all that rebellious fire you showed on Earth? Where's the proud defiance that made you think you could rule over mortals? Still no response. Ben stood up with exaggerated resignation, brushing imaginary dust from his clothes. Well, I suppose I understand why Odin never seriously considered you for the throne, he said with surgical precision. You're clearly inferior to Thor in every way that matters. That finally penetrated Loki's protective shell of self-pity. The god of mischief's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with the kind of wounded fury that only came from having one's deepest insecurities exposed to public scrutiny. Odin gave the throne to Thor because Thor is his biological son. Loki snarled, his voice cracking with years of accumulated resentment. I never had a real chance, I'm just the frost giant foundling he keeps around for political convenience. Even in his current broken state, Loki's pride refused to accept the possibility that he might actually be less qualified than his adoptive brother. Thor was nothing but a muscly-bound brute, whose only solution to complex problems involved hitting them with an enchanted hammer. Without Mjolnir, the precious Golden Prince was barely even godly. But Ben understood the larger strategic picture that Loki's wounded ego couldn't see. Asgard's dominion over the Nine Realms hadn't been achieved through diplomacy and cultural exchange. It had been carved out through centuries of brutal conquest that had left entire civilizations extinct or enslaved. The wealth and prestige of the Golden Realm had been purchased with rivers of alien blood, creating a legacy of hatred that stretched across the galaxy. If you became God King, Ben said with quiet intensity, Asgard would fall within a decade. He reached out and deliberately tugged on the bloody chains that bound Loki's wrists, smiling as the prince winced in pain. Every enemy your father ever made would unite against a weak ruler. The frost giants would pour through the dimensional barriers, the dark elves would emerge from their hidden realms, and 1,000 other civilizations would finally get their revenge. The warriors of Asgard would be slaughtered in their golden halls, and every citizen of Asgard would face the same fate you're experiencing right now. Ben released the chains and let his words sink in before delivering the psychological killing blow. And your mother, the noble Frigga, queen of Asgard, what do you think would happen to her when the conquest was complete? The question hit Loki like a physical blow to the chest. Throughout his life in Asgard, surrounded by warriors and politicians who valued strength above all else, only Queen Frigga had shown him genuine maternal affection. She had been his sanctuary in a court that often felt hostile to his more cerebral approach to power, the one person who had never made him feel like a disappointing consolation prize. For the first time since his capture, Loki's imagination began working against him in productive ways. He could visualize the enemies of Asgard storming through Asgard's palaces, could see his mother's elegant features twisted with terror as enemies finally claimed their revenge. Fortunately, Ben continued with calculated cruelty, you'll never have the chance to disappoint anyone again. You're going to die tomorrow in this space garbage dump, forgotten and unmourned, your potential wasted on self-pity and broken dreams. Loki's breath came in sharp, angry gasps as the full weight of his situation finally penetrated his defensive numbness. But perhaps that's for the best, Ben added with a shrug. After all, you're just Odin's adopted charity case. What could you possibly accomplish that would matter? Then he leaned close enough that his whisper would be audible only to Loki's enhanced hearing. Unless, of course, you actually want to prove that you're capable of true kingship. Become a king. Loki's voice was barely audible, as if the concept was almost too dangerous to speak aloud. Not just any king, Ben replied with quiet intensity. A king worthy of the name, someone who rules through intelligence and will rather than brute force, someone who proves that strength comes in many forms. He gestured subtly toward the other gladiators, most of whom were pointedly not listening to their conversation. For yourself, and for all of us who refuse to accept that this is how our stories end. Ben's next words carried the weight of absolute certainty. Heimdall can see across the 9 realms with his sight, and Odin's ravens carry news from every corner of the universe. Do you really believe the Allfather doesn't know exactly what's happening to you right now? The implication hung in the air like a challenge to everything Loki thought he understood about his relationship with his adoptive father. So the question becomes, do you want him to watch you fade into obscurity, or do you want to show him and yourself that you possess the qualities that make a true ruler? The fire that ignited in Loki's eyes was almost palpable, transforming his features from defeated despair to something approaching dangerous hope. Deep down, Loki had never really wanted the throne for its own sake. What he craved was recognition, proof that he was worthy of respect and consideration. The crown was just a symbol of the acceptance he'd spent his entire life seeking. What exactly are you proposing? He asked, his voice steadier than it had been since his capture. Ben smiled, recognizing the moment when a broken tool became a potential weapon. I'm proposing that we remind this entire planet what it means to face the sons of Asgard. The grand arena of Sakaar thrummed with anticipation as thousands of spectators filled the towering stands, their voices creating a symphony of bloodthirsty excitement that echoed through the massive structure's acoustically perfect architecture. While Princess Luma didn't grace the combat floor with her presence every day, the promise of violence was always sufficient to draw capacity crowds from the planet's capital city. For the Sakarian elite, watching off-world slaves tear each other apart represented the height of sophisticated entertainment, a reminder of their own privileged status in the planetary hierarchy. Today's card promised even greater spectacle than usual, with the Red King himself having announced that two particularly noteworthy contestants would provide the afternoon's blood sport. The first was rumored to possess royal that would make his humiliation especially satisfying. The second was apparently foolish enough to believe he could challenge for the championship itself, and delusion that would undoubtedly provide considerable amusement before his inevitable demise. According to standard arena protocol, challengers had to prove their worthiness through preliminary victories before facing the Red Wind Queen. Most died long before reaching that elevated level of competition, but the crowd was eager to witness this particular dreamer's journey into oblivion. In the preparation chambers beneath the arena floor, the ritual of combat proceeded with efficiency. Every gladiator required proper presentation before entering the pit. Armor had to be fitted, weapons selected, and appearances refined to ensure maximum visual impact for the paying audience. After all, there was no entertainment value in simple execution. The spectacle demanded artistry. Loki suddenly found himself shoved into a chair as a hunched, elderly figure approached with unsettling enthusiasm. One of the old man arms had been replaced by a mechanical monstrosity that unfolded like a Swiss Army knife. Scissors, razors, and styling tools clicking into place with surgical precision. "What do you think you're doing?" Loki's voice cracked, panic rising as the mechanical arm advanced toward his face with cold precision. "Hold still," the barber said flatly. "My hands aren't what they used to be, and trust me, you really don't want me to slip." "I swear by Odin's name you will not touch my hair," Loki shouted, slipping into full-blown hysteria. "Please, I'm begging you, anything but that." The barber didn't even flinch. He just carried on, calmly and efficiently, like a man who had heard 1,000 similar pleas and ignored every one of them. When the arm finally retracted, they revealed a drastically transformed Loki. Gone were the flowing raven locks that had been his signature feature, replaced by a severe military cut that made his angular features appear even sharper and more austere. The psychological impact was devastating. Of all the humiliations he had endured, none had struck as deeply as this assault on his style. Loki stared at his reflection in a nearby mirror with the hollow expression of someone who had lost far more than mere hair. "Thor is going to laugh himself to death when he sees this," he muttered with bitter resignation. "Thor," the Red King's voice cut through Loki's self-pity like a blade. "Another prince, I assume? How many royal failures does Asgard produce?" The ruler of Sakar had approached during the grooming process, his expression radiating the cruel satisfaction of someone who enjoyed watching others suffer. "No wonder you ended up here," he continued with mock sympathy. "Just another pathetic pretender who couldn't handle the responsibilities of real power." Loki's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with defiance. The reaction displeased the Red King immediately. His finger found the shock collar controller without conscious thought, and electricity coursed through Loki's nervous system with punishing intensity. "Put away that expression, you worthless scum." The Red King snarled, punctuating his words with a vicious kick to Loki's ribs. "I much preferred the broken despair you showed yesterday. That suited your situation much better." He crouched beside the convulsing prince, his voice dropping to an intimate whisper heavy with contempt. "Look at yourself, truly look. You've lost your throne, exiled from your home, and now you're nothing but my personal entertainment. What possible right do you have to meet my gaze as an equal?" Loki's jaw clenched, but he remained silent. The Red King's smile grew wider as he sensed victory in the psychological battle. "Prince of Asgard," he said with exaggerated reverence. "What a magnificent title for such a spectacular failure. You know, it's interesting compared to someone like me, who had the courage to kill his own father and seize power with his bare hands. You're barely even worth discussing. You murdered your father." The words escaped Loki's lips in a whisper. For the first time since the conversation began, genuine emotion flickered across his features, a mixture of revulsion and unwilling recognition that struck far too close to his own dark impulses. "The old fool had outlived his usefulness," the Red King replied with casual indifference. "Why? Don't tell me you lack even the courage to eliminate obstacles to your ambition. How pathetically weak." The Red King shook his head with theatrical disappointment. "I'm beginning to understand how you ended up on Sakar. You talk a good game about claiming power, but when the moment comes to act decisively, you crumble like a frightened child." Loki's silence stretched between them like a chasm, In that terrible quiet, he found himself confronting truths he had spent years avoiding. His entire scheme had been built around manipulating others into committing the violence he couldn't bring himself to perform directly. He had wanted Odin's death and Thor's disgrace, but had always planned to keep his own hands clean. The Red King represented everything Loki had thought he wanted to become, someone willing to do whatever was necessary to claim power. Yet looking at this man, seeing the kind of monster such choices created, Loki wondered if his original plans had succeeded, would he have become equally repulsive? What a coward, the Red King concluded with evident disgust. No wonder Asgard cast you out like garbage. You're only fit to grovel at my feet and beg for scraps of mercy. He rose to his full height, brushing imaginary dust from his ornate robes. Frankly, I'm bored with you. There's no satisfaction in breaking someone who was already broken when they arrived. You're not even worth keeping as a pet. The Red King turned away dismissively. Enjoy your final hours, Prince. Try to die with at least a shred of dignity, though I doubt you're capable of even that much. With that parting cruelty, he departed to await the afternoon's entertainment. The Red King's throne room represented the absolute pinnacle of Sakarian luxury, a golden seat of power positioned to provide optimal viewing of the arena floor, surrounded by every comfort and convenience that advanced technology could provide. Exotic servants from a dozen different worlds attended his every need, their graceful movements choreographed to reinforce his sense of absolute dominion. Two alien handmaidens wielded ornate fans, creating gentle breezes that served no practical purpose beyond demonstrating the ruler's power over others. Sakar's climate control systems made such measures entirely unnecessary, but symbolism often mattered more than function in the theater of tyranny. Kaera stood at attention beside the throne, her silver-gray features revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. As the Red King's most trusted enforcer, she had witnessed countless spectacles of violence and cruelty. Today's entertainment would be no different from hundreds of others, just another day in paradise. In her assessment, the arena served a useful function by channeling the Red King's sadistic impulses into relatively contained activities. As long as he remained obsessed with gladiatorial combat, he was less likely to launch unprovoked wars against neighboring planet. "My lord," announced a herald, "Princess Luma approaches." The Red Wind Queen's arrival transformed the atmosphere in the royal box immediately. Every eye turned toward her as she strode across the viewing platform with the confident gait of someone who had never encountered a situation she couldn't dominate through superior firepower. Luma, Kaera stepped forward with genuine warmth, one of the few emotions she ever displayed in public. "What brings you here today? I thought you considered preliminary matches beneath your interest." "I heard rumors of a new challenger," Princess Luma replied, her four eyes gleaming with anticipation. "It's been too long since anyone had the courage to climb the ladder toward me. I wanted to see if this one might actually prove interesting." For months, Luma had ignored the constant stream of hopeful contenders who proclaimed their intention to win freedom through combat. Most were delusional weaklings who died in their first or second matches, providing no entertainment value beyond their spectacular failures. But yesterday's battle with Beta Ray Bill had rekindled her appetite for genuine competition. The Corbinite warrior had pushed her harder than anyone in recent memory, reminding her why she had chosen this lifestyle in the first place. The possibility of facing another worthy opponent filled her with the kind of anticipation she hadn't felt in years. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, my dear," the Red King interjected from his throne, his voice heavy with condescending familiarity. "This particular challenger appears to be nothing but a scrawny boy who probably couldn't lift a proper weapon, let alone wield one effectively." He gestured imperiously toward his servants. "Why are you standing there like idiots? Bring another chair immediately. The honored Red Wind Queen shouldn't be forced to stand during the entertainment." The servants scrambled to comply, their movements sharp with fear as they positioned an ornate seat beside the Red King's throne. "Please sit with me," the Red King continued with what he apparently believed was charming gallantry. "We can enjoy the spectacle together as equals." "Your behavior disgusts me, Amo-san," Princess Luma replied with cutting directness. Her four eyes, solid yellow orbs without visible pupils, fixed on him with the kind of contempt typically reserved for particularly loathsome insects. The Red King's attempts at courtship only served to reinforce her opinion of him as a pretentious weakling who confused technology with genuine power. Instead of accepting his offer, she moved to stand beside Kaera, crossing her arms in a gesture that suggested the conversation was over. The relationship between Luma and Kaera represented one of the few genuine friendships on Sakar, a bond forged through mutual respect between warriors. The Shadow People's strongest champion possessed the kind of raw power that could match even Tetraman capabilities, making her one of the few beings on the planet whom Luma considered a potential equal. Unfortunately, Keira had no interest in recreational combat, preferring to reserve her abilities for genuine necessity. The Red King's expression transformed from suave charm to barely contained fury as Princess Luma's rejection hit home. His hands clenched into fists, and his eyes burned with the kind of possessive rage that had destroyed civilizations. From her position beside the throne, Keira observed the exchange with growing concern. She recognized the signs of the Red King's escalating obsession, and she understood that such fixations rarely ended well for anyone involved. The afternoon's entertainment was about to begin, but the real drama was playing out in the royal box itself. The massive iron portcullis groaned upward with mechanical inevitability, its ancient gears and pulleys straining under the weight of reinforced alien metal. The sound echoed through the grand arena like a death knell, transforming the already electric atmosphere into something approaching religious fervor. From the shadows of the gladiator's tunnel emerged a figure that commanded immediate attention despite his obviously weakened condition. Loki, Prince of Asgard, stumbled into the blazing afternoon light with the unsteady gait of someone whose body had endured far more punishment than it was designed to withstand. The neural inhibitor on his collarbones caught the arena's spotlights, sending prismatic reflections across the bloodstained sand as he dragged himself toward the center of the combat floor. Princess Luma's expression shifted to one of profound disappointment as she studied the pathetic figure below. "This creature is supposed to be my opponent?" she asked, her voice carrying the kind of disgusted disbelief typically reserved for particularly offensive practical jokes. "No," Keira replied with gentle correction, "he's fighting someone else." Relief flooded Luma's features like sunrise after a long night. "Thank the ancestors for small mercies," she said with genuine gratitude. "If this broken thing was the best Sakar could offer for championship competition, I'd seriously consider leaving this planet out of pure boredom." "Actually," Keira continued with obvious reluctance, "your eventual challenger is supposedly even weaker than this one." Princess Luma's four eyes widened in horrified comprehension. "You cannot be serious," she said flatly. "Please tell me you're joking." Rather than pursuing that deeply depressing line of conversation, Luma deliberately changed the subject to something less likely to induce existential despair. "How is Beta Ray Bill recovering from yesterday's battle?" Keira's expression softened with professional concern. "The medical team has stabilized his condition," she reported. "He should be ready for combat again within a few days, assuming he wants to continue fighting." "Excellent," Luma said with genuine satisfaction. "There are so few warriors on this planet capable of providing meaningful challenge. It would be tragic to lose one of the rare exceptions to incompetence." She glanced sideways at her friend with hopeful expectation. "Of course, if you ever change your mind about sparring with me, I'd be more than happy to arrange a private match." Keira shook her head with the patience of someone who had declined this invitation countless times before. "I appreciate the offer, but you know my position on recreational violence." Their conversation was interrupted by the resonant blast of war horns that signaled the beginning of official combat. Out of respect for the traditions of gladiatorial contest, Princess Luma fell silent and focused her attention on the arena floor. The Red King, however, felt no such obligation to maintain dignified silence. Rising from his golden throne with theatrical grandeur, he grasped an ornate microphone that amplified his voice throughout every corner of the massive amphitheater. "Citizens of my glorious empire," he proclaimed with the bombastic enthusiasm of someone who genuinely believed his own propaganda. "Today your beloved ruler presents a special treat, the acquisition of a new pet for our entertainment." The crowd's response was immediate and enthusiastic, waves of laughter rolling through the packed stands like auditory thunder. For the Sakarian audience, the promise of watching off-world royalty reduced to animal status represented the pinnacle of sophisticated humor. Princess Luma's expression darkened with genuine anger. In her warrior culture, insulting a combatant before battle was considered deeply dishonorable, regardless of that fighter's chances of survival. Every being brave enough to enter the arena deserved at least basic respect for their courage. But the Red King had never viewed gladiators as warriors. To him, they were nothing more than property, expensive toys purchased for his personal amusement and discarded when they ceased to entertain. And this particular stray comes to us from the legendary realm of Asgard itself. The Red King continued, clearly savoring the dramatic impact of his revelation. The announcement struck the arena like a physical blow, reducing the thunderous crowd noise to shocked silence in the span of a heartbeat. Even spectators whose families had been trapped on Sakaar for generations knew that name and the terrible power it represented. Millennia ago, when Odin All-Father had carved his empire through conquest and godly wrath, Asgard's reputation had reached this distant world through refugees and defeated enemies. The Golden Realm's military might have become the stuff of galaxy-spanning legend, inspiring fear and respect in equal measure across countless civilizations. Despite the centuries that had passed and the many changes in planetary leadership, Asgard's reputation remained as potent as ever. Sensing the crowd's uncertainty, the Red King pressed his advantage with calculated cruelty. But this isn't just any Asgardian whelp, he declared with mounting excitement. Behold Loki, son of Odin, prince of Asgard. The effect was immediate and explosive. The arena erupted in a chaos of voices, some cheering with bloodthirsty enthusiasm, others expressing genuine concern about the political implications of what they were witnessing. Many Sakarian faces displayed visible worry as they contemplated the potential consequences of publicly executing Asgardian royalty. Even on this backwater garbage world, people understood that some actions carried repercussions far beyond their immediate entertainment value. The Red King basked in the crowd's reaction like a performer soaking up applause. To his twisted perspective, holding an Asgardian prince as his personal prisoner represented the ultimate validation of his power and importance. The more noble Loki's status, the greater the Red King's reflected glory. What cause do you have for fear? He shouted with mounting fervor, his arms spread wide in a gesture of supreme confidence. Look upon him, the mighty realm that has terrorized the galaxy for millennia produces nothing more impressive than this pathetic wretch. He gestured contemptuously toward Loki's broken form. The Prince of Asgard crawls before me like a beaten dog. If this is the best their vaunted bloodline can offer, then perhaps it's time for the universe to find new management. The Red King's grandiose declaration revealed ambitions that extended far beyond Sakaar's borders. In his fevered imagination, Loki's public humiliation was merely the opening act of a campaign that would eventually see his death's head legions marching through the capitals of every major civilization. The dream of universal conquest burned in his eyes like fever flames. On the arena floor, Loki struggled to remain upright as blood continued seeping from his various wounds. Yet despite his physical condition, Ben's words echoed in his mind with persistent clarity. Whether the humans' plan had any chance of success remained to be seen, but Loki's immediate priority was simple survival. That goal became significantly more challenging when the ground began trembling beneath his feet. A series of mechanical sounds, grinding gears, hydraulic pistons, massive chains, announced the opening of the arena's second entrance. Whatever emerged from that portal would be Loki's opponent, and the increasing vibrations suggested something considerably larger than a typical humanoid gladiator. And now, the Red King's voice boomed with sadistic glee, I present his worthy adversary, the legendary beast Kork. The heavy gate blew apart as something huge slammed through it with terrifying force. What came out was hard to describe, a blood-red monster that looked like a mix between a giant squid and some ancient killer beast. Kork was nearly 3 stories tall, his huge body held up by a dozen twisting tentacles. These tentacles weren't just for moving, they were weapons, each one lined with sharp, jagged teeth that could rip through metal. At the center of it all was a massive mouth, big enough to swallow a full-grown person without trouble. The crowd went wild, not with cheers but with loud, savage screams. This wasn't the kind of fight where skill might win over strength. When beasts like Kork showed up, the match always ended in a brutal mess. Kork wasn't there to fight fair. He was a living nightmare, a predator through and through. And everyone watching knew exactly what they were in for, not a battle but a bloodbath. Pets should naturally fight alongside other pets, the Red King observed with cold satisfaction, settling back into his throne to enjoy the coming slaughter. The scent of Loki's blood acted like a drug on Kork's senses, triggering hunting instincts that had been refined through millions of years of evolution. Despite his massive bulk, the creature moved with surprising speed, his tentacles propelling him across the arena floor like some nightmarish hybrid of octopus and train. His charge shook the entire structure, sending tremors through the foundations as thousands of tons of alien muscle and bone bore down on a single, wounded target. In the gladiator observation areas, clusters of fighters pressed against the narrow viewing slots to witness what everyone assumed would be Loki's final moments. The restricted angles limited their view, but they could clearly see the Asgardian prince stumbling desperately across the sand as death approached with inexorable certainty. Korg's expression was heavy with resignation as he watched the unfolding tragedy. Poor bastard, he muttered with genuine sympathy. Can't say I'm surprised, though. That monster's killed dozens of fighters over the years. The Cronin's thoughts turned to Ben, who was presumably preparing for his own upcoming match. In Korg's experience, friendship in the arena was invariably temporary, everyone died eventually, and emotional attachments only made the inevitable losses more painful. Shame, he continued to no one in particular. The kid seemed decent enough. Now he'll probably die before I get the chance to know him properly. On the arena floor, what had begun as combat had devolved into a desperate chase sequence. Loki's enhanced physiology allowed him to stay barely ahead of Korg's grasping tentacles, but his wounds and exhaustion were taking their toll. It was only a matter of time before his strength failed entirely. That moment arrived with crushing inevitability as Korg's massive tentacle encircled Loki's torso, lifting him high into the air like a child's toy. The prince dangled helplessly as the beast's mouth opened to reveal rows of grinding teeth. In the royal viewing box, Kaera's expression showed the first crack in her composure. "My lord," she said carefully, "perhaps we should consider the political implications of executing Asgardian royalty, the potential retaliation." "Retaliation?" the Red King interrupted with dismissive laughter. "From whom? Asgard is nothing but reputation and mythology. When my Death's Head legions break free from this planet, the entire galaxy will learn what real power looks like." His delusions of grandeur had reached truly dangerous proportions. On the arena floor, Korg drew Loki closer to his waiting jaws, savoring the anticipation of fresh meat. The crowd held its collective breath as the moment of execution approached with ritual inevitability. The beast's massive teeth closed with bone-crushing force, and blood erupted in a crimson fountain that painted the arena sand in abstract patterns of violence and death. The Red King rose from his throne with obvious satisfaction, his voice carrying easily across the suddenly silent amphitheater. "Behold the mighty Prince of Asgard," he declared with theatrical mockery. "Barely enough meat to serve as an appetizer, I doubt our friend Korg is even close to satisfied." As if responding to his words, the massive creature examined its own state with obvious disappointment. Consuming a single meal had done nothing to address its substantial appetite, like eating a single grape when you needed a full meal. "Then let us provide the main course," the Red King announced with mounting excitement. From the shadows of the gladiator tunnel, a new figure emerged into the blazing arena lights. Ben Parker stepped forward with steady confidence, his lightweight armor gleaming like silver fire under the afternoon sun. Ben Parker stepped through the arena gates and was immediately greeted by a thunderous wave of boos. The jeers rolled across the packed stadium like a physical force, each voice dripping with contempt and disappointment. To the bloodthirsty crowd, he appeared even weaker than the Asgardian prince who had just been eaten moments before. High above the chaos, suspended on her sleek aircraft, Brunhilde watched the unfolding spectacle with growing unease. Technically, she shouldn't have been granted such premium viewing privileges, but delivering the Red Wind Queen had earned her a measure of favor with the Red King. Now she sat cross-legged on the ship's deck, one knee drawn up, a bottle of Asgardian ale resting against her thigh as she took another long drink and shook her head in dismay. "What a waste," she muttered, her words slurred slightly by alcohol and regret. "I thought you were smarter than this, kid. Guess I was wrong." Despite everything, Brunhilde had developed a grudging respect for Ben during their brief interactions. Among all the fighters she'd captured over the years, he'd been the most honest and well-behaved, never causing trouble, never picking fights with other prisoners. More importantly, he'd helped her sell Loki to the arena at an astronomical price, ensuring she wouldn't have to worry about funding her drinking habits for the next few decades. She'd actually planned to visit him sometime, maybe share a drink and some war stories. Now it looked like she'd be visiting his grave instead, pouring out ale for the dead once a year. The drunken Brunhilde squinted down at Ben, who stood barely taller than a common troll but showed absolutely no fear. Something in his posture reminded her of someone she'd once known herself, thousands of years ago. Back when she'd been young and fearless, when she'd charged headlong into battle against Hela for the throne of Asgard, convinced that courage and skill would be enough. All the Valkyries had been slaughtered that day, leaving her alone to survive, tormented by nightmares and survivor's guilt ever since. She didn't know what kind of belief system had driven Ben to volunteer for this arena, to actively challenge the champion when he could have simply served his time quietly. But in her opinion, he was making the same mistake she had, confusing bravery with stupidity. Perched on the ornate totem tower that served as the Red King's viewing platform, Luma gazed down at the challenger with a mixture of disappointment and resignation. The challenger looked pathetically weak, his thin arms appearing more fragile than dry twigs, ready to snap at the slightest pressure. His frame was so slight that she wondered if the arena wind might simply blow him away. "This is supposed to be my opponent?" she asked, her voice carrying the weight of bitter disappointment. She'd been hoping, praying for someone worthy, someone who might actually provide a challenge. Instead, she was looking at what appeared to be a death sentence disguised as entertainment. To be fair, Ben looked considerably healthier than the battered Loki had, and his build was more proportioned and athletic than many of the other fighters. But when judging power, most alien races didn't rely solely on physical appearance. They could sense the energy signatures flowing through a warrior's body, the raw power that determined true strength. An insect like that dares to challenge the champion. The Red King's cruel laughter echoed across the platform as he leaned forward in his elaborate throne, savoring the anticipated bloodbath. Death is the only possible outcome. His only value now is to die spectacularly for my amusement. Luma shot him a sharp glance, her jaw tightening with barely contained contempt. At least he has the courage to face a monster barehanded when he knows he can't win. The barb hit its mark. Everyone knew the Red King was a coward who wouldn't dare enter the arena himself, hiding behind layers of advanced armor and bodyguards even in his own palace. Down in the arena, Ben heard none of this speculation about his chances. To him, the supposedly terrifying monster looked like nothing more than an oversized punching bag, certainly intimidating to most people, but ultimately just another obstacle to overcome. The arena rules allowed every warrior to carry weapons, but Ben wore only a set of light ceremonial armor, declining all weapon. He didn't need swords or shields or energy blasters. "Because I have the most powerful weapon in the entire universe," he thought, allowing himself a small smile as he glanced at the device secured to his wrist. That's when his eyes swept across the elevated platform and he nearly shouted in surprise. "Princess Luma!" There she was, unmistakable despite the distance. The realization hit him like a physical blow, completely reshaping his understanding of the political situation on Sakaar. The Red Wind Queen is Luma. This changed everything. He'd been operating under the assumption that the Red Wind Queen and the Red King were allied, two threats working in concert. But if Luma held that title, then perhaps there was another path forward, one that didn't require him to fight his way through every power on the planet. The Sakaarans seemed to operate on a simple principle: might makes right. If he could defeat their champions, prove his strength in terms they understood, then maybe he could win Luma's allegiance instead of her enmity. With her support, plus Loki, Beta Ray Bill, and potentially Brunhilde, he'd have the core of a formidable organization. The thought energized him. Even though his plumbers existed only in his imagination so far, he was already planning its structure, identifying potential members. But first, he had to survive this fight and demonstrate his worthiness. "Luma, it seems your challenger is already smitten," Kaira teased, noting the intensity of Ben's stare. Luma remained unmoved by the observation, her expression cold and professional. "I have no interest in weak insects. Besides, if he's going to let himself get distracted during a match, he'll be dead within seconds." As if summoned by her words, the same creature that had eaten Loki began its charge. When it ran, the ground shook with each thunderous step, and spectators in the lower sections could feel the vibrations through their feet. And that foolish human was still staring up at the royal platform instead of preparing for battle. This is suicide, Luma thought. If not for her respect for Ben's courage in volunteering for this hopeless fight, she would have already turned away, unwilling to watch another pointless execution. But as the monster bore down on its target, something finally seemed to click in Ben's mind. The light above him faded as the creature's enormous body blocked out the sun. Ben glanced up and saw the beast unfurl all its tentacles, forming a thick, twisting web of muscle that stretched across the sky like a living net. At the center loomed its gaping maw, rows of jagged, spinning teeth arranged in circles, like some nightmarish meat grinder ready to tear through steel. The arena floor buckled and cracked under the monster's weight as it prepared to crush this insignificant challenger beneath its bulk. For a moment, the stadium fell silent except for the creature's rumbling growl and the whisper of displaced air. Then, boom! The sound was like a cannon shot, echoing off the arena walls and startling birds from their perches miles away. A tremendous gust of wind swept across the battlefield, carrying with it the agonized roar of a creature that had never known defeat. Luma spun back toward the arena just in time to see the impossible. Cork, which had to weigh at least 50 tons, was flying backward through the air like a ragdoll. Half of its body had simply vanished, as if it had been struck by some titanic force that had vaporized flesh and bone in an instant. Chunks of tissue and gallons of dark blood rained down across the arena, coating the screaming spectators in sticky gore. But instead of complaints, the crowd erupted in wild cheers. Standing in the center of the battlefield, where the human had been moments before, was a magnificent four-armed warrior. His skin was deep red, his build powerful and imposing, with two pairs of eyes that seemed to burn with inner fire. All four of his fists were raised in triumph, and it was clear to everyone that he had destroyed the creature with a single devastating blow. The sight of him, so obviously related to the Red Wind Queen, drove the audience into a frenzy of excitement. They didn't know his name or title, but one designation came to mind immediately, shouted by tens of thousands of voices in perfect unison. Red King, Red King, Red King. The actual Red King, sitting on his throne, went pale as death. In a single moment, his authority had been challenged, his title claimed by another. He wanted to shout his true identity, to reassert his authority, but the words died in his throat. Instead, his eyes unconsciously sought out Luma, dreading what he might see there. Sure enough, she was staring at Ben with an intensity that made the Red King's blood run cold. Just as the Red King was about to voice some objection, Ben looked up at the royal platform and crooked one finger at Luma in an unmistakable challenge. "Are you challenging me?" Luma asked, her voice carrying clearly across the arena despite the distance. A genuine smile spread across her face for the first time in months. "Hold on, Luma," Kaira said, her brow creasing with concern. "This goes against protocol. He's supposed to finish one more qualifying matches before he can even think about issuing a challenge. I can't wait that long." Luma interrupted, shoving Kaira aside with barely contained enthusiasm. Without hesitation, she leaped from the platform. Crash! She hit the arena floor like a red meteorite, the impact creating a crater several feet deep and sending shockwaves through the building's foundation. Dust and debris showered down as the crowd went absolutely wild. "Red Wind Queen, Red Wind Queen." The chant was deafening, the audience's excitement reaching fever pitch. In the arena, two four-armed warriors faced each other across the blood-stained sand. Both were clearly of the same species, their similarities unmistakable despite their different builds and scars. "You're quite handsome," Luma said, her voice carrying genuine warmth and curiosity. "I've never seen you before. Did my father send you to find me?" Ben's response was to grin widely and slam his four fists together with a sound like thunder. "If you want to know, you'll have to fight me first." Far from being offended, Luma's smile grew even brighter. Now that's the proper attitude. The corpse of Coral chose that moment to crash back down to earth, its massive weight hitting the arena floor like a war drum. The sound seemed to serve as a starting signal, and both Tetraman launched themselves forward simultaneously. When they collided in the center of the arena, the impact created a powerful shockwave throughout the city. The crowd was blown backward in their seats, many knocked unconscious by the sheer force of the collision. Only now did the full magnitude of what had happened begin to sink in. The Red King watched the battle with growing dread, his face pale and his hands trembling on his throne's armrests. Everything he'd built, everything he'd claimed, was being challenged by this newcomer who seemed to possess power beyond imagination. Brunhilde had been nearly blown off her aircraft by the shockwave, her bottle of ale tumbling into the void below. She stared at the fighting figures with her mouth agape, her mind racing to process what she was seeing. "You never told me you have this power," she whispered to herself, her voice lost in the chaos of the crowd. Deep in the gladiator holding cells, Korg pressed his rocky face against the bars, his usually calm demeanor shattered by excitement. The vibrations from the battle above were so intense that fragments of stone were falling from his body, clattering to the floor. "Wow, I told you he could do it," he exclaimed to his cellmate. "When did you say that?" Meek chittered back, his insectoid features twisted in confusion. "You clearly said he was going to die faster than Loki did." "That's because I didn't know he had 4 arms," Korg replied reasonably. "I have dozens of arms," Meek pointed out, revealing a row of segmented arms along his abdomen. "Yes, but yours are tiny and adorable. His are huge and terrifying." The gladiator holding cells erupted into chaos as the thunderous impacts from above shook the entire structure. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling while prisoners pressed against the bars, desperate to witness the unprecedented battle unfolding in the arena. The commotion stirred Beta Ray Bill from his recuperation. Still nursing his wounds from previous fights, he slowly made his way to the cell's viewing gap, one hand pressed against his bandaged ribs. "What's happening up there?" he asked, his alien features creased with concern. Meek immediately made room, his face practically glowing with excitement. "We actually have a chance to win," he chittered, clenching his small fists as if he were the one fighting instead of Ben. Bill peered through the gap, and what he saw made his blood run cold. 2 red-skinned figures moved across the battlefield like forces of nature, their impacts creating shockwaves that rattled the building's foundation. There are two red wind queens, he whispered, his voice filled with despair. He could barely handle one, facing two would be certain death. No, no. Korg exclaimed, his rocky features animated with enthusiasm as he grabbed Bill's arm. The stronger one is the newcomer. Bill stared in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the small human who had comforted him yesterday with the four-armed powerhouse currently trading devastating blows with the Red Wind Queen. You should have seen the transformation, Hiram added. One moment he was just standing there and then he became this incredible warrior. Despite knowing that Ben's victory wouldn't automatically free any of them, despite understanding that their own fates remained unchanged, the prisoners couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. For the first time since their capture, they were witnessing proof that the arena's champions weren't truly invincible. Meanwhile, in the arena itself, Ben was getting a brutal education in Tetramand physiology. The difference in strength between male and female members of Tetramand wasn't just significant, it was like comparing an average human man to a female gorilla. But what made it even more challenging was that female Tetramand compensated for their increased power with greater agility. Where Ben's four arms transformation typically sacrificed speed for raw strength, Luma moved like a dancer while hitting like a wrecking ball. She demonstrated this perfectly by landing a lightning-fast punch to his midsection, folding him in half, then following up with a double-fisted hammer blow aimed at the back of his skull. Boom. The arena floor cracked and sank several feet, but Ben had managed to cross his arms above his head in an X formation, absorbing the devastating impact. Pain shot through his forearms, but he immediately countered by extending his lower pair of arms, wrapping them around Luma's slender waist and lifting her off the ground. Then, in a move that would have made any wrestling fan proud, he executed a perfect suplex, driving her headfirst into the shattered arena floor like he was planting a tree. Crash! The impact sent another shockwave through the stadium, and even the royal viewing platform swayed from the force. Does he have some kind of personal vendetta against Luma? Kaira wondered aloud, her brow furrowed with concern. She'd initially assumed that Ben and Luma's shared heritage would lead to a more restrained fight, perhaps even an alliance. Instead, both seemed determined to pound each other into dust. The Red King seized on this observation, a calculating smile spreading across his features. Perhaps they were enemies from the beginning, he mused, his confidence returning. That would explain why Princess Luma got here in the first place. His mind began working overtime, seeing opportunity in the apparent animosity. If he could help Luma defeat this challenger, she might finally view him as a worthy ally or even something more. His fingers found the remote control device hidden in his robes, thumb hovering over the activation button. But he forced himself to wait. Luma was still clearly enjoying the battle, her warrior's pride engaged in a way he'd rarely seen. He would need to time his intervention perfectly, wait until she showed signs of real weakness, then swoop in as her savior. Down on the battlefield, Luma pulled herself from the crater Ben had created, her skull proving to be harder than reinforced steel. Far from being discouraged by the brutal treatment, her eyes sparkled with pure joy. "This is the first time I've met a Tetraman strong as you," she declared, her voice ringing with genuine delight. The fight had awakened something in her that had been dormant for years, the thrill of facing a true challenge. Back on her homeworld, she had systematically defeated every male warrior, then proceeded to best all the females as well. She'd begun to believe that no member of her species could provide her with a real test of skill. Finding Ben here, on this remote gladiator world, felt like destiny. "I love this planet," she continued, her enthusiasm infectious despite the violence of their clash. "Once I defeat you, I'll call my army here and we'll claim this world as our new stronghold. And you," she pointed directly at Ben with one of her four arms, "you're going to be my husband." From Luma's perspective, Ben had already proven himself to be the most formidable male Tetraman she'd ever encountered. If she was going to choose a mate, something her position as princess would eventually require, no other candidate could possibly measure up to this warrior. "Princess Luma," Ben replied with as much diplomacy as he could muster while dodging another devastating punch, "I'm not even an adult yet." He had no intention of being forced into an alien marriage, regardless of how attractive or powerful Luma might be. While he could appreciate the beauty and strength of other species, humans were ultimately his preference when it came to romantic partnerships. "Once I beat you, your preferences won't matter," Luma shot back with a laugh that was equal parts threatening and playful. "Among our people, strength determines everything." To emphasize her point, she clapped all four hands together, generating a massive shockwave that ripped across the arena like a visible wave of destruction. The air itself seemed to twist and writhe as the attack approached Ben, and the already damaged floor began to disintegrate completely. Ben responded in kind, creating his own shockwave that met Luma's attack head-on. When the two forces collided, the center of the arena simply ceased to exist, reduced to fine powder that was swept away by the hurricane force winds their battle had generated. The entire stadium shook like it was caught in an earthquake. Spectators in the lower sections were thrown from their seats, while those higher up watched in terror as cracks appeared in the supposedly unbreakable walls. Keira's expression shifted from concern to alarm as she felt the building's structural integrity beginning to fail. Blue energy crackled around her body as she tapped into her old power, creating a stabilizing field that prevented the viewing platform from collapsing. Activate the energy shields immediately, she commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos with absolute authority. The arena's emergency systems responded instantly, raising a honeycomb pattern of brilliant blue energy barriers that contained the worst of the destruction. Only then did the hurricane winds begin to subside, though the air still thrummed with residual power. The Red King had been forced to grip his throne's armrests with white knuckles to avoid being thrown to the floor, and the experience left him with a bone-deep chill. The sheer power on display was unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. This thing represented a threat to everything the Red King had built. Such power couldn't be controlled through normal means, and that made him incredibly dangerous. But for now, the Red King held his position, watching and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The battle continued with renewed intensity, both Tetraman pushing themselves to their absolute limits. Ben's haymaker caught Luma squarely in the head, shattering the left horn of her helmet and sending fragments flying like shrapnel. She immediately countered with an elbow strike that obliterated his chest armor, leaving his torso exposed. Neither warrior seemed to care about the damage. Their natural skin was far more durable than most metals anyway, and the armor served more as decoration than protection. Thunder seemed to roll continuously across the arena as their battle raged from one end to the other. They'd created a trench nearly 3 feet deep just from the impacts of their footsteps, but still neither could claim a decisive advantage. The audience had fallen completely silent, afraid that even breathing too loudly might cause them to miss some crucial moment. They watched the two red figures blur from position to position, their movements almost too fast for normal eyes to follow. In the holding cells below, Beta Ray Bill watched through the viewing gap with wonder and disbelief warring across his alien features. Is he actually going to win? He whispered, his voice filled with something that might have been hope, but Ben wasn't thinking about winning anymore. From the moment he'd recognized Luma, his goals had shifted. He needed to defeat her, yes, but more importantly, he needed to turn her against the Red King. Making her an ally would be far more valuable than simply proving his strength. As the battle neared its climax, Ben and Luma found themselves standing less than arm's length apart, both breathing heavily but still ready to continue. Her eyes had taken on an unmistakable gleam of admiration and attraction. She knew she was losing, could feel her strength beginning to slip while his seemed to grow stronger, but strangely she didn't mind. She'd found something more valuable than victory, a worthy partner. Still, her warrior's pride demanded that she fight until she literally couldn't stand. 8 eyes met across the narrow space between them, and both fighters saw the same burning desire for combat reflected back. Luma drew a deep breath and released a piercing war cry that echoed off the arena walls. Then her 4 arms began moving like pistons, launching a barrage of punches so fast they seemed to blur together. Each strike carried enough force to shatter stone, and she maintained the assault with machine-like precision. Ben met her attack with his own flurry of punches, and where their fists collided, the air itself seemed to explode. The few remaining patches of intact flooring cracked and crumbled, until they were fighting on nothing but a narrow pillar of rock surrounded by a crater dozens of feet deep. Their armor had been completely destroyed by now, the fragments scattered like bullets against the energy shields. Ben's knuckles were numb from the constant impacts, pain shooting up his arms with every punch, but somehow the discomfort only fueled his determination. He could feel his heart pounding like a war drum, pumping Tetraman blood, enhanced by the Omnitrix's genetic optimization through his veins. The device had taken the natural capabilities of Luma's species and refined them to their absolute peak, and now that superiority was beginning to show. While Luma started to slow, her movements becoming slightly less precise, Ben felt like he was just hitting his stride. His strength seemed to increase with every exchange, his reflexes sharpening to superhuman levels. With a roar of triumph, he overwhelmed Luma's defenses through sheer power, his final punch smashing through her guard and creating an explosion that made the energy shields flicker and spark with dangerous overload. That impact must have been equivalent to dozens of Deathfire bombs, Keira observed, her voice tight with concern. If even she was worried, the Red King was practically paralyzed with fear. Watching Luma begin to falter, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. His fingers found the remote control in his robes, hovering over the activation button that would flood Ben's system with paralytic shock. But before he could press it, Ben suddenly convulsed and collapsed to the arena floor, his body twitching as if he'd been struck by lightning. The Red King stared in confusion. What just happened? Ben's collapse was so sudden and unexpected that Luma, who had been preparing to receive his finishing blow, couldn't stop her own attack in time. Her punch caught him squarely and sent him flying across the arena to crash into the far wall. The entire stadium fell silent. Everyone with half a brain could see what had supposedly happened. Ben had been dominating the fight, clearly on the verge of victory, when he'd suddenly been disabled by some external force. The implication was obvious, and the prisoners who had experienced the Red King's collar firsthand knew exactly what they were looking at. Beta Ray Bill slammed his fist against the cell wall in frustration. The others were quieter, but their disappointment was palpable. They'd grown accustomed to such betrayals, but that didn't make them any less bitter. "He can defeat the Red Wind Queen," one prisoner muttered, "but he can't defeat the Red King's treachery." On the arena floor, Luma immediately realized something was wrong. She leaped down from their impromptu rock pillar and rushed to Ben's side, her eyes filled with concern and growing anger. "Let me help you," she said, reaching out to assist him, but Ben slapped her hand away with surprising vehemence. "Don't touch me, you treacherous woman," he snarled, putting as much disgust into his voice as he could manage. Silently, he apologized to Luma for what he was about to do, then continued his performance. "You've dishonored the proud traditions of our people. You've tainted this duel and spat on everything it means to be a warrior." "What?" "No, I would never." Luma stumbled backward as if she'd been physically struck, her face a mask of pain and confusion, but Ben wasn't finished. He pressed one hand on his chest and continued his accusation. "Don't you feel any shame winning through such cowardly methods?" "No. I didn't do anything, it wasn't me." Luma protested, her voice breaking slightly, but even as she denied involvement, her mind was working. If she hadn't caused Ben's sudden collapse, then someone else must have. And there was only one person in the arena with both the means and motivation to interfere. Her head snapped up toward the royal viewing platform, and her eyes locked onto the Red King with murderous intensity. "Just wait," she called down to Ben, her voice carrying clearly across the arena. "This match doesn't count. I'll demand a completely fair rematch, I swear it." Then she launched herself upward, covering the hundreds of feet to the viewing platform in a single bound. Her feet hit the deck with enough force to crack the reinforced metal, and she strode toward the Red King with obvious hostile intent. "Angmo-san," she roared, using the Red King's true name like a curse. "How dare you interfere in my battle? How dare you bring shame to the name of Princess Luma Redwinf?" "Wait, that wasn't me." Angmo-san protested, scrambling backward in his throne. He'd wanted to interfere, had been about to activate Ben's collar, but the man had collapsed on his own before he could act. Now he had no idea how to explain that he was innocent of this particular crime. When he looked back toward the arena, he saw Ben grinning up at him with obvious satisfaction, clearly unaffected by whatever had supposedly disabled him. Oh no, the Red King realized with growing horror. He played me, this whole thing was a setup, and now he's turned Luma against me. But there was no time to explain the truth. Luma was advancing on him with murder in her eyes, and he had only one defender left. Kaira stepped between them, her body crackling with old power energy. "Calm yourself, Princess Luma. Get out of my way, Kaira," Luma snapped. "I need to clear my name and restore my honor." Kaira actually sympathized with Luma's position. She'd grown tired of the Red King's underhanded tactics, but her duty as his lieutenant took precedence over her personal feelings. "This match violated arena protocols from the beginning," she said firmly. "His Majesty was within his rights to stop it." The Red King wanted to protest that he hadn't actually done anything, but he quickly realized that claiming credit for Ben's collapse might be his only way out of this situation. He was caught between admitting his innocence and facing Luma's wrath, or accepting blame for something he didn't do but probably should have. "Kaira is correct," he said finally, trying to project more confidence than he felt. "The match was unauthorized. The challenger must win one more match before he can face you officially." "Fine," Luma agreed, though her tone made it clear she was anything but calm, "but I want his collar removed immediately. And from now on, he stays with me to ensure you don't try any more of your cowardly tricks." The Red King felt his face flush with a mixture of rage and humiliation. Not only had he been outmaneuvered by a supposed slave, but now Luma wanted to live with the man, which raised all sorts of uncomfortable implications about her intentions. But with Luma's blazing eyes fixed on him and Kaira's uncertain loyalty hanging in the balance, he had little choice but to agree. Very well, he said through gritted teeth. The collar will be removed and he may reside in the royal quarters under your supervision. As the words left his mouth, the Red King couldn't help but feel that his carefully constructed empire was beginning to crumble around him. And somehow, it was all because of one supposedly powerless human who had turned out to be anything but helpless. The champion's quarters were a stark contrast to the filthy holding cells Ben had left behind. Luxurious furnishings, flowing water features, and comfortable living spaces, all designed to pamper the arena's elite fighters and keep them content in their gilded cage. Ben found himself thinking about Loki as he settled into the opulent surroundings. The Asgardian prince wasn't actually dead, of course. Faking his own demise was practically Loki's signature move, and Ben had caught a glimpse of the real trickster slipping away through an illusion just before the death blow had landed. If everything went according to plan, Loki would be out there right now, gathering the scattered resistance forces across Sakaar instead of fleeing to some distant corner of the galaxy. At least, Ben hoped that was what Loki was doing. The god of mischief's cooperation would be crucial for what came next. The sound of gently lapping water drew Ben's attention back to the present. He turned to see Luma relaxing in the ornate hot spring that dominated the quarter's main chamber, her forearms draped casually along the pool's edge, her expression more peaceful than he'd ever seen it. Never imagined my first co-ed bathing experience would be with an alien princess, Ben thought with dark amusement. I still prefer you in your Tetraman form, Luma said, her eyes studying Ben's human appearance with obvious disappointment. Though I suppose this version has its own charm. Ben felt a stab of guilt for the deception he'd had to employ during their fight. I owe you an apology, Luma. I misjudged you completely. You're an honorable warrior and I look forward to facing you again when the circumstances are fairer. His acknowledgement of her integrity brought a genuine smile to Luma's face, the first purely happy expression he'd seen from her since they'd met. Of course, she replied, her enthusiasm infectious. Once you complete your match, we can have a proper rematch without any interference. The thought of another battle clearly energized her, but Ben shook his head, his expression growing serious. I'm not talking about another challenge. He rose from the warm water and began dressing, his movements deliberate and purposeful. You saw what happened out there. The Red King has no intention of honoring the sacred traditions of combat. Allowing someone like him to rule this arena, this entire planet, is an insult to everything warriors stand for. Ben's voice carried a weight of conviction that made Luma sit up straighter in the water. A man who doesn't understand honor, who corrupts the very concept of a fair fight, who knows what other schemes he's plotting in the shadows. You want to conquer Sakaar? Luma asked, though her tone suggested she'd already guessed the answer. A slow nod followed her question. I've been considering the same thing for quite some time, but it won't be easy to accomplish. Ben felt a surge of relief. Having Luma as an ally rather than an obstacle would make everything significantly simpler. You've been planning this too. Don't assume we Tetramand are nothing but mindless brutes who solve every problem with our fists, Luma replied with mock offense, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. I've done my due diligence. The Red King's Lieutenant Kaira possesses tremendous power, enough to match me in single combat. Beyond that, she has access to advanced armor, exotic weapons, and commands the Death's Head Warguards. I couldn't handle all of that alone. She paused, studying Ben with calculating eyes. But with both of us working together, it might be possible. The real problem is the control collar. If we move against the Red King openly in the arena, every fighter will become our enemy whether they want to or not. Taking out the leader first won't work as long as those things exist, Luma continued, her tactical mind clearly engaged. And that's not even considering the Death's Head Warguards. The Red King has had years to build his forces on this planet, and his soldiers carry some truly devastating weapons. Her expression grew wistful. If only the Red Wind Legion were here with us. My father's fleet could reduce Sakaar to rubble in a matter of hours. That explained her initial excitement when she'd first seen Ben's four-arms transformation. She'd thought he was an emissary from her homeworld, perhaps sent to bring her back or provide military support. Unfortunately, we can't count on reinforcements from your empire, Ben said gently, but we're not limited to just the two of us. There are other fighters in the arena, Beta Ray Bill, for instance, who fought you yesterday. If we're lucky, we might also recruit the Valkyrie and whatever resistance movements exist on this planet. War. Luma's eyes lit up with predatory excitement as she slapped the water enthusiastically. I love it. When do we start? She pressed herself against the edge of the pool, her muscular frame radiating barely contained energy. As a member of a warrior culture, the prospect of large-scale conflict was like offering candy to a child. After my next match, the Red King will definitely try to eliminate me, Ben explained, his mind already working through the tactical implications. But he won't risk doing it himself. He'll send others to handle the dirty work. Luma nodded knowingly. My guess is he'll deploy Kaera and the Death's Head Warguards. Perfect. If he's willing to divide his forces, we can defeat them piecemeal. By the time the third match arrives, he'll be isolated and defenseless. Excellent strategy, Luma approved. Then her expression shifted to something softer, more personal. Conquered territories, broken enemies, defeated armies. All we need is an ice creature and the traditional engagement gifts will be complete. She blinked all four eyes at Ben in what was clearly meant to be a seductive manner. And we'll have a grand war to celebrate our wedding. You're so thoughtful, my dear. Ben felt his blood pressure rise. I think there's been a misunderstanding, he said quickly. These aren't engagement gifts, they're the spoils of taking Sakar. I'm setting up a base here and forming my own unit. I'm calling them the Plumbers. But Luma had apparently inherited the Tetraman trait of selective hearing when it came to inconvenient facts. Fortunately, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Brunhilde, who strode into the quarters with her usual bottle of alcohol in hand and a sardonic smile on her lips. I hope I'm not interrupting anything intimate, she asked, though her tone suggested she didn't particularly care either way. Only if you can tell me where to find ice creatures on this planet, Luma replied matter-of-factly. Otherwise, no. That depends entirely on luck, Brunhilde said with a shrug. I've never seen any ice-based life forms come through the portal. Most creatures that end up here are from warm climate worlds. Ben wisely chose not to mention that Loki was technically a frost giant. That information could prove useful later, but revealing it now might complicate things unnecessarily. Brunhilde, Luma and I are planning something that might interest you, Ben said instead. Would you like to hear the details? I'm listening, she replied, taking a long drink from her bottle. Ben outlined a carefully edited version of their rebellion plan, leaving out the more sensitive details while emphasizing the potential benefits. Brunhilde listened with the practiced attention of someone who'd spent centuries evaluating risks and rewards. As a scavenger, she had no particular loyalty to the Red King, and she seemed genuinely indifferent to who ruled Sakar as long as it didn't interfere with her drinking. But Ben could see her calculating the odds, weighing the potential gains against the very real dangers. Brunhilde, I know you want nothing to do with Asgard, Ben said when he finished. But I'm not an Asgardian and Sakar isn't Asgard. Instead of scraping by as a bounty hunter under the Red King's thumb, why not join us? Think about it, unlimited access to the finest liquors in the galaxy, no more worrying about payment or supplies. Brunhilde stroked her chin thoughtfully, her business-minded approach to life clearly engaged. After so many years of survival-focused thinking, she'd become more merchant than warrior. You know, if I told the Red King about your little conspiracy, he'd probably pay me enough to drink for the next century, she mused. But you're in luck. I genuinely despise everything that coward represents. She extended her hand to Ben, and he shook it firmly, sealing their alliance. Meanwhile, in the Red King's palace, Angmo-san paced his throne room like a caged animal, his face twisted with rage and frustration. Kaera stood nearby, her expression neutral but her posture suggesting she was ready for violence at a moment's notice. Princess Luma's passion for combat is well known, Kaera said in what was probably meant to be a comforting tone. It's natural that she would be angry if she believed your majesty had interfered with her fight. But I didn't interfere. The Red King snapped, his voice cracking slightly with indignation. That's what makes this so infuriating. He'd employed underhanded tactics so many times in the past that even his most loyal servants assumed he was lying. The irony of being blamed for something he hadn't actually done would have been amusing if it weren't so damaging to his authority. Kaera's expression suggested she was humoring a petulant child rather than believing his protests. Oh yes, your majesty, of course it wasn't you. I'm sure that fighter just spontaneously decided to collapse and convulse for dramatic effect. The Red King could practically read her thoughts, and it made his fury burn even hotter. If Kaera had been anyone else, he would have had her executed for such insubordination. But she was his most powerful enforcer, and losing her would be like cutting off his own arm. Since he couldn't punish Kaera or Luma, that left only one target for his rage. That pretender must die, he snarled, clenching his fists until his knuckles went white. Schedule him to fight in the Maw for his second match. I want it broadcast across the entire planet so everyone can see what happens to those who defy me. You mean the Great Maw? Kaera asked, genuine surprise flickering across her usually stoic features. The Red King's smile was pure malice. Not just that, you'll be there too, along with the entire Death's Head War Guards. I want him obliterated so thoroughly that there won't be enough left to identify. But Your Majesty, what about Princess Luma's reaction? Kaera hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the escalation. This level of force seems. The combination of forces the Red King was proposing, the Great Maw, plus Kaera herself, plus the elite Death's Head War Guards, was enough firepower to assault a small planet. Using all of that against a single fighter seemed like massive overkill. Do as I command, the Red King roared, his voice echoing off the palace walls. Kaera had no choice but to comply. Despite her superior strength, she was still controlled by the implant in her spine, and direct disobedience was literally impossible for her. Only after she left to carry out his orders did the Red King allow himself a cold smile. Even with all those preparations, he wasn't satisfied. As a proper villain, he knew better than to give his enemies any chance of survival. Moving to a secure communication console, he activated an encrypted channel and spoke into the darkness. Prepare the Death Flame missiles and the spike arrays. If all else fails, we'll reduce that entire section of the arena to molten slag. Loki's eyes fluttered open to reveal rough stone walls and the acrid smell of sulfur. He was still trapped on this garbage-strewn planet, still far from home, still bearing the physical and emotional scars of his time as the Red King's entertainment. The memory of his supposed death in the arena came flooding back, the carefully orchestrated illusion that had allowed him to escape, while everyone believed him to be another casualty of the Red King's bloodthirsty spectacles. Ben had made it possible, removing the neural inhibitor and him using illusion to make others still saw he still had it. After fleeing the arena, Loki had pushed himself to the breaking point, desperate to put as much distance as possible between himself and the arena. He'd finally collapsed somewhere in the wasteland, his body overwhelmed by exhaustion and untreated injuries. The chains were gone, but the wounds that had pierced flesh and bone would take much longer to heal. A silver-skinned humanoid entered the cave carrying what appeared to be water, though the liquid's murky appearance suggested it barely qualified for the name. When the alien noticed Loki was awake, he set down his burden and carefully stepped back. Loki immediately tensed, his hand moving instinctively toward where a dagger would normally rest. Old habits from a lifetime of palace intrigue died hard. Seeing his reaction, the alien raised both hands in a gesture of peace. Easy there, Your Highness. If we meant you harm, we would have dragged you back to the arena while you were unconscious. The great Red King doesn't even know his prize prisoner escaped death. The words dripped with sarcasm, making it clear that this stranger held no love for Sakar's self-appointed ruler. The comment triggered a memory of Ben's words. That Red King is so arrogant he can't see past his own nose, Ben had said. Do you really think the people of this planet are content to live under his boot? Loki, you're the only one who can leave the arena now. You're also the only one who can unite the resistance forces. And why would you trust me to do that? Loki had asked, genuinely curious about the young man's motivations. Because you could run away like a beaten dog if you wanted to. But that would mean the Red King never pays for enslaving a prince of Asgard. Or maybe you'd prefer to crawl home to your mother. Let Odin and Thor see exactly how thoroughly you've been broken. The words had stung because they carried a grain of truth. But then Ben's tone had shifted, becoming almost conspiratorial. This is your chance to prove yourself, Loki. If you can become the true king of Sakar, who could ever question your right to rule Asgard? The memory faded as the alien placed the murky water within reach. Loki looked down at the offering with undisguised disgust. It resembled muddy soup more than anything fit for consumption. Compared to this, even the arena's slop had been palatable. This is all we have, the alien explained, noting Loki's expression. The Red King hoards every resource on this planet. Everything flows to the capital while the rest of us fight over scraps. Some of the scavenger tribes have been reduced to eating alien corpses just to survive. Loki remained silent for a long moment, his cracked lips a testament to his desperate thirst. Then, unexpectedly, he began to laugh, a sound that held more genuine amusement than anything he'd felt in months. It seems you're in desperate need of a truly wise ruler, he said, his natural charisma reasserting itself even in these dire circumstances. If you're willing to help us, we'd be honored by your assistance, the alien replied carefully. I know you're a prince of Asgard and have every reason to hate the Red King. I can take you to meet the leader of our resistance movement. He paused, and something almost religious flickered across his features. But you should know we're not looking for a new king from Offworld. We're waiting for someone else, the true son of Sakar. Meanwhile, in the gladiator holding cells beneath the arena, Beta Ray Bill worked the stiffness from his muscles. Several days of rest had done wonders for his recovery, though he knew the respite was temporary. Soon enough, he'd be thrown back into the fighting pit to bleed for the crowd's entertainment. As he moved through his exercises, he couldn't help but overhear the other prisoners discussing the events of the previous week. "He almost had her," one fighter was saying, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and frustration. If the Red King hadn't interfered, he would have been the first person to defeat the Red Wind Queen in single combat. "What's the point of talking about it?" Another replied bitterly. "We all know how this game works. The Red King doesn't allow anyone to upset his carefully arranged theater." "Damn implant," a third voice muttered, "if it weren't for it." The conversation died abruptly as guards approached, but Bill had heard enough. He opened his palm to reveal a small device no larger than a communicator, an elegant piece of technology that Ben had somehow acquired and modified for their purposes. According to the plan Ben had outlined in careful whispers, this device could jam the control signals, but only if placed at the highest possible point. The summit of the totem tower would provide coverage for the entire capital, effectively freeing every enslaved fighter and worker simultaneously. Bill's mission was to infiltrate the tower during Ben's second match, when attention would be focused elsewhere. Originally, the task should have fallen to Luma. She had the necessary strength and agility, but everyone agreed that the Red King would be watching her closely during the fight, suspicious of any attempt to interfere with his plans. That left Bill, whose power was well established but whose loyalty was still considered questionable by the Red King's forces. Meanwhile, Brunhilde would be rallying the scavenger tribes scattered throughout the wasteland, adding their numbers to the growing rebellion. If everything went according to plan, they would have two elite warriors in Ben and Luma, the freed gladiators led by Bill, the resistance forces Loki was gathering, and countless desperate scavengers ready to fight for a chance at a better life. Combined, these groups could wage war on a planetary scale. The week had passed quietly, with each faction making their preparations in secret. Now the moment of truth had arrived. The second match was unlike anything the arena had previously hosted. Instead of the familiar confines of the gladiatorial pit, the Red King had chosen a location that struck fear into even the most hardened warriors: the Great Maw. From the rim, the massive crater resembled a colossal mine, its spiral pathways winding down into what appeared to be the very depths of hell. At the bottom, visible even from this height, molten rock bubbled and churned like a lake of liquid fire. The heat rising from the depths was so intense that Ben could feel it against his skin even through his protective gear. Above him, camera-equipped aircraft hovered like mechanical vultures, broadcasting the trial to every screen across Sakar. Since the battlefield was located far from the capital, live coverage was the only way for the population to witness what the Red King undoubtedly expected to be a spectacular execution. Back in the capital, the Red King sat upon his throne in full battle array. Golden exoskeleton armor covered his body from head to toe. The power source alone could have supplied a small city, while the weapon systems were capable of leveling city blocks. The Red King was many things, but careless wasn't one of them. With Keira and the Death's Head warguards deployed to eliminate Ben, he had recalled every available soldier to protect himself. The entire royal guard now surrounded the totem tower, while exotic weapons remained on standby for any conceivable threat. He had fortified himself like a turtle in its shell, which explained why warriors like Luma held him in such contempt. But the Red King no longer cared about maintaining the pretense of honor or fair play. Originally, he'd attempted to court Luma's favor through displays of wealth and power, knowing that taking her by force would be costly and dangerous. But her public defiance during the last match had shattered any remaining patience he possessed. Once Ben was dead, he would immediately recall his forces and move against Luma. No more games, no more attempts at diplomacy. She would become his slave whether she wanted to or not. "Any unusual activity from our guest?" he asked, his tone making it clear that Luma's status had changed dramatically. A guard stepped forward, maintaining the respectful posture that the Red King demanded. "Princess Luma has remained in the training facilities, apparently preparing for what she believes will her rematch." "How unfortunate," the Red King replied with cold satisfaction. "There will never be a rematch. I want everyone on this planet to see what happens to slaves who dare to defy me." At the Great Maw, Keira stood with the assembled Death's Head warguards, her expression unreadable behind her ceremonial mask. Each of the elite soldiers wore exoskeleton armor similar to the Red King's, though their models were older and less sophisticated. Still, any one of them could have conquered a small settlement single-handedly. Keira's feelings about the mission were complicated. On one hand, she found the Red King's methods distasteful. Deploying an entire army to eliminate a single fighter seemed like massive overkill. On the other hand, the implant embedded in her spine made disobedience literally impossible. For now, she would wait. The creature dwelling in this place was legendary for good reason. Even someone with Ben's demonstrated power might not survive the encounter. If the monster did the job for them, the whole exercise would be basic. But if Ben somehow managed to defeat it, that would be the moment to strike, when exhaustion and injury had left him vulnerable. She approached Ben's position at the crater's edge, her movement fluid and predatory despite the heavy armor she wore. Even accounting for her alien heritage, Keira possessed an undeniably impressive physique, though Ben found himself unmoved by the display. "This is the Great Maw," she said, gesturing toward the fiery depths. "Your trial is simple: defeat the creature that dwells within and you advance to the final challenge." Ben peered into the lava and immediately sensed that something massive was stirring in response to his presence. The molten rock began to churn more violently, and a sound like distant thunder echoed from the depths. Roar! The creature emerged like a living mountain, its body composed of molten rock and superheated metal. The Great Maw itself began to erupt in response to the beast's awakening, sending fountains of lava hundreds of feet into the air. The ambient temperature spiked instantly, rising past human tolerance levels and continuing to climb. Even with his enhanced physiology, Ben could feel the heat searing his lungs with every breath. Yet Keira, standing just meters away, appeared completely unaffected by the infernal conditions. "Good luck, Challenger," she said, her tone suggesting she didn't expect him to need it for long. As she glided away to a safe observation distance, the volcanic eruption reached its full fury. Ash and superheated gas shot skyward like a missile launch, while rivers of molten rock began flowing down the crater's walls. Burning debris rained from above like a vision of apocalypse. Boom. The eruption struck with the force of a civilization-ending catastrophe, a wall of fire and molten stone that seemed capable of reducing anything in its path to component atoms. From her vantage point, Keira watched the inferno swallow Ben completely and shook her head with something that might have been regret. Even she hadn't expected the Red King to go to such extremes. This wasn't an execution, it was the complete annihilation of everything within a mile radius. Through the swirling curtain of volcanic ash and superheated air, a figure emerged that defied all expectation. Where Ben had stood moments before, now stood a towering crystalline warrior, his emerald facets catching and refracting the hellish glow of the erupting crater. Ben looked down at his transformed body and sighed in exasperation. "Diamond Head, seriously?" he muttered, his voice resonating with a harmonic quality that made it carry clearly over the roar of the lava. He scratched his crystalline head, considering the Omnitrix's choice. The first-generation device was notoriously prone to giving him unexpected transformations, but perhaps this time it had actually made the right call. Like Heat-Blessed, Diamond Head was completely immune to extreme temperatures, and in this particular environment, that immunity might prove far more useful than flame powers. A sharp whistling sound cut through his contemplation as something massive emerged from the volcanic depths. A tail the size of a subway car, trailing molten rock like liquid fire, whipped toward him with crushing force. Clang. Ben raised his arms without hesitation, crystalline growths extending from his forearms to form a shield larger than a truck. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, but his diamond-hard defense held firm. "Right," he said, analyzing the situation as lava dripped from his shield. Fighting a creature that bathes in magma with fire powers would be like trying to freeze an iceberg with a snowball. Even at his angriest, when Heat-Blast could theoretically reach temperatures approaching stellar cores, Heat-Blast's normal flames topped out at a few thousand degrees Celsius. For a creature that treated molten rock as a comfortable warm bath, such heat would be more like a pleasant sauna than a weapon. The thick volcanic ash robbed him of normal vision, creating a world of gray-orange shadows where nothing was quite what it seemed. But Ben wasn't worried about finding his opponent. In an environment like this, the monster would come to him soon enough. The molten rock felt strange against his crystalline skin, supporting his weight like impossibly hot water. He could sense the creature moving through the lava around him, creating currents and pressure waves that his enhanced senses could track even through the murky environment. Then he felt it, a massive displacement of lava rushing toward him from behind, like a thermal torpedo closing in for the kill. Ben spun around just as the Great Maw's guardian Deathfear burst through the molten rock with the fury of a living avalanche. Boom! Outside the crater, the audience, both those present and those watching via broadcast, could see almost nothing of the actual battle. The sky for kilometers around had been swallowed by volcanic ash so thick it blotted out the sun. The air itself seemed to burn, and even the heavily armored Death's Head warguards had been forced to retreat to avoid being caught in the expanding destruction. Most of the camera drones had pulled back to safe distances, their feeds showing little more than an apocalyptic wall of gray-black smoke punctuated by occasional explosions of orange flame. "I thought that guy was supposed to be some kind of champion," the Red King said dismissively from his throne, resting his chin on one gauntleted hand. "Turns out he's just another overconfident fool. I didn't even need to deploy the Death's Head warguards for this." His tone was casual, almost bored, as if Ben's apparent death was nothing more than a mildly disappointing entertainment program. "Your Majesty," one of the royal guards asked with proper deference, "shall I order the Death's Head warguards and Lieutenant Kaira to return to the capital?" "Absolutely not," the Red King replied coldly. "They stay put until the Great Maw clear. I want to see the charred remains of that arrogant bastard with my own eyes." Withdrawing forces before confirming the enemy's death was the kind of amateur mistake that got tyrants overthrown. The Red King hadn't maintained his grip on power for this long by being careless. At the designated fallback position, a small village belonging to the Shadow People, Kaira led the Death's Head warguards in their tactical withdrawal. The moment they entered the settlement, she could feel the waves of fear and disgust radiating from the inhabitants. To her own people, Kaira represented the ultimate betrayal, a Shadow People warrior who had chosen to serve their oppressor rather than fight for freedom. They saw her as a traitor who used her strength to enforce the very system that kept them in chains, but they were powerless to express their feelings openly. They could only bow their heads and endure, just as they'd been doing for years. Kaira showed no outward reaction to their silent condemnation, but the soldiers of the Death's Head warguards made no effort to hide their contempt. As members of the Red King's own species, they considered themselves the natural rulers of Sakar, viewing all other races as inferior beings fit only for servitude. "Now we just wait for the Deathfire to finish its tantrum and the Great Maw clear," one of the soldiers said to Kaira, his tone deliberately casual. "Once we confirm the challenger's death, we can head home." Kaira didn't respond immediately, her attention focused on the distant crater where explosions continued to light up the ash-darkened sky. The sounds of destruction seemed to go on forever, far longer than any previous disturbance from the Deathfire. Can that creature really consume someone like this new challenger? She wondered. This eruption is lasting much longer than normal. Her lack of immediate response irritated the Death's Head soldier, who was already predisposed to resent taking orders from what he considered a lesser species. Just another Shadow People slave who's forgotten her place, he thought venomously, his hand drifting toward his weapon. The soldiers were practically vibrating with barely contained bloodlust. If Kaira hadn't been there to restrain them, they would have already begun slaughtering villagers to pass the time while waiting for the volcanic activity to subside. Miles away, Brunhilde stood before another gathering of scavengers, these ones even more hostile to her presence than usual. The wasteland had its own brutal hierarchy, and she had never bothered to respect the territorial boundaries that other scavenger tribes considered sacred. "What are you doing here, rule-breaking outsider?" demanded the leader of this particular group, his voice dripping with disdain. Brunhilde wasn't unwelcome because she was foreign. Half the scavengers on Sakar were originally from other worlds, former gladiators who had won their freedom but been exiled to the wasteland rather than allowed to remain in the capital. No, she was excluded because she consistently raided other tribes' territories for salvage, and none of them had been able to stop her. The so-called Garbage King wasn't a real monarch, just someone who could barely maintain order among the competing scavenger factions. Getting them to work together toward a common goal was virtually impossible under normal circumstances. Brunhilde pointed toward the distant screens that showed the volcanic eruption consuming the sky. "I'm here to bring you hope." Many of the scavengers followed her gesture, but the screens showed nothing but impenetrable ash clouds and occasional flashes of fire. "I heard there was some fighter who supposedly defeated the Red Wind Queen," the Garbage King said skeptically. "But from the looks of things, he's already been incinerated without even leaving a corpse behind. He was a Shadow People member like Kaira, though his scavenged clothing and makeshift armor made it difficult to determine his exact origins. The monster in the Great Maw, the Deathfire, has existed on Sakar for thousands of years," he continued, his voice taking on the cadence of someone reciting ancient lore. "Only the prophesied son of Sakar could ever hope to subdue such a creature. Every native-born Sakarian knew the legend by heart. The son of Sakar would be their savior, the one destined to transform their world, to bring life to the wasteland and conquer the forces of nature itself. If there is a son of Sakar, Brunhilde declared, her voice ringing with conviction, then this is him. Her words triggered an explosion of outrage. Hundreds of energy weapons swiveled toward her, targeting her head and heart with deadly precision. The Garbage King's voice rose to a furious roar. I will never allow you to defile the sacred prophecy. The very suggestion that an off-worlder could be their prophesied savior was the ultimate blasphemy to these desperate people clinging to their last hope. In the gladiator cells beneath the arena, the fighters' reactions ranged from despair to bitter resignation. After seeing Ben seemingly consumed by the volcanic eruption, most had given up any hope of escape. Hiram, who had been born on Sakar, looked particularly devastated. I knew the Red King would never let him succeed, he said. The Deathfire is a natural disaster, a force of godly punishment. No one can conquer it, no one can defeat it. Maybe he's still alive, Korg suggested uncertainly, his rocky features creased with worry. After witnessing Ben's impossible transformation and victory over Korg had developed an almost superstitious faith in the man's ability to survive anything. Maybe he'll walk out carrying the monster's severed head in a few minutes, he continued, looking to Beta Ray Bill for support. What do you think, Bill? But Bill wasn't watching the screens. His attention was focused entirely on the two guards standing outside their cell, calculating distances and timing for what would need to happen next. Without turning his head, he said quietly, "He's alive." At the resistance base hidden in the wasteland, Loki watched the volcanic spectacle with growing concern. The rebels had been monitoring Red King communications, hoping to gain intelligence about troop movements and strategic vulnerabilities. It appears his story ends here, said the resistance leader, surprisingly revealing himself to be a red-skinned member of the Red King's own species. A trace of genuine regret crossed his weathered features. What a waste! That fighter possessed tremendous power. If he could have aided our cause, it would have been invaluable. Despite his words, the rebels weren't particularly surprised by Ben's apparent death. From the beginning, they hadn't truly expected support from an arena champion. In their experience, anyone powerful enough to survive the gladiatorial system was either completely broken by it or had made deals with the Red King to ensure their continued survival. They had placed their real hopes in Loki himself. I have heard tales of Asgardian might from countless refugees who have passed through the portal, the leader continued, studying Loki with a mixture of expectation and desperation. You are a prince of Asgard. If you could bring us aid from Asgard, we would be forever in your debt. Loki shook his head firmly. I am an exile. I lack the authority to summon armies. Go crawling back to Odin for help, that would be admitting defeat before the war even began. Loki wanted to prove himself as a leader and strategist, not play the role of Thor's little brother running home whenever things got difficult. But he couldn't afford to lose the Resistance's trust, so he quickly shifted gears. There's no need to worry, he said smoothly. My arrival marks the beginning of Sakar's liberation. He gestured to the screen showing the volcanic eruption. That warrior was just one of my generals. I have many more like him. The rebels turned toward him, eyes lighting up with interest, hope flickering behind their guarded expressions. Really? One of them said, arms crossed, clearly unconvinced. Because word is that Asgardian scavenger's the one who sold you to the arena. Loki's expression darkened, but he kept his composure. Any sign of doubt could shatter their trust. Or perhaps, he said, voice low and deliberate, I am the son of Sakar your prophecies spoke of. Perhaps there never was a son of Sakar to begin with. An elderly Shadow People member stepped forward, his silver-blue skin marked with the scars of a lifetime's hardship. While you cannot bring us reinforcements from Asgard, any additional strength is welcome. He turned to address the other rebels, many of whom looked disappointed by Loki's limitations. I know many of you dream of the legendary child of prophecy, the one who will overthrow the Red King's tyranny and transform our world. The cave fell silent as all eyes focused on the elder. Many believe that when he comes, Sakar will become fertile again and the rivers will run clean. When he arrives, children will no longer have to hide underground and fight scavengers for rotting scraps. The silence stretched, heavy with years of accumulated pain and hope. I once believed such stories myself, but we cannot continue waiting forever. Perhaps there is no son of Sakar, or perhaps every one of us who takes up arms to defend our right to exist is a son of Sakar. After a long pause, the red-skinned leader spoke in a voice heavy with responsibility. But we still need someone who can lead us to victory. The elder raised his head toward the screen, which continued to show nothing but impenetrable darkness and distant explosions. This time, the Deathfire's fury seemed like it would never end. Infinite energy poured forth as molten rock consumed the entire mining complex and began spreading toward the surrounding forests. Burning debris fell from the sky like apocalyptic rain. Everyone across Sakar was watching, waiting to see how this battle would end. But the smoke never cleared. Standing on a high platform in the Shadow People village, Kaira felt her usual composure beginning to crack. The volcanic activity was intensifying rather than diminishing, and the flow of lava was expanding in all directions. If this continues, the molten rock will reach the village, she said, more to herself than to anyone else. Most Sakarian settlements were built underground to protect against falling debris and the planet's frequent atmospheric disturbances. But underground construction meant they were vulnerable to lava flows. Once the molten rock found its way into the tunnel systems, every living thing would be incinerated within minutes. She glanced around at the villagers huddled in doorways and shadows. Mostly elderly people and children, they clung to each other with eyes full of fear and barely suppressed rage. They hated her for what she represented, but they were helpless to act on that hatred. Boom. Another massive explosion shook the ground, this one powerful enough to crack stone foundations throughout the village. The death fire, dormant for thousands of years, seemed to be releasing millennia of accumulated fury all at once. Then, without warning, the Great Maw simply burst. Like a dam failing under impossible pressure, the crater walls collapsed outward as a tsunami of molten rock roared across the landscape. The boiling lava rushed in all directions with the unstoppable force of a natural disaster, consuming everything in its path. Kaira's mind went blank with horror. She could survive the lava easily enough, but the villagers, the elderly, the children, everyone too weak to flee, would be reduced to ash within seconds. This was destruction on a geological scale. Even with all her old power abilities, she was just an insect compared to the forces of nature unleashed before her. In that moment of despair, an ancient prophecy echoed through her thoughts. Not just hers, but every Sakarian who witnessed the catastrophe remembered the story they had heard countless times since childhood. Boom! Suddenly, the ground itself began to rise. Massive crystalline formations erupted from the earth like the petals of some impossible flower, each one taller than the surrounding mountains and brilliant as captured starlight. The crystal barriers formed a wall that dwarfed any fortification ever built, standing directly in the path of the advancing lava. The molten rock struck the barriers and simply stopped, held back by structures that seemed to defy every law of physics and geology. In the center of the crystalline bloom, a spear of pure diamond pierced through the body of the Great Maw's guardian, the Deathfire holding the massive creature aloft like a trophy. At the spear's tip, glittering in the hellish light of the eruption, stood the Emerald Warrior who had accomplished the impossible. Kaira stared in absolute shock, her breath catching in her throat as the words escaped unbidden, "Son of Sakar. He is the son of Sakar." The thought blazed through every mind across the planet like wildfire. Here was the prophesied savior, the Emerald Warrior who had conquered unconquerable nature, who had turned back the flames of destruction itself with walls of living crystal. The indigenous Sakarians who had clung to the ancient prophecy for generations felt their hearts soar as they reached toward the miraculous vision in the sky. Standing among the ruins of the Great Maw, Kaira struggled to process what she was witnessing. The crystalline warrior bore the same symbol on his chest as the four-armed fighter from the arena, and their clothing shared unmistakable similarities. Is this the same person? She wondered, though the transformation seemed impossible even by Sakar's twisted standards. In his palace, the Red King watched the same scene with apoplectic rage. "Kill him," he roared, his voice cracking with fury. "I don't care what he is or where he came from, destroy that thing immediately." Like every megalomaniac who had ever lived, the Red King believed himself to be destiny's chosen one. In his mind, he was the true son of Sakar. After all, wasn't he the emperor who ruled the planet and had brought it prosperity? The very existence of another claimant to that title was intolerable blasphemy. "I am the son of Sakar," he snarled through clenched teeth, his knuckles white with rage. Kaira and the Death's Head Warguards had no choice but to obey, but before they could organize their attack, Ben noticed their position from his crystal spire. The situation was exactly as Luma had predicted. The Red King was deploying his elite forces to eliminate the perceived threat. Time to take the initiative, Ben thought. He leaped from his crystalline perch, creating a glittering slide of diamond beneath his feet that carried him toward Kaira's location at tremendous speed. "I really need to design a proper hoverboard," he muttered as he descended. Standard equipment for any self-respecting crystal warrior. He'd seen Norman Osborn's glider technology, but it relied on crude thrust rather than true anti-gravity systems. Surely the Omnitrix's database contained something more elegant. Seeing the Diamond Warrior approaching, Kaira knew that battle was inevitable. She straightened to her full height and called out in a voice that carried across the entire village. Civilians take cover, Death's Head warguards prepare for combat. The elderly and children had already fled to underground shelters, but the elite soldiers needed no additional motivation. Even while Ben was still airborne, hundreds of energy weapons opened fire, filling the sky with a deadly light show. Clang, 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 the energy bolt struck Ben's crystalline form and simply bounced off, leaving no mark on his diamond-hard skin. Are those weapons from the clearance rack? Ben asked with amusement as he ignored the spectacular but ineffective barrage. Then he struck the ground like a meteorite. Boom, the impact created a crater 20 feet across, but Ben was already moving. He swept his arm through the air, and a massive crystalline appendage erupted from the earth, sweeping toward the Death's Head soldiers like a bulldozer made of emerald. More than a dozen warriors were sent flying, though their advanced armor prevented serious injury. The crystal growths Ben could create at range were nowhere near as durable as his own body. Within moments, the soldiers had shattered his constructs with concentrated weapons fire and melee attacks. But that brief distraction was all Ben needed. Hundreds of elite soldiers surrounded him, moving with the coordinated precision of a military unit that had trained together for years. They served the Red King absolutely, with no goal beyond Ben's destruction. The mass assault began immediately. Ben's arm morphed into a gleaming blade as he charged into their midst. Combat became a whirlwind of violence. He carved through one warrior's armor while another drove a spear into his back. Fortunately, his crystalline physiology meant he felt no pain from wounds, and damage to his structure didn't impair his power. The Death's Head soldiers, by contrast, discovered that their exoskeleton armor had gaps in coverage. Once Ben's crystal blades found those weak points, they quickly lost combat capability. Clang. Another strike sent sparks flying as Ben deflected a power sword with his left arm, which had transformed into a shield. His right arm shifted from blade to palm to multi-barreled cannon, launching a barrage of crystal shards in all directions. He was a one-man army, seamlessly shifting between offense and defense as the tactical situation demanded. In the gladiator cells beneath the arena, the imprisoned fighters watched Ben's display with awe and growing excitement. "You and Druk are both silicon-based life forms," one of them said to Korg, "but you're nowhere near that powerful. He's like a god of war made manifest." "Hey, we're completely different species," Korg protested. "He's green, I'm more of a charcoal color, totally different mineral composition." "Can you create additional limbs like he does?" another fighter asked. Beta Ray Bill pushed through the crowd that had gathered around the viewing screens, his features set with grim determination. Despite his generally gentle nature, his current expression was intimidating enough to silence the chatter. "Friends," he announced, his voice carrying absolute conviction, "the time has come to change our destiny." "What are you planning?" someone asked nervously. "To eliminate our new friend, the Red King has deployed most of his forces away from the capital. The Totem Tower has never been more vulnerable. If we don't seize this opportunity, we may never get another." "But what about the Red Wind Queen?" another prisoner asked. "She'll try to stop us." "The Red Wind Queen is on our side," Bill interrupted. "Or more precisely, she's on our new friend's side." "Ooh," Korg made an inappropriately suggestive sound, earning disapproving glares from everyone present. "I mean revolution, yes, revolution," he corrected hastily, waving his rocky fist in the air. "What about the control implant?" Came the inevitable question that everyone had been dreading. The implants were the ultimate deterrent. As long as they remained active, the Red King could kill any of them with the touch of a button, regardless of how many prisoners participated in the uprising. Bill opened his palm to reveal a small device no larger than a communicator. "Our new friend gave me this. If I can place it at the highest point of the Totem Tower, it will jam the control implant signals throughout the capital." The dungeon fell silent as everyone processed the implications. "If you're too scared, I'll go alone," Bill continued. "I don't expect everyone to contribute, but at least watch for traitors." "Who says we won't help?" Hiram immediately jumped to his feet, clenching his fist with revolutionary fervor. "For the son of Sakar, freedom is within our grasp. I love a good revolution," Meek added enthusiastically. Boom, Korg and Druk punched through the cell door simultaneously, their massive fists connecting with the guards' skulls before they could raise an alarm. "Grab weapons and charge." Bill roared, hefting his massive warhammer. The gladiator uprising began with volcanic force, and similar scenes played out across Sakar. Resistance fighters and scavenger tribes who had witnessed their prophesied savior began mobilizing their forces for a march on the imperial capital. Meanwhile, near the Great Maw, Ben's battle with the Death's Head warguards continued to rage. Hundreds of elite soldiers had fallen before his relentless assault. For a warrior who never tired and felt no pain, numerical superiority meant very little. Only overwhelming force could hope to defeat Diamond Head, and that force was approaching now. Kaora stepped through the battlefield carnage, her movements fluid and predatory despite her imposing stature. She wore what appeared to be a modified cheongsam in gray blue, with high slits extending to her waist and black undergarments visible beneath. Silver armor protected her powerful legs, and at nearly 2 meters tall, she stood eye-to-eye with Ben's crystalline form. She didn't attack immediately. Instead, she asked, "Are you the challenger or the son of Sakar?" "I'm him, you can also call me Diamond Head," Ben replied. "As for the son of Sakar, I've never heard of him, but Kaora, your shadow people, aren't you? Why serve the Red King?" He'd heard both Luma and Brunhilde speak of Kaora with surprising respect, which made her loyalty to their oppressor puzzling. "I began serving the Red King when I was 13, she said, taking a step forward. Blue energy began crackling around her body like contained lightning. He was recruiting the strongest and most talented Shadow People warriors at the time. Unfortunately, that was when the parasitic creature called Spike attacked our village. Everyone else was transformed into monsters. I was the only survivor. The Red King saved me." Perhaps because she sensed that Ben might truly be the prophesied savior, Kaora found herself compelled to explain her past, something she rarely discussed with anyone. "Since then, I've had a control disc implanted in my body. I have no choice but to obey his orders." As she spoke, she stomped her right foot against the ground. The solid rock beneath her shattered, instantly, spiderweb cracks spreading for dozens of feet in all directions. Then she clenched her hand into a fist and drove it toward Ben's chest with devastating force. Crack. Lightning-bright energy erupted from the impact point. Ben's arms, which he'd crossed defensively, were blown apart by the sheer power of Kaora's strike. He flew backward through the air and crashed into a rocky outcropping with enough force to create a small avalanche. Are all Shadow People members this strong? One of the surviving Death's Head soldiers gasped in disbelief. The power behind that punch rivaled what they'd seen from the Red Wind Queen herself. Even the Hulk would have been staggered by such an attack. But according to Kaora's own words, she wasn't enhanced or mutated, just the most naturally gifted member of her species. Ben pulled himself from the rubble with an acrobatic flip, then did something that made Kaora's eyes widen in shock. He slapped his hand against the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. "Duskwraith," he announced. Brilliant green light erupted around him, and when it faded, the crystalline warrior had vanished. In his place stood a silver-skinned humanoid wearing form-fitting black and white clothing, unmistakably a member of the Shadow People. Shadow People. Kaora whispered, her voice filled with wonder and growing realization. If she'd harbored any doubts about Ben being the son of Sakar, they were rapidly crumbling. The prophecies spoke of a savior who would embody all the peoples of Sakar, who would unite the planet's scattered tribes under a single banner. "Fight fire with fire," Ben said with a grin. In theory, when the Omnitrix extracted genetic material from any species, it automatically optimized those genes to their absolute peak, creating the healthiest, most capable version possible. While healthiest didn't always translate to strongest, the optimization process typically produced impressive results. This was why Ben's four-arms transformation had been able to overpower Luma despite male Tetramand normally being weaker than females. The Omnitrix had simply perfected what evolution had given that species. Boom. The silver-skinned Shadow People warrior was launched backward by Kaora's devastating kick, his body embedding so deeply into the rock face that it left a perfect human-shaped impression. "That's strange," Ben muttered as he extracted himself from the stone wall, looking genuinely puzzled. "How can there be such a massive difference in our capabilities?" "Hey Kaora," he called out, brushing rock dust from his black and white uniform, "why can't I generate that blue energy like you do?" Even if certain abilities were gender-specific among the Shadow People, the Omnitrix should have been able to replicate them in his transformed state. "You mean the old power?" Kaora asked, her stance shifting to something less aggressive as she considered the implications of his question. If Ben truly was the prophesied son of Sakar, then perhaps she should be teaching him rather than fighting him. "It's not something the Shadow People is born with," she explained, blue energy crackling around her fingertips like contained lightning. "The old power isn't natural. It must be acquired through training and dedication." Ben's understanding clicked into place immediately. The old power was essentially like the internal energy techniques used by martial artists, a learned skill rather than an innate ability. Even if the Omnitrix could transform him into a perfect Shadow People physique, it couldn't replicate decades of disciplined practice. "Since it's a trainable technique, I should be able to learn it too," Ben said with characteristic optimism. Keira almost smiled at his naivety. Impossible. I'm the most naturally gifted shadow people warrior of my generation. Even with that advantage, it took me years to develop the old power to this level. You've never even been exposed to the energy before. Awakening it isn't something that happens overnight. As she spoke, she launched herself forward like a missile, her long leg whipping toward Ben's chest with enough force to shatter steel. Ben bent backward desperately, the kick missing him by inches but striking the boulder behind him instead. The massive rock exploded under the impact, sending fragments flying like shrapnel that carved through nearby stone formations. Ben's enhanced reflexes and his integrated spider sense screamed a warning as he looked up to see Keira raising her right leg high overhead. Without time to think, he threw himself sideways as her heel descended like an executioner's axe. Boom! Though the attack missed him directly, the shockwave from its impact sent Ben tumbling across the battlefield. The ground beneath Keira's foot cracked and split, creating a spider web of fissures that extended for dozens of yards. This shadow people form is definitely capable, Ben thought grimly as he regained his footing, but I'm completely outclassed in terms of raw power. You should transform back into that green crystal warrior or the four-armed form, Keira suggested, her tone almost motherly despite the violence of their exchange. This current form will get you killed. I told you, Ben replied, shaking his head stubbornly, fight fire with fire. The truth was, he remained fascinated by the old power. While any species could theoretically learn to manipulate this cosmic energy, members of the Shadow People, who had originally discovered and refined the techniques, would naturally have the greatest aptitude for it. But mastering such power was clearly no simple task. Keira's talent was already legendary among her people, carefully selected by the Red King. Even if Ben's optimized genetics gave him a slight edge in potential, there was no way to compensate for her decades of training in a matter of minutes. Keira attacked again, her entire body wreathed in crackling energy. Both of her eyes blazed with white-hot power as streams of blue lightning flowed between her arms like godly ribbons. She threw a punch so fast that the air itself detonated, creating a sonic boom that shattered windows in the distant village. Boom! Ben dodged frantically, looking more like a stray dog fleeing a predator than a legendary warrior. Anyone watching the battle couldn't help but feel anxious for him. In the arena's underground passages, Korg voiced what everyone was thinking as he ran alongside the other escaped gladiators. Why doesn't our friend transform into his four-armed form? He panted, his rocky features creased with worry. We've all seen what he can do with that body. Anyone who had witnessed Ben's battle with Luma would never forget the raw power he displayed. Like some ancient monster had been unleashed upon the world. Beta Ray Bill reached out and switched off the portable viewing device they'd been carrying, cutting off the broadcast feed. His features were set in grim determination as he addressed the group. He must have his reasons, Bill said coldly. Our job is to focus on our mission, not second-guess his tactics. But I'm still worried about him, Korg began. Don't be, Hiram interrupted with fierce conviction. The son of Sakar will not lose to a Shadow People traitor. Even with the reduced guard presence, the totem tower still has royal guards protecting it, another gladiator pointed out. How are we supposed to reach the summit? The Red Wind Queen will draw their attention, Bill replied with absolute confidence. As if summoned by his words, an enraged roar echoed through multiple floors of the structure above them. Angmoyesien. It was unmistakably Luma's voice, filled with righteous fury that could be heard throughout the entire tower complex. Right on schedule, Luma burst through several reinforced walls like they were made of paper, wielding what appeared to be a massive two-handed warhammer that she carried as easily as a normal person might hold a baseball bat. How dare you, you despicable coward! She roared, her four eyes blazing with manufactured rage. How dare you resort to such underhanded tactics? I have no idea what you're referring to, Luma, the Red King replied with studied calm. He'd been expecting this confrontation ever since deploying Keira against Ben. That's why he donned his armor early and surrounded himself with the royal guard. He knew Luma's warrior pride would demand immediate satisfaction. You ordered Keira to ambush Ben, Luma accused, her voice echoing through the throne room. I must point out that he attacked my Death's Head warguards first, the Red King replied with a cold smile. Technically this was true. After defeating the Great Maw's Guardian, Ben had indeed taken the initiative against the waiting soldiers, but everyone knew it was a semantic dodge. What a joke. Luma snarled. If you hadn't planned something treacherous, why would the Death's Head warguards be in that location at all? She raised her warhammer menacingly. Recall your forces immediately or I'll crush your skull like an eggshell. The Red King suddenly stood from his throne, driving his massive blade into the floor with enough force to send sparks flying across the chamber. His eyes burned with megalomaniacal fury. "Luma, I don't care what planet you ruled before, but here you are nothing," he declared. "Everything you have was granted by my generosity. I am the only true king of Sakar." "Not for much longer," Luma shot back. She rushed forward, raising her hammer high with all four arms, her body coiling backward like a loaded spring. The massive weapon descended with devastating force. Crash! The ornate throne exploded into fragments, sending chunks of precious metal and carved stone flying in every direction. Immediately, the royal guards surrounding the Red King moved to protect their ruler. They wielded golden spears with crystalline tips, their coordinated attack patterns the result of years of training together. Clang, 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 sparks flew as Luma parried multiple strikes simultaneously. These guards were far fewer in number than the Death's Head war guards, but their equipment and training were superior in every way. Dozens of elite warriors swarmed Luma, and for a moment she found herself genuinely pressed. She caught one spear thrust with her bare hand, leaped into the air, and swept her right arm in a wide arc that caught another guard across the throat, sending him flying into the wall. But even as she struck down one opponent, dozens more attacked from her blind spots. Seeing the tactical situation deteriorating, Luma made a characteristically direct decision. She drove her warhammer into the floor with earth-shaking force, collapsing multiple levels beneath their feet. "Come down with me," she roared as the entire chamber gave way. Crash. The floor disintegrated, sending royal guards, the Red King, and Luma herself plummeting through multiple stories. But the Red King's enhanced armor gave him tremendous mobility. He leaped from one falling piece of debris to another, finally driving his blade toward Luma while she was unable to maneuver in midair. Clang. Luma clapped her lower pair of hands together, catching the sword blade between her palms while her upper arms grabbed the weapon's hilt. Then her powerful legs lashed out toward the Red King's midsection. Clang. The kick was powerful enough to pulverize granite, but it barely left a scratch on the Red King's advanced armor. Luma's eyes widened in surprise. Her previous encounter with him had suggested his defenses were much weaker. Both combatants hit the ground simultaneously, and the Red King realized they had fallen all the way from his throne room into the main arena. The vast amphitheater was empty now, its lights dimmed, waiting for performances that might never come. The surviving royal guards landed around them in perfect formation, creating a circle of golden spears and advanced weaponry. Luma glanced around with all four eyes, noting with satisfaction that virtually every defender in the tower complex had been drawn to this location. With the guards occupied here, Bill and the other gladiators would have a clear path to their objective. "Angmo-san," she said with mock admiration, "your turtle shell has gotten much harder." The Red King wasn't offended by the insult. If anything, he seemed proud of his improved defenses. "Did you think I wouldn't prepare countermeasures after learning you could tear through my previous armor?" he asked, striking his chest plate to demonstrate its durability. The sound echoed through the empty arena like a bell. "This special alloy won't be damaged even if you punch it 1,000 times. Luma replied with studied indifference, though inwardly she was calculating new attack strategies. "Luma, why oppose me for the sake of someone who's about to die?" The Red King continued, his voice taking on an almost pleading tone. "I am the Emperor of Sakar. Submit to me and you can become the true queen of this world. Red Wind Queen would be more than just a title." "Ridiculous," Luma snorted. "I am already a true queen, while you're nothing but a red-skinned pretender. And compared to Ben, you're absolutely pathetic." The Red King's cruel smile widened as he gestured toward the massive holographic display that had materialized above the arena. The screen showed Ben and Keira locked in their deadly dance, but where Keira moved like a living storm wreathed in crackling energy, Ben appeared desperately outmatched. "Then you can watch him die at Keira's hands," the Red King declared, his patience with Luma finally exhausted. He'd given this arrogant woman countless opportunities to see reason, but now he was done with diplomacy. Once Keira finished executing the pretender, he would order her to help him break Luma's spirit completely. "You use such dishonorable methods and then broadcast them for the entire world to see?" Luma asked, her voice filled with genuine revulsion. "Aren't you concerned about your reputation? What about dignity and honor?" The Red King's behavior was utterly incomprehensible to her warrior mentality. Among the Sakarians, such cowardly tactics would be carved into stone monuments as examples of eternal shame, remembered and despised for generations. But not only was he unashamed of his methods, he displayed them as proudly as military victories. Dishonorable. The Red King shook his head as if he'd heard the funniest joke in years. This is reality, Luma. I don't need anyone's respect, I only require their fear. He raised his hand toward the sky, fingers slowly curling inward as if grasping for the very concept of absolute power. Strength is the only truth that matters, he continued, gesturing toward the arena around them. Countless fighters have bled and died in this place. Do you know which ones died quickest and which ones survived the longest? His voice dropped to a mocking whisper. It wasn't the ones who believed in fairness and justice. You're absolutely disgusting, Luma said flatly, her interest in conversation completely evaporating. An uncomfortable silence settled over the arena. Despite having the royal guard surrounding him, the Red King lacked the confidence to capture Luma through direct confrontation. He was waiting for Kaera's return. Meanwhile, Luma was content to keep him occupied, creating the diversion that Bill and the other gladiators needed. With their respective ulterior motives creating a temporary stalemate, both parties turned their attention to Ben's desperate battle. On the screen, Kaera appeared to be completely dominating the fight. Her superior experience and mastery of the old power should have ended the confrontation within minutes, but something strange was happening. Despite Kaera's overwhelming advantage, Ben somehow managed to dodge her attacks by the narrowest possible margins. More importantly, her movements were becoming increasingly predictable to his senses. Every strike, every lightning-wreathed gesture, the rhythm of her breathing, the way cosmic energy flowed through her body, it was all beginning to make sense. The universe itself seemed to be revealing its secrets to him, showing him the underlying patterns that governed the old power. Kaera remained unaware of this development, but her failure to quickly eliminate Ben was becoming increasingly obvious to distant observers. In the arena, Luma watched with growing suspicion and irritation. "What is Kaera doing?" she muttered, her four eyes narrowing dangerously. Is she developing feelings for Ben? The possibility hit her like a physical blow, and suddenly Luma felt a surge of possessive anger that had nothing to do with military strategy. This won't do at all. She clenched her fists and stamped her foot with enough force to shake the entire arena structure. The gesture might have been adorable on an ordinary person, but coming from Luma it registered like a localized earthquake. "Angmo-san," she roared, spinning to face the Red King. "Control your subordinate. She doesn't understand proper protocol at all. I am Ben's fiancé." The declaration rang through the arena with absolute conviction. In Luma's mind, Kaera's apparent hesitation was a breach of battlefield etiquette. If she wanted to compete for Ben's attention, she should defeat her in honorable combat first. But her words had a very different effect on the Red King. "What is this supposed to be?" he thought with mounting rage. "I've worshipped this woman like a goddess for months, and she's never even looked at me directly. But some random fighter shows up for 1 week and suddenly he's her fiancé. If that wasn't bad enough, now even Kaera, who had served as his loyal lieutenant, seemed to be wavering in her dedication. It was intolerable. He immediately activated Kaera's communication link and snarled into the device. "Kaera, what are you doing out there? Kill him immediately or you know the consequences." Receiving the Red King's direct order, Kaera felt the familiar weight of the control disk's compulsion settling over her mind. She looked at Ben with something that might have been regret in her pale eyes. "I cannot disobey the Red King's commands," she said quietly. "If you truly are the son of Sakar, perhaps fate will allow you to survive this." Then she abandoned all restraint. Kaera moved like a bolt of living lightning, covering dozens of meters in an instant to appear directly in front of Ben. Her arm, wreathed in crackling energy, transformed into a spear of pure electrical force aimed directly at his heart. Boom. The impact shook the ground and sent a pillar of smoke and debris hundreds of feet into the air. For a moment, the image seemed frozen in time. When the dust began to settle, the Red King's expression shifted from anticipation to shock and rage. On the screen, Kaera's energy spear was indeed pointed at Ben's heart, but her fingertips had stopped just short of piercing his skin. Ben's hand was wrapped around her wrist, holding her attack in place through sheer force of will. This is impossible," Kaera whispered, her entire body trembling with the effort of her restrained strike. "Why isn't it possible?" Ben asked with a confident smile. Blue-white lightning now blazed from his eyes just as it did from Kaera's, and arcs of energy danced between his fingers like tamed serpents. "Is this the old power?" he mused, feeling cosmic energy flowing through his transformed body like liquid starlight. "The power of the universe itself. It really is incredible." The old power enhanced every aspect of his physical capabilities: strength, endurance, reflexes, even his ability to perceive and manipulate the fundamental forces of reality. An ordinary Shadow People warrior had been transformed into something approaching a demigod. Ben slowly pried Kaera's fingers open, though he made no move to counterattack. On one level, the old power flowing through him was still weaker than hers. Decades of training couldn't be replicated instantly. But more importantly, the Omnitrix wasn't simply a weapon. It was meant to be a bridge between different forms of life. I don't know the legend of the son of Sakar, Ben said, raising his voice so the hovering camera drones could capture every word. But if you believe I might be him, then perhaps others across this planet feel the same way. He looked directly into the nearest camera, speaking to the entire population of Sakar. It doesn't matter whether I'm actually your prophesied savior. What matters is whether you, the people enslaved by Angmo-san, have the courage to sacrifice everything for dignity and freedom. His voice carried across every broadcast screen on the planet. You fear his control implant, you fear his military might, you fear his seemingly invincible armies. So you break your own spines, wag your tails like beaten dogs, and even turn your weapons against other victims of his oppression. The words cut through years of accumulated despair and resignation. You sit back hoping someone else will save you, waiting for others to fight your battles. Is this what it means to be Sakarian? If the people of Sakar are truly this cowardly, then even if the legendary son of Sakar stood before you right now, would you have the courage to follow him? Across the planet, people who had been hiding in underground shelters and abandoned buildings slowly raised their heads. On their screens, a silver-skinned shadow people warrior stood defiant against impossible odds. He was the son of Sakar. Take up arms, people of Sakar. Ben's voice thundered across the world. Whether it's a farming tool or the very chains that bind you, even if you have nothing but your bare hands, fight for your destiny. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Across the planet, countless Sakarians emerged from hiding. Young and old, gray-skinned shadow people and red-skinned natives, even off-world refugees who had made Sakar their home, all of them took up whatever weapons they could find and began marching toward their oppressors. Near the battlefield, a shadow people child no taller than Kaira's knee burst from an underground shelter. She wielded a farming sickle nearly as large as her entire body and charged directly at the towering warrior. The improvised weapon couldn't even scratch Kaira's skin, but its symbolic impact was tremendous. In the child's determined eyes, Kaira saw an echo of her own younger self, the frightened survivor who had been taken from her destroyed village and molded into the Red King's perfect weapon. "Do you still wish to serve the Red King?" Ben asked quietly. Before Kaira could respond, a massive shadow fell across the battlefield, blotting out the sun itself. Both fighters looked up simultaneously, and Kaira's expression transformed into one of pure horror. "What is that thing, some kind of orbital weapons platform?" Ben asked, his voice grim with understanding. Suspended above them like a technological sword of Damocles was an irregular black cylinder at least 100 meters wide and several times that in length. That's a Deathfire cannon." Kaira's voice shook with a mixture of terror and rage. "A single blast from that weapon can reduce everything within kilometers to ash." She activated her communication link with desperate urgency. "Your Majesty, you'll destroy everything here. There's a Shadow People village underground, dozens of innocent lives." The Red King's response was cold and merciless. "You're just my slave. If you die, you die, but you, Kaira, you're nothing but Shadow People trash and you dare to betray me. Die with that traitor." From his position in the Imperial capital, still facing Luma across the arena, the Red King issued his final command: "Fire the cannon." Following the Red King's merciless command, the orbital weapon began to emit a blinding radiance as massive quantities of energy gather within its core. Even before firing, the ambient temperature was rising so rapidly that the air itself began to shimmer and distort. "Just to kill 2 people, you're willing to bury an entire village?" Kaira asked, her voice hollow with despair and dawning realization. "You've served him for over a decade," Ben replied quietly. "Surely you've seen his true nature before today." Kaira shook her head slowly, then knelt to gather the small shadow people child who had attacked her into her arms. She seemed determined to use her own body as a shield, though they both knew it would be futile. Her enhanced physiology might allow her to survive the Deathfire weapon's assault, but everyone else in the underground village would be reduced to ash within seconds. The old power flowing through her veins could protect one person, herself, while dozens of innocents perished around her. For reasons she couldn't fully articulate, Kaira found herself abandoning any thought of using her abilities to resist the orbital bombardment. Perhaps it would be fitting for the flames to consume her along with everyone else, a final atonement for years of complicity in the Red King's atrocities. She turned to Ben with something that might have been a smile crossing her features. "This probably isn't the best time to mention it, but you're rather attractive for an off-worlder." "Yeah, I get that a lot," Ben replied with characteristic modesty, though he felt no romantic attraction toward the Shadow People warrior. Cultural differences aside, he was committed to maintaining his human preferences. You should flee while you still can, Keira urged. Your old power isn't strong enough to withstand a deathfire blast. If you run now, you might survive. What about you? Keira raised her head toward the weapon now radiating lethal energy like a miniature star. I'll remain here and perish with everyone in this village. Then her voice took on a pleading quality. If you truly are the son of Sakar, if you're really this world's savior, then leave this place. Defeat the Red King and save our people. Ben looked up at the gathering inferno above them and laughed, not with humor but with absolute confidence. If I'm really the son of Sakar, then no one dies today. He had no intention of fleeing. The Deathfire weapon had reached full charge, its energy output now visible as waves of distortion that made the air itself appear liquid. In the arena, the Red King watched Ben and Keira's apparent resignation with savage delight. Die, you treacherous bastards! He roared as the orbital strike was released. It was as if a fragment of the sun itself had been hurled earthward. The temperature spiked so rapidly that the ground beneath Ben's feet began liquefying into glowing slag, while the air became a shimmering curtain of superheated gas. Burned to ash in the flames of annihilation. The Red King laughed, his voice echoing through the empty arena with maniacal glee. Ben won't die, Luma said through gritted teeth, though her clenched fists betrayed her anxiety. Ridiculous, the Red King replied, brandishing his massive blade. The Deathfire weapon burns hotter than the surface of a star and can devastate everything within kilometers. He cannot resist it and he cannot escape it. As the lethal energy descended, Keira's gray skin flushed red in the reflected heat. She watched death approaching and found her mind filled with memories. A lifetime spent as the Red King's weapon, betraying her own people, committing atrocities in the name of a tyrant who viewed her as nothing more than a useful tool. A life of sin was finally reaching its end. Her arms tightened around the child she was trying to protect, remembering how her own mother had held her during the spike attack that had destroyed everything she'd once loved. It's all over, she whispered. No, it isn't. Ben's confident voice cut through her despair. Both Keira and the child looked toward him, but the silver-skinned Shadow People warrior was gone. In his place stood something that seemed drawn from the planet's primordial fury, a being of living stone and flowing magma, whose very presence made the air dance with heat waves. Heatblessed raised his arms toward the descending inferno, and something impossible happened. The Deathfire weapon's assault, energy hot enough to glass continents, began flowing toward him like water finding its natural course. In that moment, even solar fire seemed like nothing more than a subject kneeling before its rightful king. Keira's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched torrents of flame pass harmlessly around her, drawn into Ben's transformed body like iron filings to a magnet. The child in her arms reached out toward the beautiful streams of energy, completely unafraid. This is impossible. The Red King stammered from his distant throne, taking an involuntary step backward. He's absorbing the Deathfire blast. Anyone witnessing Ben's feat would have thought they were seeing a god made manifest. In seconds, the scorching orbital weapon's entire output had vanished into Ben's being. The sudden absence of heat created violent air currents as cool atmosphere rushed in to fill the vacuum, generating winds strong enough to flatten nearby vegetation. Ben could feel his entire essence saturated with stellar energy. The flames above his head blazed higher and hotter than ever before, while his shoulders became like volcanic vents, spewing fire that warped space itself. You conquered the monster in the Great Maw's depths, and now you've become the volcano itself, Keira said in a voice filled with awe. Your nature's own avatar, undoubtedly the son of Sakar. Maybe, Ben replied with studied indifference. Honestly, he was getting tired of that particular title. Keira, if you truly despise the Red King and feel genuine shame for betraying your people, then what you should do now isn't invite death, it's join me in destroying him. Keira seemed momentarily swayed, but she shook her head sadly. It's useless. He only needs to press a button and neurotoxin will flood my system immediately. I have no way to resist the control implant. This was the ultimate helplessness of everyone enslaved by the Red King's technology. They couldn't even hope to rebel, one command could kill them instantly. We'll discuss that later, Ben said with a grin, looking skyward again. Something else is coming. Something else. Keira followed his gaze just as the massive orbital weapon platform began its uncontrolled descent toward the surface. Like a crashing starship, the black cylinder smashed into the Sakar with enough force to create a localized earthquake. Then its hatches burst open, disgorging swarms of yellow-brown flying insects that moved like living clouds, followed by countless humanoid figures that shambled forward with the jerky movements of animated corpses. Oh great, Ben muttered, his flame-wreathed form recoiling slightly. Are we starting a zombie apocalypse now? The humanoid creatures looked like the Walking Dead, their bodies twisted and wrong, advancing with mindless hunger. Those are spikes. Kaira's voice became shrill with recognition and remembered terror. We cannot allow ourselves to be parasitized by them, or we'll become monsters like those. She pointed at the shambling figures. Those flying insects burrow into living hosts and take control of their minds. Her eyes blazed with newfound fury as old power energy crackled around her clenched fists. It was these creatures that attacked my village and murdered my parents. The truth hit her like a physical blow. She'd always believed the Red King had saved her from a random spike assault, but now she understood the reality. The spikes were his weapons. He had orchestrated the attack that destroyed her childhood, sacrificing countless innocent lives just to acquire the perfect slave. Even without Kaira's explanation, Ben could see the horrifying nature of the insectoid parasites. They sought out the fallen Death's Head soldiers, piercing their armor to burrow into exposed flesh. He watched in disgust as the creatures moved beneath their host's skin like living tumors, crawling inexorably toward the brain to seize complete control. Moments later, the dead rose again as something far worse than they had been in life. Kaira positioned herself protectively in front of the child, preparing for battle, but Ben stopped her with a gesture. "Take the child and evacuate the other villagers," he said, his voice carrying the authority of contained stellar fire. "Don't worry, I happen to have unlimited power at the moment." His grin was sharp and predatory as the flames surrounding his body intensified, shifting from orange to the blood red of the deathfire weapon he'd absorbed. Kaira made her decision, knowing that even if it meant death, she had to make the Red King pay for his crimes. "Then I'll see you in the Imperial capital," she declared before turning to lead the evacuation. The remaining villagers, elderly and children, mostly fled in panic, following Kaira's path to safety. When several flying spikes attempted to pursue them, Ben raised his hand and created a wall of flame that served as an impenetrable barrier. "Your fight is with me," he announced. Instantly, every parasitic creature and infected host turned toward him with single-minded focus. Ben stood his ground, utterly unintimidated. First, he surrounded the entire spike swarm with rings of fire to ensure none could escape. Only after Kaira and the villagers had disappeared from sight did he begin his true assault. Ben stepped forward and raised both arms high above his head. The flames gathered in his palms, coalescing into a sphere of such intensity that it resembled a miniature red giant star. "Deathfire Blast," he called out. Having absorbed the orbital weapon's entire output, Ben now possessed complete mastery over its energy. Though he didn't need to unleash his full power against these creatures, a fraction would suffice. The fireball expanded to hundreds of meters in diameter before detonating with the force of a small nuclear weapon. Brilliant red flames consumed everything within the blast radius, erasing not just the spike creatures but the very ground they had stood upon. When the inferno finally subsided, nothing remained except flowing rivers of molten rock that painted the landscape in glowing orange. The camera drones broadcasting the battle had been vaporized along with everything else, cutting the live feed to static. But no one watching believed Ben had been defeated. His display of power had been nothing short of godly. In the arena, Luma looked at the Red King with undisguised satisfaction. Everything was proceeding according to plan, and only the final confrontation remained. "Too bad we still haven't found any ice creatures," she thought briefly, "but it doesn't matter anymore." "You've lost, Angmo-san," she declared. The Red King sneered in response. "Winning one trial means nothing. Do you two really think you can stand against an entire planet's worth of military might?" As the ruler of Sakar, he possessed far more resources than just the forces already deployed. No matter how powerful Luma and Ben might be, could they truly oppose the entire world? He didn't even consider Kaira a significant threat. The control implant made her nothing more than an ant he could crush whenever he chose. "What can two people accomplish without any support?" he asked mockingly. As he spoke, the Red King hefted his massive double-bladed sword while the royal guards prepared for combat. Luma's four eyes swept the arena as she shifted into a combat stance, her legs slightly bent in anticipation of the coming battle. "Royal Guard, attack." The Red King commanded, swinging his blade in a dramatic arc. The guards in their golden exoskeletons immediately charged toward Luma, their formation precise and coordinated. Luma released a battle cry and struck with both right arms simultaneously, sending one guard flying across the arena. But even as he crashed into the wall, three more attackers reached her from behind, their crystalline spears striking sparks from her enhanced skin. "Pathetic, you can't even pierce my hide." Luma grabbed all three spears in the crook of her left elbow, then brought her other arm down like an axe, shattering the weapons and sending their wielders tumbling. But the guards' advanced armor allowed them to absorb tremendous punishment and keep fighting. No matter how many times Luma knocked them down, they kept getting back up and pressing their attack. 4 guards managed to grab her upper arms while others swarmed her like army ants, trying to pin her through sheer numbers. "You insects are so annoying," Luma roared. Her battle cry was so forceful that it knocked several attackers unconscious through sonic trauma alone. Then her 4 blood-red eyes locked onto the Red King, and she launched herself forward like a living missile. "I'm going to splatter your brains across the walls." Luma leaped into the air, twisting her body to focus all her strength into a single devastating punch that could have triggered earthquakes. Boom! The entire arena structure shook from the impact. High in the totem tower, Beta Ray Bill smashed another guard into the wall with his massive war hammer, noting with satisfaction that the regular security forces lacked the Royal Guard's advanced equipment. "We need to move faster," Bill called out to his fellow escapees. As he led the gladiators upward, he glanced through a window and saw dark shapes beginning to appear on the distant horizon. He knew those were their reinforcements, the backbone of their revolution. Whether they were fellow fighters or the scavenger tribes that had brought them to this hellish world, they were all allies now in the struggle for freedom. Bill allowed himself a rare moment of humor. "When you meet those scavengers later, try not to punch them. They're on our side now." The counterattack had begun in earnest. Across Sakar, the flames of revolution were spreading like wildfire, and nothing would ever be the same again. Boom. Luma's devastating punch connected with earth-shaking force, causing the entire arena structure to convulse as if caught in a major earthquake. Cracks spread through the ancient stone like spider webs, and sections of the upper galleries began to crumble. But the Red King, who had taken the blow directly, emerged with only minor damage. His massive double-edged sword was held horizontally across his body, having served as both shield and deflector for Luma's assault. The weapon's exotic alloys had absorbed most of the impact, dispersing the force through his advanced exoskeleton. "I told you," the Red King said with insufferable smugness, "this armor was specifically designed to counter your abilities. You could throw 1,000 punches and accomplish nothing." He swung the great sword in a brutal backhand strike that sent Luma tumbling across the arena floor. The exoskeleton didn't just provide superior defense, it amplified his strength to superhuman levels, allowing him to match opponents who should have been physically superior. The Red King was preparing to coordinate with his royal guards for a finishing assault when urgent communications flooded his helmet's display. "Your Majesty, we're under attack." "What?" The Red King had never imagined that his iron grip on Sakar could be challenged by organized rebellion. Before he could demand details, the sound of weapons fire echoed from every direction around the imperial capital, a symphony of violence that spoke of coordinated assault. "Deal with her." He snapped at his guards before turning to address the larger crisis. Luma clapped all 4 hands together and grinned with fierce anticipation. "Perfect timing, I was just getting warmed up." The Red King was reaching for his communication console when a sleek fighter aircraft smashed through the totem tower's reinforced walls. Crash. The impact tore a massive breach in the ancient structure, the explosion's shockwave hurling the Red King across the chamber despite his armor's protection. When the smoke cleared, he found himself staring up at a familiar figure standing atop the crashed aircraft. "Scavenger 142, he snarled in disbelief. Brunhilde stood proudly in her restored Asgardian armor, the dragonfang sword gleaming in her grip. Behind her, the sky was filled with a motley fleet of cobbled-together aircraft, scavenged fighters that looked like flying junkyards but bristled with improvised weapons. The sight was almost surreal to the Red King, who had grown accustomed to his technological superiority. "You mangy scavengers dare attack your betters," he roared. "You won't be anyone's better much longer, Angmo-san," Brunhilde replied, her voice carrying the authority of a legendary warrior awakened from retirement. For the first time in centuries, she looked like the Valkyrie she had once been, a force of godly justice rather than a broken refugee. But the Red King wasn't intimidated by theatrical displays. "Really?" he sneered. "With these flying scrap heaps you've welded together from garbage." He activated his communication system and spoke with cold authority. "Deploy the Wildabots." The voice that responded seemed shocked, even frightened. "Sir, you mean the war machines, but there are millions of civilians in the capital." "They're just slaves," the Red King replied with chilling indifference. "If they die, they die." The communication went silent. "Wildabots?" Brunhilde asked, hearing the unfamiliar term. A frown creased her features as she studied the Red King's confident expression. "What is that?" But the Red King had no intention of satisfying her curiosity. "You'll find out soon enough," he said with a cold smile. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and struck the platform directly in front of the Red King. When the electrical discharge faded, Kaera stood there with barely contained fury radiating from her every movement. Kaera, Brunhilde called out in surprise. But Kaera ignored the greeting, her pale eyes fixed entirely on the Red King. Each step she took toward him was measured and deliberate, like a predator stalking wounded prey. She had originally returned to confront him about the spike attack that had destroyed her childhood, but now that seemed almost insignificant compared to his latest atrocity. Red King, no, Angmo-san, she said, her voice tight with suppressed rage. I never imagined you would deploy the Wildabots within the capital itself. Don't you understand that once those machines are active, they'll devastate everything? Millions of your own citizens will die. The Red King regarded her with the same expression he might reserve for an annoying insect. Does the queen ant concern herself with individual worker ants? He asked rhetorically. His smile was utterly devoid of humanity, and it made Kaera's blood freeze in her veins. Those people are nothing more than my property, slaves, gladiators, or citizens. They're all the same category of resource. As long as I can eliminate these rebels, any collateral damage is acceptable. More than acceptable, it was efficient. After all, Angmo-san himself wouldn't lose so much as a hair in the process. Kaera began trembling with rage so intense that old power energy sparked from her body like living serpents crawling across the platform. Her terrifying appearance reminded Brunhilde of Hela-wielding Mjolnir, godly wrath given physical form. What do you consider life to be? Kaera screamed. She launched herself at the Red King like a living thunderstorm, but he remained completely calm in the face of her fury. With almost casual indifference, he produced a small remote control and pressed a single button. Instantly, neurotoxin flooded Kaera's nervous system. Thud, she collapsed to the platform, her body convulsing in agony as the poison spread through her bloodstream. Foolish creature, the Red King said as he walked over to deliver a contemptuous kick to her writhing form. Did you forget I still held your leash? Brunhilde quickly moved to catch Kaera before she could fall from the platform. You pathetic traitor, the Red King continued, his voice dripping with mock pity. You betrayed your own species and now you've betrayed your master as well. Kaera, you truly are a pitiful creature. The only pitiful thing here is you, Brunhilde shot back immediately. Angmo-san, look around. How many people are standing against you? Even your most trusted subordinate has turned away, and you're still too stubborn to see the truth. She carefully positioned Kaera on her side and drew the Dragonfang sword, preparing for combat. Honestly, dealing with Odin's family had been aggravating enough, but this megalomaniac was even worse than the worst of Asgard's royalty. You're all just insects beneath my feet, the Red King said with complete dismissal. Once I've exterminated you, it won't matter if every person on this planet dies. New slaves will come through the portal and they'll serve me just as these did. His expression shifted to one of mock enlightenment and regret. Perhaps I should have done this long ago. Garbage like you needs to be cleaned out periodically, or it starts to stink. He glanced at the aerial battle raging outside and wrinkled his nose in disgust. And you definitely stink. Complete madman, Brunhilde muttered. At that moment, new developments emerged on the battlefield. A massive warship appeared on the horizon, its hull scarred but functional. At the ship's prow, Loki stood resplendent in his green robes and golden horned crown, arms spread wide in a gesture of dramatic triumph. People of Sakaar, behold your salvation, he declared. That Asgardian, he's not dead. The Red King stared in surprise at Loki's theatrical arrival. On the warship's deck, the resistance leader punched Loki in the shoulder and corrected him with obvious annoyance. You're not our savior. Every rebel on the ship raised their weapons and shouted in unison. We fight for the son of Sakaar. But the son of Sakaar wants you to fight for yourselves, Loki replied with characteristic smoothness. He picked up an energy rifle and stepped to the deck's edge, his voice carrying clearly across the battlefield. No matter what you think of me, I'm fighting for my own reasons. Forward, brothers. Let's show that arrogant redskin exactly how much we enjoy holding grudges. The resistance leader immediately delivered another punch to Loki's arm. I'm also red-skinned, you idiot. Despite the friendly violence, thousands of rebels simultaneously raised their weapons and prepared for assault. Unlike the scavenger tribes, the resistance had been preparing for this day for years. Their equipment was superior, their training more thorough, and their motivation absolute. With the rebels' arrival, the scavengers who had been losing ground suddenly found themselves reinforced by seasoned fighters. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as the Red King's guards found themselves overwhelmed. But before Brunhilde could celebrate the apparent victory, she felt the ground beginning to shake beneath her feet. The entire totem tower swayed like a tree in a hurricane. What's happening? She demanded. The Wildabots are deploying, the Red King laughed with maniacal glee. Prepare to die. As if summoned by his words, colossal machines began erupting from concealed positions throughout the imperial capital. They rose from underground bunkers like mechanical giants awakening from slumber, carrying chunks of destroyed buildings and scattered civilians into the sky. The screaming citizens, red-skinned Sakarians who had never harmed anyone, fell like rain as their homes were demolished around them. They had no idea that their own king had condemned them to death. Each Wildebot was a monument to destructive engineering, dozens of meters tall, weighing tens of thousands of tons, built from exotic alloys that could withstand orbital bombardment. They crushed everything in their path to powder, treating buildings and people with equal indifference. Brunhilde watched in horror as she finally understood why Kaera had been so terrified of the Wildebots. These weren't just weapons, they were instruments of genocide, and there were dozens of them. The mechanical giants opened fire simultaneously, filling the sky with energy beams and explosive projectiles that made the scavengers' improvised aircraft look like toys. The carefully coordinated rebel assault disintegrated under the overwhelming firepower. The Red King looked at Brunhilde and the fallen Kaera with undisguised mockery. "Tell me," he said with false curiosity, "how exactly do you plan to win now?" The entire imperial capital had become a hunting ground for mechanical predators. The Wildebot's massive, merciless forms crushed everything without distinguishing between rebel and loyalist. Death was simply death to their targeting systems. Beyond their crushing bulk, they wielded weapons capable of leveling city blocks with each shot. "This isn't a contest between individuals anymore," the Red King continued with pedagogical patience. "It's not even about manpower versus manpower. Technology and superior firepower determine victory. And I possess the most advanced technology and weapons on all of Sakar, plus an army that cannot be defeated." He spread his arms wide in a gesture encompassing his mechanical legion. "What could you possibly use to oppose me?" At that moment, Loki leaped from his warship's deck, firing an energy beam directly at the Red King's head as he fell. The shot was absorbed by an energy shield before it could connect. Loki didn't seem surprised by the failure. He'd only been saying hello. After landing gracefully on the platform, he smiled with characteristic mischief and delivered his response. "We have a queen." Boom. As if summoned by his words, Luma crashed into the nearest Wildebot like a red missile. Despite being dwarfed by the mechanical giant's massive bulk, she struck with the force of a falling meteor. Boom. Luma exploded from the arena like a living battering ram, her four arms pumping as she charged straight toward the colossal Wildebot dominating the Imperial Plaza. The royal guards who had tried to intercept her lay scattered in her wake, some with crushed skulls, others with necks twisted at impossible angles. Her raw power had carved a bloody path through their ranks in mere seconds. Finally, something worth smashing. She roared with savage glee, her four hands interlocking as she launched herself skyward. The meteorite impact of her combined fists struck the mechanical beast with enough force to crater its armored hull, sending shockwaves through its massive frame. The beast staggered but remained operational, its weapon systems already cycling up for retaliation. The air filled with an ominous whine as the Wildebot's primary cannons charged. In the next instant, death flame bombs erupted across the imperial capital, transforming the sprawling city into a hellscape of roiling fire. The temperature soared beyond comprehension. Even Luma's battle-hardened skin began to blister under the assault of the superheated flames. Surrounded by the inferno, Luma could only endure, her regenerative abilities pushed to their absolute limits as she fought to maintain her footing in the sea of fire. "Red Wind Queen," the Red King mused from his perch atop the towering totem spire, the only structure untouched by the flames below. His voice carried a mocking edge as he surveyed the destruction with cold satisfaction. But even Luma cannot overcome a weapon weighing tens of thousands of tons. From his godlike vantage point, he watched the purgatory spread across his domain. This was power absolute, the ability to reshape the world through will alone. Anyone who dared oppose him would burn just as the city burned now. He turned his attention back to the three figures standing before him on the platform, Kaera, Brunhilde, and Loki, each one a thorn in his side, each one about to be plucked and discarded. "So," he said, his voice dripping with arrogant authority, "do you choose to live on your knees or die standing? I don't choose either option." A streak of blue and black sliced through the fire like a falling star, and in the blink of an eye, Ben stood in front of them, fully transformed into XLR-8. The Kanzlerin's sleek, armored form shimmered in the glow of the flames, his visor reflecting the chaos around him as his claws tensed, ready for action. The Red King's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. The symbol on the newcomer chest was unmistakable, the same that had been causing him so much trouble. You have quite a repertoire of tricks, the Red King sneered, but it matters not what freak you become. You cannot stop my army of Wildabots. That's what you think. Ben's hand moved to the Omnitrix dial, and with a flash of emerald light, his sleek Keinzelerin form dissolved into something far more unusual. Where XLR-8 had stood, a shape-shifting mass of black and green protoplasm now pulsed with alien vitality. What a pathetic creature, the Red King scoffed, genuine disgust coloring his voice. It doesn't even maintain a humanoid form. What possible use could such a puddle of slime serve? He was about to discover exactly how versatile Upgrade could be. Rather than attacking the Wildabot directly, Ben stretched his malleable form into a tendril and launched himself toward Keira. Before anyone could react, the black and green biomass had enveloped the Shadow People completely. She let out a startled gasp as the alien substance flowed over her, but the contact lasted only seconds before Ben peeled away again. In that brief moment, the control implant fused to Keira's spine had been completely dissolved and absorbed, its neural interfaces severed cleanly without harming the host. The biotechnological parasite that had kept her enslaved simply ceased to exist. Keira blinked in amazement as the neurotoxin fog lifted from her mind for the first time in months. Her thoughts felt sharp and clear, no longer muffled by the disk's chemical suppressants. Ben had already reformed into a compact sphere, rolling toward Brunhilde with liquid grace. Brunhilde, he called out, his voice carrying an odd harmonic quality through his protoplasmic form, throw me at that Wildabot. The Red King still didn't fully comprehend what he was witnessing, but Brunhilde understood immediately. This shape-shifting alien could merge with technology, and now he intended to turn the Red King's own weapons against him. I have a way to make you fly much farther, Brunhilde said with a predatory smile, raising her armored leg in preparation for what could only be described as the galaxy's most devastating field goal attempt. Wait, Ben's voice rose in alarm. At least take your boot off first. But Brunhilde had already committed to the kick. Her superhuman strength compressed Ben's malleable form into a perfect U shape before launching him across the plaza like a living projectile. He struck the nearest Wildabot with a wet slap, adhering to its hull like alien glue. The transformation was immediate and spectacular. Black and green circuitry spread across the machine's surface like a viral infection, consuming its original programming and replacing it with something far more sophisticated. Within moments, the entire 50-meter-tall Wildabot had been completely integrated into Ben's consciousness. Is that a galvanic mechamorph? Luma called out, recognizing the transformation process from her past. She abandoned her battle with the machine she'd been pummeling and leaped onto the newly upgraded Wildabot's shoulder with practiced ease. Very impressive, my dear. She shouted over the sound of weapons fire, though her praise carried an oddly possessive undertone that made Ben's enhanced auditory sensors twitch with unease. But why not possess the Red King's armor directly? Luma's tactical mind had already identified the most efficient solution. It would be much simpler to crush him that way. Where's the fun in that? Ben replied, his voice now amplified through the Wildabot speakers, carrying enough bass to rattle windows across the plaza. It was partially true. There was something satisfying about the poetic justice of using the Red King's own weapons against him. But the real reason was more pragmatic. The Wildabots would continue their indiscriminate bombardment as long as they remained operational. Every minute they fired into the city meant hundreds more civilian casualties. The Red King's armor could wait. The immediate threat to innocent lives could not. He might not be the traditional hero type, but the Red King's casual brutality toward his own people was something Ben couldn't stomach. Some lines couldn't be crossed, even in war. Worthy of being my chosen fiancé, Luma declared with obvious satisfaction, her forearms flexing as she surveyed the battlefield. Though I do hope you'll save the main course for me. I want to crack that turtle shell with my own hands. Consider it reserved, Ben replied, simultaneously targeting 3 separate Wildabots with upgraded weapon systems that far exceeded their original specifications. But first, let's clean up the rest of this mess. Luma grinned fairly and launched herself across the plaza, her trajectory carrying her directly into the cockpit of a passing scavenger aircraft. The pilot nearly fainted as the legendary warrior crashed through his reinforced windshield like it was paper. You're the Red Wind Queen. The pilot stammered, his hands shaking on the controls. Luma simply tore the damaged windshield away entirely, treating the military aircraft like a particularly stubborn can of rations. Evacuate everyone from the Palace District, she commanded, her voice carrying the absolute authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed. If this bucket of bolts can carry civilians, start ferrying them to safety. But the Wildabots, that one's my husband, Luma interrupted, pointing proudly at Ben's commandeered Wildebot as it systematically dismantled its former companions with surgical precision. He's got the situation well in hand. Artillery fire continued to pour down like metallic rain, but the tide of battle had already turned. Above the flames and smoke, the towering totem spire swayed ominously, its structural integrity compromised by the ongoing bombardment. The Red King stared in mounting horror as his most advanced Wildebot turned traitor, its weapons now carving through his remaining forces with ruthless efficiency. The machine moved with an alien grace that his original programming could never have achieved, each shot precisely calculated to disable rather than destroy, a mercy his own weapons had never been designed to show. "Even my machines have betrayed me," he whispered, a note of genuine despair creeping into his voice. The irony wasn't lost on him. He who had enslaved so many through technology was now being defeated by that very same technology turned against him. The psychological impact was devastating. In a twisted way, wasn't this its own form of poetic justice? Under Ben's enhanced control, the commandeered Wildebot had become something beyond the Red King's wildest engineering dreams. Compared to this technological symphony of destruction, even the Kree Empire's feared battle cruisers would seem primitive by comparison. Within minutes, the last of the loyal Wildebots had fallen, their smoking hulks scattered across the plaza like metallic graveyards. Ben carefully extracted himself from his host machine, allowing its systems to power down safely rather than leave it as a potential threat. The Red King's face had gone ashen behind his helmet's visor. The Wildebots had been his final gambit, his ultimate insurance policy against rebellion. Without them, even his advanced armor was merely expensive protection against the inevitable. He retreated to the base of the totem tower, where a small group of figures waited for him. Ben stood at the center, flanked by Luma in her battle-scarred armor and Brunhilde with her dragon-toothed sword gleaming in the firelight. Keira and Loki formed the outer edges of their formation, each positioned to cut off potential escape routes. Behind them, Bill the Stone Man led a growing crowd of former gladiators, their faces hard with righteous fury. The shackles were gone, the control discs destroyed, and for the first time in years they stood as free beings ready to reclaim their dignity. "Surrender, Angmo-san," Ben called out, using the Red King's true name with deliberate emphasis. "Your dynasty ends here. End." The Red King's voice cracked with desperate fury. "This will not end, not while I draw breath." He whirled to face the assembled gladiators, his mind clinging to the old power structures that had served him so well. "You are all still my slaves, kill them." "Kill them all?" Bill stepped forward with deliberate ceremony. He reached up and tore the control implant from his own chest, holding it aloft for all to see. "We will never again be at your mercy, Angmo-san," he declared, and crushed the device to powder in his granite fist. The symbolic act rippled through the crowd like a wave. One by one, the gladiators followed suit, destroying their own control devices in a cascade of liberation that left the Red King truly alone for the first time in decades. As Ben had said, war was never a one-man show. Now the Red King was learning that lesson in the most brutal way possible. But surrender was not in his nature. The madness that had driven him to tyranny would not allow him to accept defeat, even in the face of overwhelming odds. As a man who had ruled through fear and brutality for so long, the very concept of accountability was foreign to him. "I am the King of Sakaar," he roared, drawing his double-edged sword with a dramatic flourish. Death flames erupted along its blade, casting dancing shadows across his armored form. "Do you dare face me in single combat?" The challenge hung in the air like a thrown gauntlet. Let all the people of Sakaar witness this final battle. The winner rules the planet, the loser becomes dust. Ben's laugh was low and cold. "Clever calculation, Angmo-san, but you're not getting out of this that easily." The Red King's defeat was already assured. This challenge wouldn't save his regime from the rebellion that was already sweeping across the planet. But from Ben's perspective, there was something appealingly direct about settling their conflict with his own hands. Some debts could only be paid in blood. The great arena had been hastily cleared of debris, its sandy floor still bearing the marks of the recent battle. No civilians remained in the imperial capital, but the stands were far from empty. Warriors from across Sakaar had gathered to witness what many believed would be the final act of the Red King's reign. Ben stood at one end of the arena, his hand resting on the Omnitrix dial. At the opposite end, the Red King cut an imposing figure in his crimson armor, the death flames of his sword casting hellish shadows across the arena floor. For all his tyranny, he was still a formidable warrior. One didn't hold power on Sakaar for decades without being able to back up threats with action. Ben activated the Omnitrix, and 4 arms stood in his place, the Tetraman's massive frame and quartet of powerful limbs drawing appreciative murmurs from the crowd. Luma practically vibrated with excitement in the stands. To see her people's form chosen for such an important battle was an honor beyond measure. "So you choose to face me as the same species as Luma," the Red King observed, raising his flaming sword in a mocking salute. "How fitting. I'll enjoy breaking you." The Red King struck first, his blade trailing fire as it cut through the air in a devastating horizontal arc. The weapon bore a disturbing resemblance to Thanos' double-edged sword, but wreathed in flames that burned hot enough to melt steel. Ben didn't even blink. He simply ducked beneath the swing, his 4 arms moving with practiced coordination. His lower pair of hands grabbed the Red King's wrists, while his upper arms pressed against the arena floor. With a fluid motion that showcased the Tetraman's natural agility, he flipped backward and drove both feet into the Red King's chest with enough force to send him skidding across the sand. Before the Red King could recover, Ben was already moving. He lunged forward like a falling meteor, his combined mass and momentum driving the armored tyrant deep into the arena floor. "Impossible," the Red King snarled from the crater. "You cannot break my armor, I am invincible." Ben tilted his head thoughtfully. "If 100 punches won't break it, I'll throw 1,000. If 1,000 won't do it, I'll throw 10,000. His 4 fists began to move, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. "Even if I have to punch you from here to the planet's core, I will crack that shell." What followed was less a fight than a demonstration of Tetraman endurance. Ben's 4 arms became a blur of motion, each fist striking with the force of a pile driver. The sound was thunderous, a constant drumbeat of impacts that echoed through the arena like artillery fire. In the stands, Loki shot to his feet with pure vindictive glee. "Yes, that's what it feels like," he yelled, throwing both fists in the air, practically bouncing with excitement. He pointed down at the chaos below. "Back on Earth, he did the exact same thing to me, smashed me into the ground, nearly cracked my skull open like an eggshell." He laughed, loud and unrestrained, for once thrilled to be a spectator. The memory of his own beating at Ben's hands filled Loki with perverse satisfaction. To see someone else, especially someone as deserving as the Red King, experiencing the same punishment was deeply gratifying. "I really must arrange for Thor to have a similar experience," Loki mused to himself, already plotting. Meanwhile, hairline cracks were beginning to appear in the Red King's supposedly invincible armor. The constant barrage of impacts had found the weak points in its construction, and Ben's relentless assault was methodically exploiting every flaw. The Red King felt his ribs crack as the force of the blows began to penetrate his defenses. Internal organs shifted and bruised as the armor's protective systems failed one by one. Blood began to seep from the joints in his helmet, painting the arena sand crimson. This is impossible," he gasped, his voice wet with blood. "You cannot, my armor." "Why not?" Ben replied, his voice steady despite the continuous exertion. "I told you if 100 punches aren't enough, I'll throw 1,000. If 1,000 aren't enough, I'll throw 10,000, whatever it takes." But even as he spoke, Ben could see that the end was near. The armor's integrity had been compromised, and what had once been impenetrable protection was now becoming a prison of shattered metal and failing systems. It was time for the finishing blow. Ben raised his upper right arm high, channeling every ounce of his Tetraman strength into a single devastating strike. But something more than physical power flowed through him, a red energy that seemed to emanate from the very planet itself. The eternal power of Sykar. It was an energy that any living being could theoretically learn to harness, but few ever managed to achieve true mastery. For a Tetraman with their natural connection to raw force and primal strength, it was a perfect match. In the stands, Kaira and the other surviving members of the Shadow People recognized the energy immediately. It was weak compared to what their ancestors had once wielded, but it was genuine, the power of the planet itself, channeled through a worthy ship. The red lightning that wreathed Ben's fist seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of Sykar itself. The very air shimmered with power as the planet's life force gathered around the young warrior, recognizing him as its chosen champion. At that moment, Ben truly became what the people had been calling him, the son of Sykar. The final punch descended like a falling star. Boom! The impact shattered the Red King's armor like glass, the crimson energy radiating outward in concentric waves that washed over the entire planet. But rather than destruction, the energy brought renewal. Where the red light touched, the poisoned waters began to clear. Dead soil sprouted with new life. The wounded found their injuries healing, and the broken-hearted felt hope return to their spirits. Across Sykar, beings of every species raised their eyes to the sky and felt something they hadn't experienced in generations. The touch of their world's living soul, channeled through one who had proven worthy of its trust. In the arena, the Red King's broken form lay still in the crater, his reign of terror finally ended. Above him, Ben stood silhouetted against the cleansing light, no longer just a visitor to this world, but truly its chosen son. The crowd's voice rose in unison, a chant that would echo through Sakar's history for generations to come. Son of Sakar, son of Sakar, son of Sakar. The old king had fallen, the new age had begun. The sky above Sakar remained its familiar shade of gunmetal gray, heavy clouds pregnant with the promise of storms that would never come. Those thick, leaden formations weren't natural weather patterns. They were interdimensional gateways, cosmic arteries that connected this remote world to every corner of the universe. The endless cascade of debris that fell through those portals had once been Sakar's primary source of survival under the Red King's brutal regime, but now they represented something far more valuable: hope for genuine renewal. The planet bore scars that would take generations to heal, but already signs of recovery were emerging. The Great Totem Tower, which had nearly collapsed during the final battle against the Red King's forces, was being rebuilt with meticulous care. Where once only championship totems and symbols of tyrannical rule had adorned its surface, now a new emblem hung prominently for all to see. It was an elegant design, black and green geometric shapes arranged like an hourglass, the colors separated yet unified in their message. The symbol of the Omnitrix, transformed into something that represented hope rather than just power. Inside the reconstructed totem tower, Ben sat at the head of a long silver conference table, still adjusting to the surreal reality of his new position. The title felt strange on his tongue, King of Sakar. It had been bestowed upon him by popular acclaim rather than conquest, the unified voice of a planet's worth of beings who had witnessed his victory over the Red King and felt the touch of Sakar's planetary consciousness flowing through him. The eternal power that had manifested during that final confrontation remained frustratingly elusive now. Like trying to recapture lightning in a bottle, Ben could sense the energy's presence but couldn't quite grasp it again. Ben wasn't particularly concerned about the temporary loss. Seeds took time to grow, and he could feel the power's roots taking hold in his soul. When the time came for him to truly master Sakar's ancient gifts, he would be ready. For now, he had more immediate concerns. "Ladies, gentlemen, and assorted space friend," Ben said, rising from his chair with theatrical formality, "I hereby declare the official establishment of the Plumber's Planetary Law Enforcement for unnatural, multiversal, biological, and extraterrestrial response and surveillance." The assembled group turned their attention to him, though their expressions ranged from eager anticipation to barely concealed skepticism. A few weeks ago, none of them would have believed that this seemingly ordinary human could orchestrate the liberation of an entire planet. Now they were prepared to follow him into whatever madness he proposed next. "Luma, Brunhilde, Bill, Kaera, and Loki," Ben continued, his tone becoming more businesslike as he outlined his vision. "For the foreseeable future, you five will serve as our senior member and planetary coordinators." Wait, what? Loki, who had been staring off into space with the expression of someone contemplating existential questions far beyond normal comprehension, suddenly snapped to attention. "Did you say something about me?" His interruption drew immediate disapproval from the rest of the group. Luma cracked her knuckles meaningfully, the sound echoing through the chamber like small explosions. The threat was unmistakable: interrupt the proceedings again and discover firsthand why Tetramans were feared across the galaxy. Loki raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, his usual smirk replaced by genuine nervousness. Ben gestured for calm and continued his explanation. "The ultimate goal of our plumbers is to maintain peace and stability throughout the universe. However," he paused, his expression becoming more serious, "Sakar is currently in a state of extensive reconstruction. We can't effectively help other worlds until we've properly restored our own." He could see the uncertainty in Bill's features. Ben addressed those concerns directly. "Bill, I want to make something absolutely clear. Finding and ensuring the survival of the Corbinite is one of our highest priorities. As soon as we have the resources organized, you'll lead a dedicated rescue team to locate and liberate your people." Beta Ray Bill's eyes filled with tears. He started to drop to one knee in gratitude, but Ben quickly waved him back to his feet. "The gladiators who fought alongside us in the arena understand what it means to be locked up," Ben added. "I'm confident they'll volunteer for rescue missions to help find your people." "I can contribute too," Luma interjected eagerly, her forearms gesticulating with enthusiasm. "Don't forget that Tetramand Engineering produces the most advanced starship engines in the known universe. Our technology could cut rescue mission travel time by 70%. Her expression shifted from professional pride to something more personal, and she began fidgeting with her fingers in a way that would have been endearing if she weren't a 7-foot-tall warrior capable of punching through starship hulls. Actually, I have some personal business to attend to as well, she admitted, her voice taking on an uncharacteristically shy tone. Personal business? Ben asked, though he suspected he already knew where this conversation was heading. We still haven't completed the collection of engagement gifts, Luma announced, as if this were a matter of cosmic importance. The first few items were relatively simple to acquire, but we need something from an ice-based life form. Unfortunately, Sakar's climate doesn't exactly support frozen creatures. I'll need to leave the planet to find suitable specimens. At the mention of ice creatures, Loki's entire demeanor changed. He sat up straighter, his eyes narrowing with obvious suspicion as he studied Luma's face. Ice creatures, he repeated carefully. What exactly do you mean by that? Nothing complicated, Luma replied with a shrug. Just any living being that naturally exists in sub-zero temperatures, preferably something with interesting crystalline structures or unique metabolic adaptations. She noticed Loki's intense scrutiny and tilted her head curiously. You wouldn't happen to know where I might find such creatures, would you? Absolutely not, Loki said quickly, shaking his head with perhaps more vigor than was strictly necessary. I have no knowledge whatsoever of any ice-based life forms, none at all, never even heard of such things. Ben rubbed his temples, feeling a familiar headache developing. Luma, I've told you repeatedly I'm still a minor. This entire engagement discussion is premature by several years. Oh, there's no rush, Luma said airily, propping her feet up on the conference table with casual disregard for protocol. But the betrothal gifts should be prepared in advance. Besides, I don't want to just grab random objects that technically meet the requirements. For something this important, only genuine treasures will suffice. She began counting off on her fingers, her expression becoming more animated as she outlined her shopping list. I need a golden arm, preferably one with historical significance or advanced technological components. The blue object must be a truly spectacular gemstone, something that would make the crown jewels look like costume jewelry, and the object of conquest needs to represent a substantial achievement. She paused thoughtfully. Perhaps conquering an entire planet would be appropriate. Have you completely forgotten the fundamental purpose of our plumbers? Ben asked, his voice rising slightly in exasperation. We're supposed to be maintaining peace, not conquering worlds for wedding gifts. The irony wasn't lost on him that Luma's enthusiasm for violence was both one of her most valuable assets and one of his biggest headaches as a leader trying to promote galactic harmony. Hoping for support from a more rational quarter, Ben turned to Brunhilde. Surely the legendary Valkyrie would bring some much-needed stability to their organization's leadership structure. His optimism lasted exactly 3 seconds. Why are you looking at me like that? Brunhilde asked, her expression displaying the kind of cheerful obliviousness that suggested she had missed several important parts of the conversation. I agreed to help fight the Red King because there was excellent alcohol involved and some truly spectacular battles to enjoy. If you think I'm going to sit through boring administrative meetings and actually work for a living, you're delusional. Ben stared at her for a long moment, processing this revelation. You're telling me that your entire motivation for joining our rebellion was recreational? Pretty much, Brunhilde confirmed with a shrug. Though I'll admit watching you punch that tyrant into paste was worth the effort all by itself. I really can't rely on any of you, can I? Ben muttered under his breath. Ahem. Loki cleared his throat pointedly, straightening his shoulders and puffing out his chest like a student eager to be called upon by the teacher. His entire posture radiated an almost desperate desire to be acknowledged and assigned important responsibilities. Ben found this sudden display of enthusiasm deeply suspicious. What's gotten into you? Shouldn't you be rushing back to Asgard to impress Thor and Odin with tales of your heroic reformation? Oh, I'll return to Asgard eventually, Loki said with careful nonchalance, but certainly not immediately. Sakar is clearly in desperate need of qualified leadership and expertise during this crucial reconstruction phase. Fortunately, I possess extensive knowledge in numerous fields of endeavor. It would be irresponsible of me to abandon this world in its hour of greatest need. His righteous speech might have been more convincing if he hadn't kept unconsciously reaching up to touch his drastically shortened hair. Besides, he added in a much quieter voice, that barber gave me what can only be described as a military crew cut. If I show up in Asgard looking like this, Thor will laugh himself into a coma. Ben bit back a smile. Apparently, Asgardian vanity was a more powerful force than he'd previously realized. Keira watched the entire exchange with the patient amusement of someone who had witnessed far stranger behavior during her centuries of life. With assistance from all of you, she said diplomatically. I have complete confidence that Sakar will not only recover its former prosperity, but surpass it entirely. This world has the potential to become a beacon of hope for displaced peoples throughout the galaxy. Absolutely, Loki agreed with perhaps excessive enthusiasm, then fixed Ben with a sly look that suggested mischief was brewing. But that raises an important question, Your Majesty. What exactly will your role be in this grand endeavor? Are you planning to serve as some kind of inspirational figurehead for the Sakarian people, a living symbol of hope and renewal? Well, obviously. Ben began, then paused to make sure his next words carried the full weight of their absurdity. I'm going back to Earth to finish high school. Did you think my summer vacation was going to last forever? If a certain mad scientist hadn't accidentally destroyed the school building with his dino transformation, I wouldn't even have had this extra month of freedom. He felt a brief moment of gratitude toward Connor. His rampage had been traumatic for everyone involved, but at least it had given Ben the time he needed to go to Sakar without failing his sophomore year. The room fell into stunned silence. It was difficult to process the cognitive dissonance of hearing, "I need to finish my homework," from someone who had just conquered an entire planet and established an interstellar peacekeeping organization. The silence stretched long enough to become uncomfortable before Loki finally spoke. I have one more question, he said, raising his hand with mock formality. Are you aware that time flows differently on Sakar compared to most other regions of the universe? He leaned forward, clearly enjoying the opportunity to deliver what he considered devastating news. You might think you've been here for a few weeks, but it's entirely possible that a full year has passed in Midgard during your absence. Ben felt his stomach drop as visions of angry parental lectures danced through his mind. Before he could spiral into full panic mode, however, Kaira shook her head reassuringly. Actually, the temporal distortions are primarily concentrated near the portal gates, she explained. The chaotic time streams are caused by the gravitational effects of so many intersecting wormholes. Here in the planet's interior, time flows at essentially the same rate as the rest of the universe. The relief that washed over Ben was almost physically palpable. Thank God. I really don't want to disappear for a year and then have to explain to Dad and Mom why I missed my year of high school. In that case, Ben said, clapping his hands together with renewed energy, let's get this operation moving. He began delegating responsibilities with the efficiency of someone who had been forced to learn leadership skills under fire. Kaira, Sakar's reconstruction and government are in your hands for now. Work with the surviving shadow people to establish proper administrative systems and give all the displaced aliens a choice. They can either settle here permanently or receive safe passage to whatever destination they prefer. Kaira nodded, already mentally organizing the massive logistical challenges involved in rebuilding a planetary civilization from scratch. Bill, I want you to coordinate the Corbinite rescue operations. Use your connections with the other former gladiators to assemble volunteer teams and work with Luma to develop the fastest, most efficient starships we can build. The horseman's frame seemed to straighten with newfound purpose. After being forced to fight for others' entertainment, he would finally have the chance to save his people. Luma, focus on upgrading our fleet's propulsion systems. If we're going to be operating across galactic distances, we need ships that can make the journey in reasonable timeframes. And try to keep your engagement gift hunting to a minimum, he added with a pointed look. At least until you find specimens that aren't currently enjoying their freedom on their home planets. Luma grinned unrepentantly. I make no promises, but I'll try to be diplomatic about it. Loki, Ben continued, contact Heimdall and ask him to open the Rainbow Bridge so I can return to Earth. I've been away long enough that people are probably starting to ask questions. Loki looked skeptical. I seriously doubt he'll respond to me, but I suppose I can try. He closed his eyes and extended his consciousness toward the cosmic awareness of Asgard's all-seeing guardian. To his surprise, the connection formed almost immediately, clearer and stronger than he had dared hope. After a few moments, he opened his eyes with an expression of genuine amazement. Well, I'll be damned. Not only did Heimdall respond, but he's actually willing to transport you via the Rainbow Bridge. When did the Nine Realms become so accommodating toward Midgardian? What Loki didn't mention was the profound relief he felt at Heimdall's willingness to communicate with him. It suggested that Odin's anger over his past transgressions might not be as permanent as he had feared. With luck, his eventual return to Asgard would result in nothing worse than a few months of imprisonment, a sentence he could handle with his usual theatrical flair. Ben, meanwhile, was already focused on practical preparations for departure. He designed a series of uniform specifications based on classic plumber aesthetics, practical, professional, and immediately recognizable across different cultures. Each member of the plumbers received their own custom-fitted badge, a sophisticated communication device that would allow instant contact across any distance, no matter how many light years separated them. The badges will let us coordinate our efforts no matter where in the universe our missions take us, Ben explained as he distributed the devices. Think of them as spave walkie-talkies with unlimited range. What about the uniforms? Brunhilde asked, examining the design specifications with obvious distaste. They look like something a maintenance worker would wear. Couldn't you have designed something with a bit more style, maybe some dramatic flowing capes or intimidating armor plating? The uniforms are optional for senior member, Ben conceded. Consider them more of a suggestion for field operatives who want to be immediately identified as plumbers personnel. As he made his final preparations to leave Sakar, Ben found his thoughts turning toward Earth and the life he had temporarily left behind. I wonder how Peter's been handling things while I've been gone. Meanwhile, on Earth, I wonder how Ben's doing. Peter Parker muttered to himself as he webbed up another group of bank robbers, their unconscious forms dangling from a streetlight like a very unconventional art installation. He pulled out his phone to check for messages, only to remember that the screen had been completely shattered during his last encounter with his new Ememi. The device was now held together mostly by wishful thinking and several layers of electrical tape. Really need to invest in a more durable phone, he grumbled, shoving the electronic corpse back into his backpack. The past month had been a whirlwind of chaos and confusion. On the positive side, Oscorp had announced a revolutionary partnership with a small company called Primus Technologies, resulting in the development of a genuine healing serum that promised to help millions of injured and disabled people worldwide. Norman Osborn's stock had gone from worthless to stratospheric practically overnight, and Peter was genuinely happy for his best friend Harry's family. Unfortunately, that good news had been overshadowed by the emergence of a new supervillain calling himself the Green Goblin. The armored maniac had made his debut by attacking Norman and Harry during a live television interview, forcing Peter to abandon his secret identity concerns and intervene as Spider-Man in front of the entire city. Since then, he'd been locked in an escalating conflict with the Goblin, trying to protect innocent civilians while figuring out what the villain's ultimate goals might be. The fact that the Goblin seemed specifically focused on tormenting the Osborn family suggested personal motivations rather than simple criminal enterprise. Meanwhile, Hell's Kitchen had been experiencing its own surge in criminal activity, with new players moving in to fill power vacuums left by various superhero interventions. Peter found himself pulled in multiple directions, trying to maintain his normal life while keeping up with an ever-increasing workload as Spider-Man. Being a solo superhero is exhausting, he complained to the empty alley, his voice muffled by his mask. I could really use some backup right about now. The magnificent rainbow bridge descended from the heavens once more, its prismatic light painting the desert landscape in brilliant hues before slowly fading into memory. When the radiance finally dissipated, Ben Parker stood alone on the distinctively patterned sand of New Mexico, surveying the vast wilderness that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. I should probably check what day it is, he muttered to himself, pulling out his phone only to remember that interdimensional travel tended to play havoc with cellular service. The desert around him showed no signs of the recent excitement that had briefly transformed this remote location into the center of attention when Thor's hammer had fallen from the sky. Ben's first priority upon returning to Earth was retrieving the casket of ancient winters from its underground hiding place. He transformed into Diamond Head, his crystalline form glinting in the harsh desert sun as he dove several kilometers beneath the surface. The casket waited exactly where he had left it, its ancient Jotunheim craftsmanship still radiating the kind of cold that could freeze entire star systems. Leaving the broken destroyer armor on Sakar was the right call, he reflected as he carefully extracted the artifact, but keeping something this dangerous on Earth feels like a disaster waiting to happen. The planet's security infrastructure simply wasn't equipped to contain a weapon of this magnitude. The casket possessed enough power to plunge the entire world into a new ice age if its containment ever failed. Finding a secure hiding place on a planet where the most sophisticated security system was probably a bank vault seemed laughably inadequate. Maybe I should just keep it with me, Ben decided pragmatically. At least it'll help with the summer heat. He carefully placed the artifact into his school backpack right next to his chemistry textbook and a half-eaten bag of chips. Somewhere in the frozen wastes of Jotunheim, Laufey would have wept if he knew that his people's most sacred weapon was now serving as a portable air conditioning unit for a human teenager. The entire situation served as a stark reminder of how much his life had changed since acquiring the Omnitrix. I really need to prioritize developing that interdimensional transport device, he noted as he began his journey back to civilization. Primus should have gotten the healing serum into full production by now, he calculated as he transformed into XLR-8 and began racing toward New York. And if everything went according to plan, Harry's smartphone prototypes should be ready for market testing. In the Marvel Universe, smartphone technology was relatively simple to develop, especially when you had access to advanced materials and manufacturing techniques that wouldn't be available in the real world for another decade. The challenging part was establishing the production infrastructure and distribution networks necessary to compete with established electronics companies. The ideal scenario involved Primus leveraging its partnership with Oscorp to gain credibility in the medical market, then using that reputation to break into consumer electronics. With any luck, the healing serum's success had already generated enough capital to fund the smartphone project's next phase. Government contracts alone should have brought in serious money, Ben reasoned as the landscape blurred past him. SHIELD and the military would pay almost anything for a reliable healing. Rather than heading to the airport and dealing with commercial travel, Ben simply changed into XLR-8 and ran the entire distance back to New York City. The journey gave him time to think and appreciate the familiar sensation of his feet touching solid ground after weeks of navigating Sakar's alien terrain. New York looked exactly as he remembered it, a bustling metropolis of glass and steel reaching toward the sky, filled with millions of people going about their daily lives in blissful ignorance of the cosmic dramas playing out beyond their atmosphere. It was comforting in its normalcy, a reminder that some things remained constant even as his own life became increasingly surreal. As Ben approached Manhattan's skyline, he spotted a familiar red and blue figure swinging between the skyscrapers on gossamer strands of webbing. Spider-Man was in pursuit of what appeared to be a heavily armored figure riding some kind of advanced aircraft, the chase weaving through the urban canyon with the fluid grace of a three-dimensional ballet. But it was Spider-Man's opponent that truly caught Ben's attention. The pursuing figure wore distinctive green and purple armor, complete with a grotesque goblin-like mask and a high-tech glider that moved with predatory efficiency through the air. "Is that the Green Goblin?" Ben asked aloud, his enhanced Keinzelerin vision tracking the aerial battle with perfect clarity. How is that possible? Norman Osborn's genetic disease had been cured months ago. The Osborn Group was flourishing thanks to their partnership with Primus, generating unprecedented profits from the healing serum's medical applications. There should have been no reason for either Norman or Harry to undergo the psychological breakdown that typically preceded a transformation into the Green Goblin. Yet there was no mistaking the figure pursuing Spider-Man through the city's airspace. The armor design, the glider technology, the cackling laughter echoing off the building facades, it was definitely the Green Goblin in all his unhinged glory. "I've only been gone for a month," Ben muttered, temporarily abandoning his plan to head straight home. "What the hell happened while I was away?" Instead of rushing to assist Spider-Man immediately, Ben changed course toward Primus Technologies' headquarters. He needed information before he could effectively intervene, and Dr. Connors would have been monitoring the situation closely. Dr. Kurt Connors looked genuinely surprised when Ben appeared in the laboratory doorway, still wearing in his XLR-8 form. The scientist was carefully handling 2 vials of pale green serum while a small lizard perched contentedly on his shoulder. "Your space adventure is over already?" Connors asked, setting down the vials and gently transferring the lizard to Ben's outstretched hand. "Look at this. It's the first generation of enhanced lizards produced using our refined mutation protocols. With careful genetic manipulation, we should be able to..." "Doctor Connors," Ben interrupted, recognizing the signs of an incoming lecture that could easily consume the next several hours. "What's the situation with the Green Goblin? How is Norman handling all this?" He transformed back to his human form and moved quickly to the laboratory's computer terminal, where Eunice had helpfully displayed live news feeds of the ongoing aerial battle above Manhattan. Understanding dawned in Connor's expression. "Ah, you mean the attacks on Osborson," he said. "Norman has been trying to reach you for weeks, but your communications went completely dark. My phone got destroyed during the..." Ben paused, realizing that explaining interdimensional warfare might be more complicated than the situation warranted. "Wait, back up. The Green Goblin is attacking Norman Osborn." The information was staggering, Ben knew each individual word in that sentence, but their combination created a logical paradox that his brain struggled to process. So Norman isn't the Green Goblin? He asked, just to be absolutely certain. Why would Norman be the Green Goblin? Connors replied as if the suggestion were absurd. Based on our analysis of the attacks and the technology being used, we're fairly confident that the perpetrator is Mendel Strom. Ben blinked. Who? Don't tell me you've forgotten the man we bought most of our equipment from, Connors said with mild exasperation. Mendel Strom was one of Oscorp's original investors and board members. The name triggered vague memories of financial transactions and equipment purchases during Primus's early development phase. Oh, right. The guy who sold us all that lab gear at below-market prices. Exactly, Connors confirmed. The glider technology the Green Goblin is using was developed by Oscorp's aerospace division, and Strom would have had access to the prototypes through his board position. More importantly, we suspect he may have stolen and modified samples of our original lizard serum. The pieces began falling into place. The formula that got stolen before we perfected the healing serum, precisely. After the lizard incident on the Williamsburg Bridge, the military canceled their order and returned all the samples. But several vials went missing during the transfer process. Connors gestured toward the news footage, where the Green Goblin was performing aerial maneuvers that seemed to exceed normal human reflexes. We believe Strom has been experimenting with modified versions of the formula, trying to create his own enhancement serum. Let me guess, Ben said wearily. He sold his Oscorp shares when he thought the company was finished, then watched helplessly as our healing serum turned them into a pharmaceutical goldmine. A classic revenge story, Connors agreed. Strom apparently believes he was cheated out of billions in potential profits, so now he's trying to destroy Norman's reputation and steal our research to create his own competing empire. Like many supervillains, this new Green Goblin's origin story followed a depressingly familiar pattern: greed, poor decision-making, and an inability to accept responsibility for the consequences of his own actions. What about Norman and Harry? Ben asked, his concern shifting to his friend's well-being. Are they safe? They're fine, Connors assured him, then paused with a thoughtful expression. Actually, Norman is probably the happiest he's been in years. Strom's attack turned out to be the best advertising campaign we could have asked for. Ben raised an eyebrow. How do you figure that? During the live television interview where Strom first revealed himself as the Green Goblin, he managed to seriously injure Norman with some kind of energy weapon. The whole city watched as Norman collapsed, apparently dying from his wounds. Connors smiled at the memory. Then Harry administered one of our healing serums on live television, and Norman made a complete recovery within minutes. He literally stood up and walked away from injuries that should have been fatal. The implications were staggering from a marketing perspective. So the entire city witnessed our product performing a literal miracle. The footage has been broadcast worldwide, Connors confirmed. Every major news network has been running stories about the resurrection serum that brought Norman Osborn back from the brink of death. Our order backlog is currently measured in years rather than months. Of course, the enhanced formula that Norman had received wasn't quite the same as the commercial version they were selling to hospitals and medical facilities. But the basic principle remained sound, and the dramatic demonstration had eliminated any lingering doubts about the serum's effectiveness. I suppose we should send Strom a thank you card, Ben said dryly, though I'm guessing Norman isn't quite ready to forgive the attempted murder. The situation is complicated, Connors admitted. We have strong suspicions about the Green Goblin's identity, but no concrete proof that would hold up in court. And Strom has been careful to avoid leaving evidence that could definitively link him to the attacks. Well, as long as everyone's safe, I guess we can work with the situation. Ben moved toward his personal laboratory to begin working on some overdue projects. I should probably design a new suit before I get involved in this mess. Speaking of complications, Connors called after him, you've got some personal issues that need attention. Felicia Hardy has been here looking for you multiple times since the serum launch. Ben paused in the doorway. It wasn't surprising that Felicia knew Primus's location. Her connections had been instrumental in acquiring Oscorp's surplus equipment at bargain prices, but her continued interest suggested that their relationship had progressed beyond simple business transactions. I see you're developing quite the social network, Connors observed with amusement. The month-long communications blackout had apparently created more complications than Ben had anticipated. May and Ben SR had been asking increasingly pointed questions about his extended holiday, forcing Peter to construct elaborate cover stories about Ben working with reclusive scientists in remote locations without cell phone coverage. The story becomes less believable every day, Connors noted. And Felicia isn't the only one who's been worried. Mary Jane Watson has been stopping by regularly to check if you've returned. It's not that complicated, Ben protested, though he could already see the potential for awkward conversations and hurt feelings in his immediate future. Compared to overthrowing a planetary dictator and establishing an interstellar peacekeeping organization, managing his teenage social life should have been relatively simple. But somehow, explaining a month-long absence to worried friends and family felt more daunting than anything he'd faced on Sakar. The 3D printer finished fabricating his new costume, and Connors examined the design with professional interest. Interesting aesthetic choice, going for a more intimidating look. I want to avoid being confused with Spider-Man, Ben explained as he tested the suit's flexibility and fit. Our fighting styles are different enough that sharing an identity could damage Peter's reputation. The new costume incorporated several technological innovations inspired by his experiences on Sakar. The base color was deep black, accented with white geometric patterns that formed an abstract spider design across the torso. The most distinctive feature was a series of black metallic chains wrapped around his forearms. When Ben activated the suit systems, the transformation was dramatic. Where moments before had stood a relatively normal-looking teenager, now there was a figure that seemed to have stepped out of a noir comic book, sleek, dangerous, and more than a little intimidating. "What are the chains for?" Connors asked, examining the metallic components with scientific curiosity. "I thought Spider-Man relied on web shooters. Is this some new technology?" "You'll see," Ben replied. Ben attached several small disc-shaped devices to where the web launcher would be positioned. "Borrowed technology from my trip. These discs contain a modified neurotoxin that can incapacitate targets without permanent harm." The Red King's implant technology had been crude but effective. Ben's modified version was far more precise, capable of rendering opponents unconscious without the brutal side effects that had made the original so horrifying. "Fascinating," Connors murmured, stepping back to give Ben space to test the suit's mobility. "Non-lethal but highly effective, much more sophisticated than traditional law enforcement tools." Ben moved to the laboratory window, preparing to make his exit in dramatic fashion rather than walking through the front door like a normal person. Before he left, Connors called out one final question. "So what should we call you now? I assume you'll want a distinctive code name to avoid confusion with your cousin." Ben paused on the windowsill, his new costume's dark fabric rippling in the evening breeze. The question deserved a thoughtful answer, a name that would reflect him. "Prime," he said finally, testing how the words sounded. "Call me Prime." The wind screamed past at terminal velocity as Peter Parker clung desperately to his webline, his body whipped through the air behind the Green Goblin's glider like a banner in a hurricane. 50 stories below, the streets of Manhattan spread out like a circuit board, pedestrians reduced to moving specks completely unaware of the life-and-death struggle playing out above their heads. "Let go, you bug." The Green Goblin snarled over the howling wind, his glider performing violent aerial maneuvers designed to shake his unwanted passenger. The aircraft bucked and weaved between skyscrapers with predatory grace, sometimes climbing vertically up glass facades, other times diving into bone-jarring turns that would have pulverized a normal human. But Peter's biostatic adhesion held firm, his enhanced grip keeping him connected to the webline despite forces that should have torn his arm from its socket. "Spiders are arachnids, not bug," Peter shouted back, his voice barely audible over the wind. "Did you skip every biology class in high school?" The correction only seemed to enrage the Green Goblin further. Through his armor's targeting systems, Mendel Strom's eyes burned with the kind of fury that came from years of accumulated resentment finally finding an outlet. He didn't care about accuracy. He cared about eliminating the obstacles standing between him and reclaiming what he considered rightfully his. The Osborne Group bore Norman's name, but Strom had invested his life savings in the company during its early years. In his twisted logic, that made him the true owner, not Norman Osborn. The healing serum partnership with Primus had been the final insult, billions in potential profits that should have been his, stolen through what he convinced himself was an elaborate conspiracy. Norman had forced him to sell his shares using despicable tactics. The fact that Strom had voluntarily sold during a market panic, betting against the company's recovery, was a detail his rage-fueled mind conveniently ignored. In his version of events, he was the victim of a sophisticated fraud, and everyone who had laughed at his poor timing would pay for their mockery. The modified serum coursing through his veins whispered constant encouragement for violence, amplifying his natural resentments into homicidal obsession. He had stolen Oscorp's prototype armor and glider designs, But more importantly, he had formed an alliance that gave him resources far beyond what he could access alone. "I'm not fighting solo like you, Spider-Man." The Green Goblin called out with malicious glee, banking his glider toward the financial district where the real trap waited, several blocks away. Lester, better known in criminal circles as Bullseye, crouched on a rooftop with the patience of a predator, his modified rifle trained on the aerial battle unfolding across Manhattan's skyline. The weapon's scope tracked Spider-Man's erratic movement with mechanical precision, compensating for wind speed, gravitational drop, and the target's unpredictable swinging pattern. As Wilson Fisk's most reliable enforcer, Bullseye had built his reputation on the principle that every target eventually fell. No exceptions, no survivors, no witnesses. His success rate approached mathematical perfection, a statistic that commanded both fear and premium prices in New York's underworld. Spider-Man and his companion Daredevil had been disrupting Kingpin's operations for months, confiscating shipments and dismantling carefully constructed criminal networks. In the old days, such interference would have been met with swift and brutal retaliation. Troublemakers simply disappeared, their bodies eventually discovered in creative locations designed to send messages to other potential heroes. But Spider-Man was different. The wall-crawler possessed reflexes and abilities that made conventional assassination attempts futile. Even coordinated gang attacks had failed to bring him down, leaving Fisk with the uncomfortable reality that his criminal empire was vulnerable to a single determined teenager in a costume. The alliance with the Green Goblin had been a stroke of tactical genius. Strom provided enhanced equipment and superhuman abilities, while Fisk contributed strategic planning and resources. Together, they would eliminate Spider-Man and send a clear message to anyone else considering interference with Kingpin's business interests. Bullseye's finger tightened on the trigger as his calculations reached their conclusion. The bullet would travel 3 kilometers through urban air currents, thread through the gap between 2 office buildings, and strike Spider-Man in the head with enough force to penetrate even enhanced human skulls. The rifle's report was barely audible over the city's ambient noise, a professional's weapon designed for stealth rather than intimidation. The bullet streaked through the air with supernatural accuracy, passing through a flock of pigeons without disturbing their flight pattern, its trajectory calculated to intersect with Spider-Man's position in exactly 2-3 seconds. In the Peter's spider sense erupted like a fire alarm inside his skull, every nerve ending suddenly screaming warnings of imminent death. The sensation was different from his usual danger detection, more focused, more urgent, like the difference between a smoke detector and an air raid siren. Acting on pure instinct, he yanked his head to the left just as something whistled past his ear with the smell of cordite and hot metal. Through his mask's enhanced lenses, he caught a glimpse of the copper-jacketed bullet as it continued its trajectory toward the building behind him. Time seemed to dilate as Peter's enhanced reflexes tracked the projectile's path. The bullet struck a floor-to-ceiling window with explosive force, spiderwebbing the entire glass wall before gravity took over. Thousands of razor-sharp fragments began their deadly descent toward the crowded sidewalk below. On the rooftop, Bullseye stared through his scope in genuine shock, his professional composure cracking for the first time in years. The shot had been perfect, wind speed calculated, target movement predicted, ballistic trajectory optimized for maximum lethality. According to every variable in his extensive experience, Spider-Man should have been dead before his body hit the pavement. "Impossible," he whispered, automatically cycling his rifle's bolt to chamber another round. But even as he realigned his sights, doubt crept into his calculations. If Spider-Man could dodge a shot that perfect, what did that say about the wall-crawler's true capabilities? Above the street, Peter's expression shifted from relief to horror as he realized the consequences of the assassination attempt. The glass fragments were falling toward a crowd of pedestrians who had no idea they were about to be caught in a deadly shower of shrapnel. Without hesitation, he released his webline and dove toward the falling debris, his body folding into an aerodynamic profile that would let him intercept as many fragments as possible. But even as he fell, his enhanced mind calculated the physics of the situation and arrived at a terrifying conclusion. He was too far away, moving too slowly, and there were too many pieces for him to stop them all. His spider sense continued its frantic warning, painting a picture of imminent tragedy that he was powerless to prevent. Below, pedestrians looked up at the sound of shattering glass, their faces registering confusion before terror as they realized what was falling toward them. Some tried to run, others simply froze, but the glass was falling too fast for human reflexes to provide any meaningful escape. Peter's web shooters fired in all directions, creating a spreading net of adhesive strands designed to catch as many fragments as possible. For a moment, it looked like the improvised safety net might work. Then the Green Goblin struck. "You can't save them all, Spider-Man." Strom's amplified voice carried gleeful malice as his glider's weapon systems activated. Razor-sharp projectiles launched from concealed compartments, severing Peter's web lines with surgical precision. The web collapsed, leaving the deadly glass shower to continue its unstoppable descent. The Green Goblin's glider accelerated with a burst of exhaust flame, its armored prow aimed directly at Peter's unprotected back. The impact came with the force of a speeding car, the glider's reinforced nose section driving into Peter's spine and launching him skyward like a broken doll. Peter's scream of pain echoed off the surrounding buildings as he found himself impaled on the glider's forward section, his body trapped in its aerodynamic groove while Strom piloted the aircraft with gleeful abandon. "Witness their death, Spider-Man." The Green Goblin roared, his armored hands gripping Peter's head with enough force to crack bone. "See what your heroic interference has accomplished. That remains to be seen." The voice cut through the chaos like a blade, followed immediately by a black lightning bolt that streaked down from the sky with inhuman speed. Prime descended on the scene like an avenging angel, blue electrical arcs crackling around his dark costume, as he fell faster than terminal velocity should have allowed. His trajectory carried him past both Peter and the Green Goblin in a blur of motion, but the chain weapon on his wrist uncoiled with perfect timing. The electrically charged link struck the largest glass fragment with explosive force, sending cascading arcs of energy throughout the entire debris field. Every piece of falling glass shattered simultaneously, reduced to harmless glass dust that scattered on the wind like glittering snow. The deadly shower had been neutralized in a single, precisely calculated strike. Prime landed on the street below in a crouch that absorbed the tremendous impact, his costume's advanced materials distributing the force across his enhanced physiology. Steam rose from his form as the electrical energy dissipated, leaving him standing in the center of a circle of sparkling glass powder. In the air, another Spider-Man. The Green Goblin's voice cracked with surprise and growing uncertainty. His plan had accounted for one wall crawler, not two, and this new arrival's demonstrated capabilities suggested a significant escalation in the threat level. Peter, still trapped in the glider's nose cone, felt his spirits lift despite the pain radiating through his back. His spider sense had been screaming warnings not just about the sniper, but about incoming assistance. He wanted to shout Ben's name in relief, but maintained operational security even under duress. On the street, Ben examined his hands as the last electrical arcs faded from his fingertips, frustrated by the limitations of his current form. The old power of Sakaar flowed most freely when he assumed his natural human state, but it remained accessible through his Duskwraith form, albeit in greatly reduced capacity. 3 seconds of enhanced speed, he muttered to himself, calculating the energy expenditure. Better than nothing, but nowhere near optimal efficiency. The power would regenerate given time, but for now he would have to rely on more conventional abilities. He looked up at the aerial battle above, where Peter was struggling to free himself from the Green Goblin's glider while avoiding the various weapon systems built into the aircraft. Peter managed to break free with a desperate twist, launching himself away from the glider with a burst of web fluid that carried him to a relatively safe landing on a nearby fire escape. "When did you get back?" Peter called out as he swung down to street level, his voice tight with pain but filled with obvious relief. "Just arrived in the city," Ben replied, his voice carrying the kind of edge that suggested serious violence was about to occur. "You can call me Prime, by the way." "Good call on the name change," Peter said, automatically falling into their established tactical dynamic. "Want to team up on this psychopath?" But Ben was already shaking his head, his attention focused on something beyond the immediate battle. "There's a sniper positioned approximately 4 blocks northeast, probably the one who took that shot at you. Handle him while I deal with our flying Halloween reject." Peter nodded without question. He had learned to trust Ben's tactical instincts, and dividing their efforts would prevent either opponent from receiving backup during the fight. As Spider-Man swung away toward Bullseye's position, the street cleared of bystanders with remarkable speed. New Yorkers had developed finely tuned survival instincts when it came to superhuman conflicts, and the sight of 2 costumed figures preparing for battle sent civilians scurrying for cover behind cars, into buildings, and generally anywhere that offered protection from collateral damage. Prime and the Green Goblin faced each other across the empty street, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows between the skyscrapers. Unlike Spider-Man, who had been fighting Strom for weeks and developed a sense of the man's tactics and limitations, Ben was an unknown quantity, a factor that clearly made the Green Goblin nervous. "I wasn't aware New York had acquired a black spider," Strom said, his voice carrying forced bravado as his glider's sensors analyzed the new threat. "Tell me, Dark Spider-Man, what's your agenda here? Surely you're not naive enough to believe in saving the world." Even through the Green Goblin's grotesque mask, Ben could sense the sneer behind the words. But rather than anger, he felt only a cold assessment of the tactical situation. Sometimes the gap in capability was so vast that emotional responses became irrelevant. "I'm not as merciful as Spider-Man," Ben said simply, the chains on his wrists beginning to glow with residual electrical energy. "Green Goblin." The casual dismissal in his tone was more insulting than any elaborate threat could have been. "What did you say?" Strom's voice cracked with rage as his carefully maintained psychological control shattered. His hand moved to his glider's weapon systems, launching 3 pumpkin bombs in a wild spray designed to saturate the area with explosive force. The detonations lit up the street like the surface of the sun, sending debris flying in all directions as windows shattered for blocks around. Smoke and flame billowed skyward, temporarily obscuring the battlefield in a roiling cloud of destruction. But before the echoes had finished reverberating off the surrounding buildings, a dark shape burst through the flames like a hunting predator. Prime's enhanced physiology had protected him from the worst of the blast, and his momentum carried him directly toward the Green Goblin's hovering position. Ben's strike was surgical in its precision, a palm thrust that carried tons of focused force directly toward Strom's head. The impact twisted the Green Goblin's helmet with a grinding screech of tortured metal, the man inside crying out as his inner ear was scrambled by the rotational force. Before Strom could recover his balance, armored fingers closed around his mask and hauled him off his glider entirely. The aircraft, suddenly deprived of its pilot's weight and control input, began an uncontrolled spiral toward the street below. "I said," Ben's voice carried the kind of quiet menace that made threats unnecessary, "I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye." The reference was lost on Strom, but the promise of violence came through with perfect clarity. To be perfectly honest, disposing of a villain like the Green Goblin posed no real challenge for Ben. One decisive strike had been enough to drive Mendel Strom directly into the building's brick facade, the tremendous impact force shattering his helmet like eggshell against concrete. Beneath the fractured mask, Strom's features were indeed recognizable, though dramatically altered from the man Ben remembered from their equipment transactions over a month ago. While he hadn't developed the full reptilian scales that characterized complete lizard serum transformation, his skin had taken on a distinctly greenish pallor, and his previously soft, corporate physique had been replaced by lean muscle mass that spoke of enhanced physical capabilities. Ben estimated that Strom's maximum strength now approached 10 tons, a significant enhancement that, combined with his stolen Oscorp technology, explained why Peter had been struggling against him for weeks. But Ben operated on an entirely different power scale than his cousin. The genetic optimization effects of the Omnitrix had been subtle at first, barely noticeable when he'd initially acquired spider-based abilities. But now, after months of transformation experience and exposure to cosmic energies, his physical capabilities far exceeded Peter's natural limits. Conservative estimates placed his strength at over 50 tons and growing, with no clear upper boundary in sight. "If I could eventually reach the Four Arms' strength levels, I'd be essentially unstoppable on Earth," he mused, though he suspected such power might be overkill for most earthly conflicts. Setting aside thoughts of future development, Ben stood atop the building with Strom's unconscious form dangling from one hand, waiting for Peter to return from his pursuit of the sniper. He felt no particular sympathy for the Green Goblin's current predicament. The man had authored his own downfall through a series of increasingly poor decisions. The original business conflict with Norman had been standard corporate maneuvering, the kind of boardroom warfare that occurred in major companies regularly. Strom and other shareholders had successfully forced Norman out of his own company, but that had been a legitimate business action, however ruthless. The real problem came later. When Ben and Norman executed their perfectly legal takeover of Oscorp using superior financial resources and strategic planning, Strom had refused to accept defeat gracefully. Instead of cutting his losses and moving on to other ventures, he had stolen proprietary technology and biological samples to launch a campaign of terrorism and attempted murder. If Norman hadn't happened to carry a healing serum during the televised attack, Strom's actions could easily have resulted in actual homicide on live television. Such escalation moved the conflict far beyond acceptable business competition into criminal territory that demanded serious consequences. Still, Ben had no intention of killing Strom immediately. A living, captured Green Goblin would prove far more valuable than a dead one, particularly in terms of public relations and legal proceedings. The lizard incident still casts a shadow over Oscorp's reputation, Ben reasoned as he examined his unconscious prisoner. If this isn't resolved completely, the media will continue using it as ammunition against the company indefinitely. Beyond his friendship with Harry and gratitude toward Norman for past assistance, Ben held a significant financial stake in Oscorp's success through his 25% ownership position. The company's continued prosperity directly impacted his own wealth and influence, making Strom's attacks a personal economic threat as well as a criminal matter. With the Green Goblin captured, Ben now possessed the perfect scapegoat for Oscorp's previous controversies. When the full truth emerged, public opinion would see Norman as a wronged entrepreneur who had been betrayed by trusted partners, and Dr. Connors as a disabled scientist whose risky research had been motivated by genuine desire to help others avoid his fate. The narrative would practically write itself. Greedy corporate raiders steal a man's life work, then turn to terrorism when their victim successfully recovers his company through legitimate means. Strom would be portrayed as the villain he had chosen to become, while Norman and Connors emerged as sympathetic figures who had overcome adversity through perseverance and ethical behavior. This might even allow Connors to abandon his fake identity, Ben realized. We could announce that he's been successfully treated with an upgraded healing serum, demonstrating the product's advanced capabilities while restoring his professional reputation. The public relations benefits were almost too good to be true. A complete rehabilitation of Oscorp's image, validation of their healing technology, and the capture of a dangerous supervillain all in one dramatic package. Ben finally understood why Norman had seemed so cheerful after surviving the Green Goblin's assassination attempt. Sometimes the best advertising came from surviving your enemy's attacks in spectacular fashion. Of course, Ben had no intention of letting Strom end up in prison, especially not when corruption and political pull could eventually set him free. He already knew parts of the NYPD were compromised by Wilson Fisk's organization. Eunice had confirmed it. Fisk was the real mastermind behind today's events. And with Bullseye showing up, her report wasn't just theory anymore, it was fact. Ben understood all too well that for powerful crime lords, owning the legal system was often more useful than avoiding it altogether. Fortunately, I have alternatives to conventional justice. Ben removed one of the obedience discs from his web shooter, carefully cutting through the Green Goblin's damaged armor to implant the device against bare skin. The Red King's obedience implant technology was brutally effective, even as Guardians struggled to resist its influence, and humans had no natural defenses against its neurological attacks. Under normal circumstances, the disc would simply ensure complete obedience from its host. But with the proper adjustments, the same technology could be used to terminate brain function entirely. Ben would allow Strom to live long enough to serve as Oscorp's public relations salvation, then quietly arrange for the Green Goblin's permanent retirement from criminal activity. As he was considering the timing of these arrangements, Peter descended from the sky in his classic red and blue costume, his landing somewhat less graceful than usual. "You actually caught him," Peter called out, relief and mild disappointment warring in his voice. While he was grateful for Ben's intervention, part of him couldn't help feeling outclassed by his cousin's capabilities. "I let the sniper escape," Peter admitted with obvious frustration. "He was already gone by the time I reached his position." Ben clapped a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder. "I suspect you'll encounter him again. Professional assassins tend to be persistent when their contracts remain unfulfilled." "Where have you been for the past month?" Peter asked, his curiosity finally overcoming his tactical concerns. "Your phone went straight to voicemail every time I tried calling." "If I didn't know you had the same powers as me, I would have been seriously worried about your safety." Peter's expression grew more animated as he continued. "Mary Jane has been coming by almost every night asking if you've returned yet, and Felicia has visited multiple times too. By the way," he added with sudden urgency, "Uncle Ben and Aunt may still think you're conducting research with some reclusive scientist, so don't contradict that story when you see them." After several minutes of rapid-fire updates about domestic situations and cover stories, Peter finally paused long enough for Ben to respond. "It's a rather long story," Ben said diplomatically. "Then give me the short version. I conquered a planet." Peter stared at him for several seconds, his mask's eye lenses somehow managing to convey complete bewilderment despite their lack of expression. I'm sorry, what? He had been expecting tales of beaches and vacation resorts, perhaps some romantic encounters with attractive tourists or exciting adventures in exotic locations. His imagination had conjured images of surfing, sailing, and other appropriately teenage vacation activities. The reality was technically exciting, just not in any way his brain had prepared for. An alien planet, Peter exclaimed once the information fully processed. That's incredible. Why do you get to be a hero on galaxy scales while I'm stuck dealing with purse snatchers and bank robbers in New York? His complaint was more habitual than genuinely bitter. Well, you still have two significant problems to handle here on Earth, Peter said, his mood improving as he focused on immediate concerns. Let's get the Green Goblin to the police station first. He moved toward the building's edge, preparing to web-swing across the city with their prisoner, but Ben's voice stopped him before he could launch. You're planning to just deliver him directly to police custody? Peter paused, confused by the question. Isn't that what we're supposed to do with captured criminals? And then what happens? Ben asked pointedly. No one knows the Green Goblin has been arrested. Anyone with sufficient connections or financial resources can arrange his release before the story even reaches the newspapers. That can't be right, Peter protested, though his voice carried uncertain undertones. At least Captain Stacy wouldn't allow something like that. Captain Stacy doesn't control the entire police department, Ben replied. Corruption and political influence exist at multiple levels of law enforcement. So what do you suggest? You need to ensure that all of New York knows Spider-Man defeated the Green Goblin, Ben explained. Create enough public attention that the NYPD would face enormous pressure if the Green Goblin mysteriously disappeared from custody or received preferential treatment. While Strom was ultimately doomed regardless of legal proceedings, using his capture to enhance Peter's reputation and experience seemed like a valuable opportunity for character development. Ben deliberately avoided suggesting more permanent solutions to the Green Goblin problem. He knew Peter's moral boundaries well enough to understand that his cousin would never embrace lethal methods, even against clearly dangerous enemies. In the comics, even after Kingpin's assassin had nearly killed Aunt May, Peter had ultimately chosen mercy over revenge despite his initial rage. Isn't that kind of showboating? Peter asked uncomfortably. It feels like I'd be bragging about my own accomplishments. We need to ensure maximum public attention to guarantee fair legal proceedings, Ben said firmly. I suggest taking the Green Goblin to the Daily Bugle and other major news outlets, then removing his mask to reveal his identity on camera. Wait, me? Peter pointed at himself in surprise. But you're the one who actually defeated him. I have other responsibilities to handle, Ben replied with a dismissive shrug. He genuinely didn't care about claiming credit for the victory. Playing Spider-Man was merely an occasional diversion for him, not a central part of his identity. After separating from Peter, Ben web-swung across Manhattan toward Osborn Manor, where he expected to find Norman and Harry monitoring news coverage of the Green Goblin's capture. Osborn Manor evening. Harry sat in his room, scrolling through his smartphone as he watched shaky amateur videos of the Green Goblin battle being uploaded to various social media platforms. The footage quality was poor and the angles were limited, but the basic facts were clear. Spider-Man had captured the Green Goblin with assistance from a mysterious new ally in black. Dad, Spider-Man caught the Green Goblin, Harry announced excitedly as Norman entered the room. Norman's expression immediately brightened as he hurried over to examine the footage for himself. While the video's poor resolution prevented clear identification of the Green Goblin's true face, Norman understood that swift action would be crucial to maximizing the public relations benefits of this development. A soft knock interrupted his planning as the family butler appeared in the doorway. "Mr. Osborn, you have a visitor," the elderly man announced formally. "Tell them I'm not available," Norman replied without looking up from the phone. "This isn't a good time for unexpected guests." The butler hesitated, his hand resting on the ornate door handle. "However, sir, it's Mr. Ben Parker." Both Norman and Harry immediately looked up with expressions of delighted surprise. "Then why didn't you say so immediately?" Norman exclaimed, tossing Harry's phone back to him as he headed for the door. "No, never mind that, I'll greet him personally." He paused beside the butler to add, "In the future, Mr. Parker doesn't require formal announcements. Simply escort him wherever he wishes to go." A few minutes later, Norman met Ben at the manor's main entrance, his face beaming with the kind of joy typically reserved for family reunions. "What a perfect day this has become," he declared, embracing Ben like a beloved son. The enthusiastic reception made Harry, who was following behind his father, feel distinctly like a third wheel in his own home. "I have even better news, Uncle Norman," Ben said with a knowing smile as he reached into his school backpack. Mendel Strom's complete criminal history. He produced a thick folder of documents that represented several hours of Eunice's investigative work, compiled from financial records, communications intercepts, and security footage that would have taken human investigators months to assemble. Norman's smile became even more radiant as he ushered Ben inside, his arm around the young man's shoulders in a paternal gesture that made Harry wonder why he hadn't been born female. "Ben, you've given me the most wonderful surprise." Norman enthused as they settled in the mansion's main sitting room. "You must stay for dinner tonight. Butler, please inform the kitchen staff that we'll be having a special celebration meal." "I appreciate the invitation, but I need to get home," Ben replied diplomatically. "I haven't seen Dad and Mom since returning to New York, and they'll be hurt if they discover I visited you first." Norman's expression immediately shifted to one of understanding approval. "You're absolutely right, Ben. Family should always come first. It's a lesson I learned rather later in life than I should have." After the events of the past month, Norman had gained new appreciation for the importance of personal relationships over business concerns. Ben then outlined his suggestions for handling the Strom situation, proposals that aligned perfectly with Norman's own strategic thinking. "That's exactly what I was planning," Norman confirmed, "but I had very limited evidence against him. Strom was careful to cover his tracks, and I never imagined you could gather such comprehensive documentation. Did you become a private investigator during your absence?" Ben smiled mysteriously rather than explaining that the month-long investigation had actually been completed by an AI assistant in a matter of hours after learning Strom's identity. "Additionally," Ben added thoughtfully, "I suspect Mendel Strom may have committed other crimes that haven't yet been discovered." He left the implication hanging deliberately, and Norman's expression showed immediate comprehension of the possibilities such unknown crimes might present. Since these additional offenses were purely hypothetical, they could be tailored to suit whatever narrative proved most beneficial for Oscorp's interests. Strom was like a bank robber who had already been caught red-handed. The amount he had supposedly stolen was limited only by imagination and credibility constraints. More importantly, while Strom had lost his Oscorp shares through his transformation into the Green Goblin, his personal assets remained substantial. The equipment purchases alone that Ben had negotiated with him represented millions of dollars in liquid wealth. Norman nodded sagely as he considered the implications. "Indeed, I recall some irregularities in Oscorp's financial records during that period. The total value of stolen property seems to have been considerably higher than initially reported." He performed some quick mental calculations and realized that what had originally been valued as a set of prototype armor and several defective serum samples could now be assessed as hundreds of millions of dollars in stolen research, proprietary technology, and industrial sabotage. Watching his father and Ben collaborate on what was essentially an elaborate financial fraud scheme, Harry felt several of his long-held illusions about Norman's ethical standards quietly shatter into pieces. Ben and Norman's conversation dragged on for another hour, diving deep into the crazy profit numbers for the healing serum business. Ben had already seen most of these financial details through Eunice's reports, but he liked hearing Norman's take on the real-world problems they were dealing with. The numbers were absolutely insane, even for the pharmaceutical world. Despite only being in business for a month, the massive military and government contracts had already made Primus one of the most profitable companies in North America. All the money went straight to Primus instead of being split with Oscorp, which meant Ben was now one of the youngest multimillionaires in New York, and he was still a teenager. "Our production can't keep up with all the orders coming in," Norman warned, his voice carrying that urgent tone you get when you're watching money slip through your fingers. "You need to talk to Connors right away about speeding up the breeding program for those enhanced lizards." Right now, Primus was running entirely on advance payments since they couldn't produce enough to actually keep stuff in stock. While this meant they got paid for everything they made, Norman was worried that the long delivery delays might eventually tick off customers and hurt their reputation. Even though Norman wouldn't get a direct cut of Primus's profits, his investment in Ben's success went way deeper than just money. The kid had become like a second son to him, and Norman wanted to make sure early success didn't become a roadblock to long-term growth. Their discussions slowly shifted to legal strategy for prosecuting Mendel Strom. While Oscorp had connections with several high-end law firms, Ben specifically recommended Matt Murdock for handling the case. though he didn't mention that his choice was based on the lawyer's night job as Daredevil rather than his courtroom skills. Once they had the Strom situation sorted out, Ben asked about Harry's progress with the smartphone project. "The phones are already hitting stores," Harry announced, his earlier sluggishness completely gone as he talked about his business wins. Being Norman Osborn's son, Harry had zero trouble getting manufacturing partnerships and production line access. Smartphone tech, while pretty advanced for regular people, needed way less specialized knowledge than biotech research. This meant the first batches could hit the market within weeks of finalizing the designs. The Healing Serum's media coverage had been perfect promotion for the smartphone launch, and customer response had beaten even their most optimistic predictions. While individual phone profits couldn't match pharmaceutical pricing, the huge market potential and scalable production promised serious total revenue. Harry's monthly earnings report convinced Ben to rethink his previous reluctance about expanding into consumer electronics. Why ignore profitable opportunities when they needed almost no extra effort? These lower-tech ventures could be handled entirely by Harry, giving him valuable business experience while generating significant cash flow. Harry was smart enough for effective management even if he lacked the creative genius for revolutionary innovations. Ben left Osborne Manor carrying several prototype smartphones, already planning his next conversation with his parents about Primus's business activities. Now that the company is making real money, there's no reason to keep hiding it from them, he thought during the drive home. His original secrecy had been motivated by concern for his adoptive parents' peace of mind. The Parker family had limited experience with business risks, and even though Ben knew failure was impossible, he hadn't wanted to cause unnecessary worry during the startup phase. That caution wasn't needed anymore. Ben SR drove home in a state of exhausted frustration, his aging sedan's broken air conditioning making the summer heat almost unbearable. Another day of job hunting had given him nothing but polite rejections and condescending explanations about technological requirements for positions that used to be considered entry-level work. Modern jobs seemed to require familiarity with computers, cash registers, inventory systems, and countless other electronic devices that hadn't existed when he'd first entered the workforce. Even basic retail positions now demanded technical skills that felt impossibly foreign to someone his age. At least Peter's photography work has been bringing in some money, he told himself, though the thought provided little comfort. The irony wasn't lost on him that his teenage nephew was contributing more to the family's financial stability than he was. Peter's Spider-Man photographs had been selling well to various newspapers, generating enough income to cover some household expenses and reduce the financial pressure a bit. Still, Ben SR worried constantly about Peter's safety. The young man seemed to have an uncanny ability to photograph Spider-Man's most dangerous encounters, suggesting he was deliberately putting himself in harm's way for the sake of dramatic shots. What would happen if one of those supervillain battles resulted in injury to innocent bystanders? Maybe I should consider turning the car into a taxi, he mused, though the prospect held little appeal. Installing a proper partition and getting the air conditioning fixed would cost money we don't have, but it might be the only option left. His chronic back problems would make long driving shifts uncomfortable, but regular employment opportunities seemed increasingly scarce for someone with his limited technical skills. As he turned onto their street, Ben SR's thoughts shifted to his other nephew. I wonder how Ben's research project is going. That train of thought was interrupted when he spotted two familiar figures standing outside their house. Ben had arrived home to find the house empty, May was still at work, and Ben SR was obviously still job hunting. Instead of waiting alone, he had run into Mary Jane Watson, who had been watching for his return from her window across the street. The red-haired girl had practically sprinted over when she spotted him, her face lighting up with joy that could have powered the entire neighborhood. After a month of wondering about his whereabouts, she was desperate to hear about his mysterious research activities. Ben provided a carefully edited account of his work with Dr. Connors, sharing technical details about genetic modification and cellular regeneration that were impressive enough to sound authentic, while remaining vague enough to avoid revealing anything truly sensitive. Mary Jane listened with complete attention, clearly understanding very little of the scientific terminology, but hanging on every word with the devotion of someone who found the speaker infinitely more interesting than the subject matter. Their conversation was interrupted by the distinctive sound of Ben SR's aging sedan, its engine making concerning noises that suggested expensive repairs in the near future. I should let you have your family reunion, Mary Jane said graciously, though her reluctance to leave was obvious. I'll see you later, Ben Assar emerged from his car looking tired and defeated, but his expression brightened considerably when he saw his son standing safely on their front porch. Did I interrupt something important? He asked with a knowing smile as Mary Jane waved goodbye. Nothing that can't wait, Ben assured him. Actually, Dad, I have something important to discuss with you. They walked toward the house together, Ben Assar's curiosity evident in his expression. Is this about your research project? He asked hopefully. No, Ben replied, taking a deep breath before making his announcement. I started a company. The dinner table conversation centered entirely around Ben's revelation, with Ben Assar and May still struggling to process what their teenage nephew's entrepreneurial success actually meant. So we've suddenly become wealthy, May asked carefully, as if speaking too loudly might make what seemed like an impossible dream disappear. Ben nodded confidently, and the visible relief that washed over his adoptive parents was profound. Years of financial stress seemed to lift from their shoulders like a physical weight, the constant worry lines around their eyes finally beginning to soften. May couldn't contain her emotional response, setting down her cooking utensils to embrace Ben with tears streaming down her face. This is wonderful news. We won't have to worry about college tuition for you and Peter anymore. Even in their moment of joy, their primary concern remained the welfare of their two boys rather than their own circumstances. Peter, you don't seem surprised by this news, Ben Assar observed with mild reproach. Have you known about this situation for a while? Peter shook his head honestly. I'm just as shocked as you are. In truth, Peter's lack of surprise came from having heard far more incredible news earlier that day. Compared to conquering an alien planet, starting a successful business seemed relatively normal. This isn't just about college expenses, Ben continued enthusiastically. We can afford a much better lifestyle now. We could move out of Queens, buy a larger house in a safer neighborhood, and neither of you would need to work anymore. But both Ben Assar and May immediately shook their heads in rejection. Ben, we're incredibly proud of everything you've accomplished, Ben Assar said earnestly. Your success makes us happier than we can express, but we don't want you to think that having money means it should be spent carelessly. Ben Assar, concern was genuine and based on painful experience. He had witnessed other young people who achieved early wealth only to develop destructive spending habits that eventually ruined their lives. Money could be as dangerous as it was beneficial if not managed responsibly. I understand your concerns, Dad, Ben replied. I'm not talking about wasteful luxury. I want to improve our quality of life and eliminate the financial stress that's been weighing on this family. Ben's primary motivation was relocating his family to a neighborhood with better security infrastructure, but he could see that direct pressure would be counterproductive. We've lived in this house for over 30 years, May explained gently. This building is older than both you boys combined. We know everyone in the neighborhood, Mrs. Walls, Mrs. Lola, little Billy from 2 houses down. Her familiarity with their community was evident in how easily she recited names and relationships that had developed over decades of shared experiences. We've put down roots here, Ben Assar added. Asking us to suddenly relocate would leave us feeling lost and isolated. At our age, making new friends and adapting to unfamiliar surroundings becomes much more difficult. Ben recognized the wisdom in their position. Elderly people often found dramatic changes more traumatic than beneficial, especially when those changes involved severing long-established social connections. I respect your decision, Ben said diplomatically. But I'd like to make some security improvements to this neighborhood. I have access to advanced technology that could make the area much safer without requiring anyone to relocate. Now that Primus was generating substantial profits, funding such projects would pose no financial difficulty. As a gesture of goodwill, Ben distributed the prototype smartphones that Harry had given him, ensuring that his family would have access to the latest communication technology regardless of their housing preferences. Elsewhere in Manhattan, Kingpin's Tower. The failure of the afternoon's assassination attempt had created ripple effects that extended far beyond the immediate battlefield. In a luxurious penthouse office that commanded panoramic views of Manhattan, Wilson Fisk stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his massive frame silhouetted against floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked his criminal empire. For men like Kingpin, New York City represented the ultimate prize, a vast organism whose every vice and weakness could be exploited for profit and power. The intricate networks of corruption, intimidation, and violence that he had spent decades constructing formed the circulatory system that fed his organization's growth. You failed, Lester. Fisk's voice carried the weight of absolute authority as he spoke without turning around, somehow aware of Bullseye's presence before the assassin could announce himself. This is unusual. The crime lord's tone remained level, but the underlying disappointment was unmistakable. Bullseye's reputation had been built on an almost supernatural record of successful eliminations, making today's failure a concerning deviation from established patterns. Fisk turned slowly and settled his enormous bulk into a custom-reinforced chair that resembled a throne more than conventional office furniture. His arms crossed as he studied his most valuable employee with calculating eyes. Under normal circumstances, failure of this magnitude would result in immediate and terminal consequences for any other subordinate. But Bullseye's unique skills and proven loyalty had earned him a degree of tolerance that Fisk extended to very few individuals. Besides, the target had been Spider-Man, an adversary whose capabilities had already proven problematic for conventional criminal enterprises. "So tell me, Lester," Fisk continued, his voice carrying the dangerous calm that his subordinates had learned to fear more than screaming rage. "What exactly went wrong? Spider-Man is fast, I'll grant you that, but you've never missed a target before, not once." Bullseye shifted uncomfortably, his usual cocky demeanor replaced by something approaching uncertainty. "It wasn't just Spider-Man, boss. There was someone else there, someone new." Many people assume that Wilson Fisk, known throughout New York's criminal underworld as the Kingpin, controls the entirety of the city's dark side, that he rules as the undisputed emperor of organized crime. This perception, while flattering to Fisk's ego, represents a major oversimplification of New York's complex criminal ecosystem. In reality, Kingpin's empire primarily operates along the East Coast, and even within New York City proper, his influence faces constant challenges from rival organizations. The criminal landscape is way more fragmented than most civilians realize, with territories carved up between numerous competing factions. Even in Hell's Kitchen, traditionally considered Fisk's stronghold, he controls only a portion of the available territory and resources. His competitors include established powers like the Hand, with their centuries of mystical knowledge and assassination expertise, and even branches of Hydra that have embedded themselves throughout legitimate institutions. Each organization brings different capabilities and resources to the eternal struggle for criminal supremacy. However, one aspect of Kingpin's reputation is completely accurate. His influence extends far beyond simple criminal enterprises. Fisk has spent decades building relationships that span the legitimate business world, political circles, and law enforcement agencies. This multi-layered approach to power accumulation makes him nearly untouchable through conventional legal channels. The New York Police Department had been systematically infiltrated by Fisk's operatives years ago, with carefully placed officers providing intelligence about investigations and evidence collection. Whenever Captain Stacy's honest cops managed to put together cases against Kingpin's operations, advance warning allowed Fisk to either eliminate incriminating evidence or launch preemptive strikes against law enforcement personnel. But the Green Goblin situation presented unique challenges that even Kingpin's extensive corruption network couldn't easily address. Spider-Man had clearly learned from previous encounters with the justice system. Rather than simply delivering Strom to police custody and hoping for the best, the web-slinger had ensured maximum media coverage of the capture. Every major news outlet in the city was following the story, making any attempt to quietly release or transfer the prisoner extremely risky from a public relations standpoint. Worse yet, Norman Osborn had moved with startling speed to file comprehensive criminal charges against Mendel Strom, presenting what appeared to be an exhaustive collection of evidence documenting theft, industrial espionage, and attempted murder. Strom, that incompetent fool. Kingpin growled from his custom-reinforced chair, his massive frame radiating barely contained fury. As someone who had built his criminal empire through careful planning and smart risk management, Fisk found it nearly impossible to understand how Strom could have left such an extensive trail of incriminating evidence. According to Kingpin's intelligence sources, Norman had arrived at the district attorney's office with dozens of pages of documentation, including financial records, communication intercepts, and security footage that painted a devastating portrait of corporate betrayal and criminal conspiracy. The speed and comprehensiveness of the evidence compilation was almost supernatural, as if Strom had personally delivered a complete confession along with supporting documentation. More problematically, the Green Goblin represented the first enhanced individual to be captured alive by law enforcement in New York City. Government agencies, rival criminal organizations, and research institutions were all taking intense interest in Strom's modified physiology and the biotechnology that had created his transformation. Direct rescue operations would be virtually impossible under such scrutiny. "Mr. Fisk," Bullseye ventured carefully, "should I arrange for a prison break operation?" Kingpin remained silent for several moments, his calculating mind weighing costs against potential benefits. He certainly had no emotional attachment to Strom. The man was merely a useful tool who had outlived his immediate purpose. However, according to intelligence reports, the Green Goblin still possessed several doses of the modified lizard serum that had granted his enhanced capabilities. Those biological samples represented significant value, both for their potential military applications and their possible use in creating additional enhanced operatives for Kingpin's organization. The problem was ensuring Strom's cooperation. Simply rescuing him from prison wouldn't guarantee access to the serum. The man might try to negotiate for better terms or even attempt to betray his rescuers. Kingpin leaned back in his chair, the expensive leather creaking under his immense weight. He drew deeply on his premium cigar, exhaling a cloud of aromatic smoke that temporarily obscured his features. Not yet, he decided finally. We need to allow him to fully appreciate his situation first. Desperation makes men far more reasonable in their negotiations. Fisk's approach to human psychology had been refined through decades of experience in criminal leadership. Fear and hopelessness were often more effective motivators than simple bribery or threats. When Kingpin was 12 years old, he had already begun learning to use every available factor, including his unusual size and intimidating presence, to dominate and control others. What had once been a source of childhood mockery had become his primary tool for projecting authority and inspiring fear. Beneath his expensive white suit, very little of Kingpin's mass was actually fat. Years of disciplined training had transformed his bulk into muscle and bone density that could crush human skulls with casual effort. Bullseye understood the strategy immediately. Allow Strom to spend time in a maximum security facility, facing the possibility of life imprisonment or worse, and he would become far more amenable to Kingpin's terms for both rescue and cooperation. Meanwhile, at NYPD headquarters, Mendel Strom sat restrained in a specialized holding cell designed for enhanced individuals. He still wore the remnants of his shattered Green Goblin armor, its damaged plates barely containing his enlarged, muscular frame. His skin maintained its sickly green pallor, while his scarlet eyes radiated the kind of feral intensity that made even experienced officers reluctant to approach his cell. Norman Osborn and Matt Murdock stood outside the one-way observation glass, studying the captured villain with professional interest. "I must admit, I'm surprised you chose me as your legal representation, Mr. Osborn," Matt said, his dark glasses and white cane creating an incongruous image of vulnerability beside Norman's confident corporate bearing. "You came highly recommended," Norman replied diplomatically. In truth, Norman had been skeptical when Ben suggested hiring a blind lawyer to handle such a high-profile case. Matt Murdock's reputation was solid within legal circles, but his apparent disability seemed like a significant disadvantage when dealing with complex criminal proceedings. However, Ben's recommendations had proven remarkably accurate in the past, so Norman had dismissed his usual legal team in favor of this unconventional choice. "Then I owe your advisor a debt of gratitude for bringing me such lucrative business," Matt replied with a slight smile. "Now, regarding the evidence you've compiled." His voice carried a subtle note of inquiry that suggested he had noticed certain inconsistencies in the documentation's timeline and sourcing, but he didn't press the matter. Matt understood that justice was rarely pure in its execution, and Norman's desire for comprehensive legal punishment was entirely understandable given Strom's attempted assassination of both him and his son. "Most of your demands should be achievable," Matt continued, "but recovering those remaining serum samples will be virtually impossible. Too many powerful interests are involved." The modified lizard serum had attracted attention from military research divisions, intelligence agencies, and various criminal organizations throughout the city. For 70 years, American defense contractors had been attempting to replicate the super soldier serum that had created Captain America, with limited success. While Strom's formula obviously carried severe side effects, many organizations were willing to accept those risks in exchange for enhanced human capabilities. Norman had anticipated this outcome. He was intimately familiar with military research priorities, having spent years accepting their funding for enhancement serum development. Now that tangible results existed, even flawed ones, those same agencies wouldn't easily abandon their investment. "The serum isn't important," Norman said dismissively. "Frankly, the Osborn Group has no interest in failed experiments." The statement was somewhat misleading, but it reflected Norman's genuine strategic shift away from enhancement serum research. Multiple factors had contributed to this decision. First, his original motivation, curing the Osborn family's genetic defects, had been accomplished through Ben, The desperate urgency that had once driven his willingness to accept enormous financial risks no longer existed. Second, the research costs were prohibitive for a private corporation. Military funding had previously made such projects feasible, but accepting government money again would inevitably lead to demands for broader access to Osborn's intellectual property, including the healing serum technology. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, Ben had expressed strong reservations about continuing animal enhancement research. For Ben, the technical aspects of optimizing the lizard serum were relatively straightforward. But the Marvel Universe operated according to rules that transcended simple scientific principles. Some phenomena required acknowledgement of mystical and supernatural forces that couldn't be quantified through conventional research methods. The animal enhancement serums were intimately connected to what occult scholars termed animal totems, supernatural entities that drew power from primordial beliefs and cosmic forces beyond normal understanding. These totems represented a mystical food chain that connected enhanced individuals to ancient powers and cosmic entities. The spider totem, for example, derived its strength from the goddess Ness and the interdimensional web of life and destiny. Those chosen by spider totems gained arachnid abilities, but also became participants in a supernatural ecosystem with rules and conflicts that operated independently of human understanding. This explained why Spider-Man's rogues gallery consisted primarily of animal-themed villains. They were all participants in the same mystical framework, drawn together by forces beyond coincidence or personal choice. Once someone became connected to an animal totem, severing that link became extremely difficult. Connors appeared stable currently, but Ben couldn't guarantee that the doctor wouldn't suddenly transform again without warning. As a precautionary measure, Ben had discreetly implanted one of his Psychar obedience discs in Connor's body. Ben had no intention of involving himself in mystical conflicts until his capabilities reached levels that could meaningfully challenge cosmic-scale threats. Animal totems and their associated powers were simply too dangerous and unpredictable for current applications. Otherwise, he could have easily enhanced Ben SR. And may with optimized versions of various enhancement serums, eliminating any concerns about their physical safety through conventional means. Since you're willing to forego the serum, I believe other interested parties will also make concessions, Matt observed strategically. Legal negotiation required careful positioning and tactical concessions. Rather than immediately abandoning claims to the serum, Matt would insist that all stolen property belonged to Osborn, then gradually allow other parties to persuade him to accept alternative compensation in exchange for releasing those claims. Matt and Norman departed police headquarters together, both satisfied with their preliminary assessment of the case's prospects. Neither man noticed the plainclothes officer who entered the detention area shortly after their departure. The officer approached Strom's cell with professional composure, his uniform impeccable despite the late hour. "Strom," he said quietly, "you have greatly disappointed a certain gentleman." The Green Goblin's head snapped up immediately, his scarlet eyes focusing on the visitor with desperate intensity. "Are you one of Kingpin's people?" he growled in a voice made harsh by the serum's effects. "Then get me out of here." His gaze seemed to pierce through the officer's stoic facade, searching for any sign of weakness or sympathy. The officer showed no reaction to hearing Kingpin's name spoken aloud. His expression remained professionally neutral as he delivered his message. "You must first prove your value," he said calmly. "He wants the serum? Impossible," Strom snarled, baring teeth that had been lengthened and sharpened by his transformation. "Those samples are my insurance policy. You have plenty of time to reconsider your position," the officer replied without emotion. He turned and walked away, leaving the Green Goblin to rage impotently in his cell. Strom slammed his enhanced fists against the reinforced walls of his cell, the impact echoing through the detention area like gunshots. "You can't leave me here. I'm worth more to him free than rotting in this cage." But the officer was already gone, his footsteps fading down the corridor. Strom's roars of fury gradually gave way to something more desperate, the realization that his situation was far more precarious than he had initially understood. Meanwhile, across town, Ben paid little attention to the political maneuvering surrounding Strom's prosecution. His focus had shifted to more immediate concerns, particularly the upcoming Stark Industries Expo. According to Felicia's information, the expo was scheduled to begin in approximately 2 months, a timeline that provided adequate preparation time for Primus's participation. "School reconstruction is nearly complete," Felicia explained as they sat in a quiet cafe near her family's estate. "But since summer vacation is only a few days away, they've decided to delay reopening until the fall semester." Ben had made a point of visiting Felicia the day after his return to Queens, maintaining the social connections that his month-long absence had temporarily disrupted. She had naturally been curious about his extended disappearance, requiring another carefully constructed explanation about research activities and scientific collaboration. Fortunately, Felicia's romantic interest in him made her inclined to accept his explanations without excessive scrutiny. "It's incredible," she said, her emerald eyes bright with admiration. "Just a few months ago, your academic performance was barely better than mine, and now you've founded a successful company." Ben noticed that her eyes were the same deep green as Mary Jane's, though Felicia's carried a sharper intelligence that suggested she was more perceptive than her casual acceptance of his stories might indicate. "How did you manage such a dramatic transformation?" she asked with genuine curiosity. "Maybe I just had a sudden breakthrough," Ben replied evasively. Fortunately, she didn't pursue the question further. In her mind, Ben had always possessed exceptional intelligence that had simply been dormant until recently activated. "I wish I could achieve something similar," Felicia sighed, though her tone suggested this was more wistful thinking than genuine frustration. As the heir to a substantial family fortune, she had advantages that most people could never access. She quickly shook off the momentary melancholy and focused on more immediate concerns. "Are you planning to attend the Stark Expo?" Her expression carried obvious hope that he would invite her to accompany him to what promised to be the most significant technological showcase of the year. "I'm definitely planning to attend," Ben confirmed, "but not as a spectator. Primus will be participating as an exhibitor." "You received an invitation?" Felicia asked with surprised excitement. "If the company that developed the healing serum isn't on the invitation list, then this expo doesn't deserve to be called a world-class technology showcase," Ben replied confidently. Felicia's admiration was immediately obvious. While the Hardy Foundation possessed substantial wealth by normal standards, it couldn't compare to the kind of resources required to organize or meaningfully participate in events like the Stark Expo. The fact that Ben had achieved such recognition in mere months suggested capabilities that extended far beyond simple business acumen. "That's amazing, Ben." Felicia leaned forward, her green eyes sparkling with excitement. "What kind of technology will you be showcasing? More medical innovations like the healing serum?" Ben smiled mysteriously. "Let's just say that Primus has been working on some very interesting projects. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but I think people will be impressed." In truth, he was still deciding exactly what technologies to reveal publicly. "Well, whatever you're planning, I'm sure it will be spectacular," Felicia said warmly. "I'd love to be there to see it." "Actually," Ben said, making what seemed like a spontaneous decision, "would you like to attend as my guest? I could use someone familiar with high society events to help navigate the social aspects." Felicia's face lit up with genuine delight. "Really? You'd want me there?" "Of course. Besides, having someone as beautiful and intelligent as you on my arm wouldn't hurt Primus's image," Ben said with a grin. She blushed prettily at the compliment, though there was something calculating in her expression that Ben almost caught, a brief flicker of something more complex than simple romantic interest. They made tentative plans to attend the expo together, though Ben recognized he would need to carefully balance his time between social obligations and the serious business of representing Primus's technological capabilities. Before that could happen, however, he needed to determine exactly what innovations Primus would showcase to the world's most sophisticated technology companies and research institutions. "Should we launch the upgraded healing serum immediately for the expo, Dr. Connors asked with obvious concern as he observed Ben working at his laboratory station. In his professional opinion, developing an entirely new invention in such a short timeframe would be extremely challenging, while rushing the advanced healing formula to market solely for exhibition purposes would represent a significant financial miscalculation. "Absolutely not," Ben replied firmly, not looking up from his current project. The logic was straightforward. Primus was already struggling to meet demand for the original healing serum formula. If they suddenly announced an upgraded version at the expo, their existing military and SHIELD contracts, which had been paid for with substantial deposits, would immediately become sources of legal disputes. Those organizations would undoubtedly demand contract modifications to access the superior product, potentially costing Primus millions in renegotiation fees and delayed payments. "We'll just showcase something simple to maintain our presence," Ben continued. "A proof of concept that demonstrates our technological capabilities without undermining our existing revenue streams." His original plan had been to debut the healing serum at the Stark Expo, using the event's massive media coverage to establish Primus as a legitimate player in the biotechnology sector. But Norman's public relations campaign following the Green Goblin incident had already achieved that goal far more effectively than any trade show could have managed. Now Ben had a different objective entirely, positioning Primus to acquire Hammer Industries' assets when Justin Hammer's partnership with Ivan Vanko inevitably collapsed in spectacular failure. He was already investigating the current news. Ivan had already made his unsuccessful attempt to kill Tony Stark using primitive arc reactor technology, and intelligence reports suggested that Hammer Industries was working around the clock to modify stolen Iron Man designs for mass production. I'm planning to develop some security robots for Queens anyway, Ben mused. This could be perfect timing. Justin Hammer possessed no genuine scientific capabilities, but he excelled at military procurement fraud. He understood exactly what defense contractors wanted after witnessing Iron Man's power, so he was focusing entirely on developing wearable armor systems that could be mass-produced for military applications. Ivan Vanko, however, had broader ambitions. His goal was creating an autonomous army of robotic soldiers that could be controlled remotely, eliminating the need for human pilots entirely. This difference in vision would ultimately doom their partnership and create opportunities for Ben to exploit. He had already formulated a plan. After Ivan completed his modifications to the stolen technology, Ben would infiltrate Hammer Industries and make subtle adjustments to the control systems, preventing the Russian engineer from self-destructing the entire robot army with a single command during the inevitable confrontation with Iron Man. "Those robots will be mine," Ben declared suddenly, his voice carrying possessive satisfaction. "What robots?" Connors asked, startled by the outburst as he gently stroked the small lizard perched on his shoulder. "Never mind," Ben said, shaking his head with a slight grin. "Speaking of property, now that the company is generating substantial revenue, shouldn't we consider upgrading our facilities?" Connor's expression immediately brightened. "Exactly what I was thinking. This basement laboratory is completely inadequate for our current needs. The breeding chambers can barely support our existing lizard population, and we have no space for expanding into other biological research areas." He gestured around the cramped workspace with obvious frustration. "More importantly, I can't continue living in the same space where I conduct scientific experiments. The contamination risks are unacceptable from a safety standpoint." Connor's complaints were numerous but could be summarized simply. He wanted to move the company out of this basement and into a proper research facility with residential quarters that didn't double as laboratory space. "Don't worry," Ben assured him, his gaze drifting toward the Hammer Industries building visible through their small window. "Soon we'll have an ecological research park and a proper corporate headquarters." He then turned his attention to selecting an appropriate technology demonstration for the expo. After his experiences on Sykar, Ben had access to numerous advanced technologies, but most of them were weapons systems designed for warfare rather than civilian applications. Ben had no intention of developing weapons for sale to Earth's governments or military organizations. The last thing the world needed was more efficient ways to kill people. After considerable deliberation, he settled on an anti-gravity vehicle as his exhibition centerpiece. "Anti-gravity system?" Connors asked in astonishment. "Can such a thing actually be accomplished?" Despite his specialization in biology, Connors possessed sufficient background in physics to understand the theoretical challenges involved. Anti-gravity technology had been a subject of scientific speculation for decades, but practical applications remained elusive. "I remember Howard Stark proposing anti-gravity vehicles in the 1940s, Connors continued, "but he was limited by the technology of his era. Even today, with all our advances, true anti-gravity systems remain purely theoretical." He gave Ben a skeptical look. "Even Iron Man's armor achieves flight through conventional propulsion systems rather than gravity manipulation." "It's not as complex as you're making it sound," Ben replied calmly. "The physics of the Marvel Universe operated according to different rules than conventional reality. In a world where magic and cosmic forces were scientifically documented phenomena, certain technological achievements became far more feasible. Besides," Ben added, "I'm not planning to build a true anti-gravity device. I just need to generate sufficient reaction force to counteract gravitational pull. The principle is similar to magnetic levitation, but using different energy sources." "Aren't you just changing definitions?" Connors asked with widening eyes. "If that's your approach, then Iron Man's armor already accomplishes the same thing. Even the Green Goblin's glider used similar principles for aerial mobility." "Just tell me whether you're opposed to the concept or not," Ben said impatiently. He certainly couldn't simply copy Iron Man's technology for display at Tony Stark's own exposition. The irony would be unbearable, and he could imagine Tony's reaction, flying to the exhibit in full armor just to publicly humiliate him for technological theft. How about sonic levitation or compressed air systems? Connors suggested with a shrug, indicating that he couldn't offer much useful technical advice. Ben didn't mind the lack of input. He activated his gray matter transformation, shrinking to his enhanced intellectual form to immerse himself in the engineering challenges. Fortunately, his analysis of Tony's armor components and the technological innovations he had observed on Sykar provided substantial inspiration for the project. While Ben worked, Connors approached with his pet lizard, resembling an elderly man taking his parrot for a daily walk. Incidentally, Connors said, now that the company has grown beyond our original scope, we can't continue operating with just the two of us. We have Harry, Ben corrected without looking up from his calculations. Fine, 3 people. Connors began. Excuse me, you're forgetting about me, Dr. Connors, Eunice interjected with artificial coldness. 4 people then, but it's still insufficient for our current needs. We require additional employees, custodial staff, security personnel, administrative assistants, and people skilled in business negotiations. Currently, Harry and Norman were handling virtually all of Primus's contract negotiations and order management. For a company of their size, with Ben frequently absent and Connors possessing neither the temperament nor the expertise for business dealings, this arrangement was unsustainable. After listening to Connors' arguments, Ben found himself agreeing. As the company expanded, it would indeed require more specialized personnel to handle increasingly complex operations. Originally, he had only considered hiring additional scientists, but a successful company needed far more than research capabilities. Even Tony Stark relied on Pepper Potts for administrative management. Ben set down his tools and scanned the laboratory with his enhanced gray matter vision. Any good candidates in mind? The response came not from Connors but from Eunice. Yes, several promising applicants, sir. The AI projected a series of professional resumes into the air for their review, each one displaying impressive credentials and relevant experience. Although Primus hasn't officially announced any hiring initiatives, Eunice explained, the healing serum's success has attracted numerous job seekers who have submitted applications through our website and email systems. Ben stroked his enlarged gray matter cranium thoughtfully, pretending to consider the options. The resumes Eunice had selected were indeed impressive, perhaps too impressive for a relatively new biotechnology company. However, Ben wasn't deceived by the professional presentations. Among these supposedly legitimate job seekers, he suspected the majority were actually spies seeking to infiltrate Primus and steal the healing serum formula. The most obvious evidence was the presence of a familiar name among the applicants. Natalie Rushman, known to him as a SHIELD agent Natasha Romanoff. After her cover had been blown during the recent incident at Stark Tower, Natasha could no longer continue her assignment there. Apparently, she had decided to try infiltrating Primus instead. Are you interested in this particular candidate? Eunice asked, noticing Ben's extended focus on Natalie's resume. She magnified the document for easier examination. She previously worked for Stark Industries, Connors observed with surprise. If you're interested, I can arrange an interview invitation, Eunice offered. No, Ben said quickly, cutting off the AI's suggestion. Connors found his reaction puzzling. What's wrong with her application? Too many red flags, Ben replied, shaking his head. These women are dangerous. Are you concerned about industrial espionage? That seems unlikely if she's coming from Stark Industries. I doubt Tony would engage in such unethical behavior. Maybe Tony wouldn't, Ben agreed, but who said Tony was the one behind her application? He dismissed all the resumes with a wave of his hand, clearing the holographic display. Be patient for a while longer, Doctor. We have too many secrets to protect right now. This facility is too small and too vulnerable. If we hire additional personnel now, the Watch's capabilities will be discovered and publicized. That would create problems we're not prepared to handle. Connors nodded in understanding. The technology in that device is extraordinary. I can't imagine what kind of advanced civilization could create such sophisticated biotechnology. The alien transformation capability bore surface similarities to the lizard serum's effects, but the underlying principles were completely different, and the transformations were just one aspect of the device's capabilities. More importantly, the alien forms possessed devastating combat potential. While the Omnitrix hadn't been designed as a weapon, humans had always demonstrated remarkable creativity in weaponizing peaceful technologies. Ben leaned back in his chair, transforming back to his normal form as he considered their options. Tell you what, Doc. Once we get our new facility set up, we can start hiring, But for now, we need to focus on the expo and expanding our operations. I understand, Connors said, though his disappointment was evident. The sooner we can move out of this basement, the better. Trust me, Ben said with a knowing smile. It'll be sooner than you think. Meanwhile, somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, while Ben focused on developing his anti-gravity vehicle, a conspiracy against Spider-Man was taking shape in the shadows of New York's criminal underworld. Bullseye moved through the dimly lit corridors of an abandoned warehouse, his destination a meeting that would determine the next phase of Kingpin's war against the city's costumed vigilantes. He found Madame Gao waiting in a sparse room, furnished only with a low table and traditional floor cushions. The woman appeared to be in her 50s, her slight frame and unassuming appearance masking the deadly capabilities that had made her one of the Hand's most feared leaders. The assassin had to resist the urge to check his weapons. Something about Madame Gao always made him feel like prey rather than predator, despite his reputation as one of the deadliest killers in New York. What does Kingpin require of me? Madame Gao asked in accented English, her tone suggesting that while she would hear Bullseye's message, she was under no obligation to comply with any requests. The relationship between Kingpin and the Hand was complex, part competition, part cooperation, depending on how their interests aligned at any given moment. In the narcotics trade, they were rivals fighting for market share and territorial control. But they also shared common enemies that threatened both of their operations. Previously, their primary concern had been Daredevil, the costumed vigilante who had been systematically dismantling their street-level distribution networks. But over the past month, a new threat had emerged. Spider-Man, who had proven even more effective at disrupting their carefully constructed criminal enterprises. And now, according to recent intelligence reports, there were 2 Spider-Men operating in New York City. With school temporarily closed for reconstruction, Peter Parker had devoted virtually all his time to his responsibilities as Spider-Man. The results had been remarkable. Crime rates in Queens had dropped to their lowest levels in decades, with most street-level criminals either imprisoned or scared into seeking opportunities in less well-patrolled neighborhoods. Peter's restless nature, however, made it impossible for him to simply enjoy this success. Once Queens had been thoroughly cleaned up, he naturally began considering expansion into other areas of New York City that desperately needed superhero intervention. This ambition had led him to strengthen his partnership with Daredevil, the Hell's Kitchen vigilante with whom he had occasionally worked in the past. The success of this superhero partnership had not gone unnoticed in the underworld. The emergence of a second Spider-Man figure, the mysterious Prime who had captured the Green Goblin, represented an escalation that threatened to completely destabilize the criminal status quo in New York City. This concern had motivated Madame Gao's current meeting with Bullseye in an abandoned warehouse deep within Hand territory. "We can cooperate," Madame Gao agreed after careful consideration, her weathered features betraying none of the calculations running through her mind. "But what exactly do you propose to accomplish?" She leaned forward slightly, her deceptively frail appearance masking the deadly capabilities that had made her one of the Hand's most feared leaders. "If I recall correctly, you and the Green Goblin had already established a working relationship before his capture. Now that he's imprisoned, your alliance provides no immediate benefit to our operations, which is precisely why we must arrange his rescue," Bullseye replied without emotion. "Rebuilding our alliance will significantly strengthen our combined capabilities against these costumed vigilantes." Kingpin had already begun recruiting additional assassins and enhanced criminals for the upcoming operation. When the time came to move against Spider-Man and Daredevil, overwhelming force would be essential to ensure success. Madame Gao's expression shifted to one of calculated cunning. "If you want the Hand's assistance in freeing the Green Goblin, we can certainly arrange that. However, our price for such cooperation will be 2 doses of the modified lizard serum." As one of the Hand's 5 leaders, she was intimately familiar with the value of the biotechnology that Strom possessed. Enhancement serums represented power that transcended conventional criminal capabilities, exactly the kind of advantage the Hand needed to reclaim their position in New York's underworld. Bullseye had no authority to negotiate such terms. "You are exceptionally greedy, Madame Gao." Kingpin's voice emerged from the radio device clipped to Bullseye's belt, the crime lord having monitored the entire conversation from his secure location. Madame Gao showed no surprise at this revelation. "Kingpin, if you desire our cooperation, you must demonstrate appropriate sincerity in your negotiations." A lengthy silence followed before Kingpin's response crackled through the radio. "Very well, but in exchange, the Hand must also prove their commitment to this alliance." Madame Gao's slight nod indicated she was prepared to hear his terms. Don't insult us by offering your street-level gang members for this operation, Kingpin warned. I'm well aware that the hand possesses individuals with genuine supernatural capabilities. If we're to successfully eliminate enhanced targets like Spider-Man, only your most skilled operatives will suffice. The hand's true assets included ninjas trained in mystical arts, assassins who could manipulate Kai energy, and warriors whose abilities transcended normal human limitations. Such resources would be essential for confronting opponents who possessed superhuman reflexes and abilities. Naturally, Madame Gao replied smoothly, I will ensure our most capable ninjas are prepared for deployment. After the communication ended, Bullseye departed hand territory with their alliance tentatively established. Back at Kingpin's headquarters, a small army of hired killers was already assembling, waiting for the optimal moment to strike. While Kingpin hadn't explicitly revealed his plan, Bullseye possessed enough strategic insight to understand the logic. With every major organization in the city monitoring the Green Goblin's situation, attempting a prison break while security remained at maximum levels would be foolishly premature. The ideal opportunity would come when other parties had relaxed their vigilance, specifically during the Green Goblin's trial proceedings. There was another tactical consideration influencing this timing. The original Spider-Man continued patrolling New York City regularly, but the black-costumed figure who called himself Prime had vanished entirely after capturing the Green Goblin. Kingpin theorized that since Prime had been responsible for Strom's defeat, he would likely appear at the trial, either publicly or covertly, to witness his victory's final conclusion. Of course, Kingpin's assumption was fundamentally flawed. The Green Goblin's fate had already been sealed by the submission disc embedded in his nervous system, and Ben had no intention of wasting time observing legal proceedings that were merely for show. The criminal underworld wasn't the only sector paying attention to the mysterious new vigilante. When Peter Parker arrived at the Daily Bugle with his latest collection of Spider-Man photographs, J. Jonah Jameson's reaction was far more hostile than usual. The gray-haired editor sat behind his desk with his feet propped up, chomping aggressively on an expensive cigar as he rifled through Peter's submissions with obvious disdain. Garbage. Jameson shouted, sweeping the entire stack of photographs into his wastebasket with a violent gesture that nearly dislodged the ash from his cigar. Absolute garbage. Parker, I'm not paying premium rates for this recycled trash. Peter stared in bewilderment. I thought you would appreciate these shots. They show Spider-Man's crime-fighting activities in excellent detail. He had been selling photographs to Jameson for over a month, becoming familiar with the editor's habitual attempts to negotiate lower prices through theatrical displays of dissatisfaction. But today felt different. Jameson had actually discarded the photographs entirely rather than simply complaining about their value. Appreciate? Jameson's laugh was sharp and contemptuous, his multiple chins quivering with amusement. If you think I'm going to waste money on these outdated images, you're completely deluded. Peter remained confused by this unexpected rejection. He wants photographs of the Black Spider, Robbie Robertson explained helpfully from his position near the editorial desk. Black Spider? You mean Prime? Exactly. Jameson's neck flushed red as his voice rose to characteristic shouting levels. Do you have any idea who the most newsworthy masked menace in New York City is right now? Prime, the mysterious black vigilante. He jabbed his cigar in Peter's direction for emphasis. If you want to earn money from this newspaper, get your spider friend to arrange some interesting photo opportunities with the new guy. Otherwise, get out of my office. Peter found himself practically pushed from the building by Jameson's tirade, though he wasn't particularly intimidated by the editor's bombastic behavior. What surprised him was the revelation that Prime, who had made only a single public appearance, had somehow captured the city's imagination more effectively than Spider-Man's months of consistent crime fighting. The realization brought mixed emotions. Peter felt genuinely happy for Ben's unexpected celebrity status, but also experienced a twinge of jealousy at being overshadowed by someone who hadn't put in nearly the same amount of street-level work. All those smelly sewers and dangerous encounters, Peter muttered to himself, and he gets famous from one fight. Robbie Robertson emerged from the office and placed a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder. Don't take it personally, Peter. Sometimes scarcity creates more interest than availability. Prime's mysterious nature makes him more intriguing to the public. Peter nodded thoughtfully. Spider-Man wouldn't mind helping with that. They seem to work well together. Maybe I can convince Spider-Man to arrange an introduction. He smiled while mentally planning how to persuade Ben to don his costume for a collaborative photo session. As Peter prepared to leave, Betty Brant called out from the reception desk. Wait, Peter, your payment. She handed him a small stack of cash, which surprised him given Jameson's earlier rejection. But Mr. Jameson said he wouldn't pay for the photographs. He threw them all in the trash. "Trust me," Betty replied with knowing amusement. "He'll retrieve those pictures from the garbage within an hour and feature them on tomorrow's front page with some new conspiracy theory about Spider-Man threats, probably including speculation about Prime." Robbie and Betty clearly understood Jameson's behavioral patterns better than Peter had realized. With payment in hand, Peter's mood improved considerably. In truth, he no longer needed photography income for family financial security. Ben's company had completely transformed the Parker household's economic situation, allowing Ben Sr. to stop worrying about unemployment, while giving May the option to resign from her job in favor of community volunteer work. Ben had offered Peter a research position at Primus, but Peter had declined, partly due to his commitment to Spider-Man activities, and partly due to his determination to earn money independently rather than accepting what felt like charity from his cousin. Photography provided the perfect solution, a legitimate skill that complemented his superhero career while maintaining his financial independence. However, today's encounter with Jameson had planted an idea in Peter's mind. "Taking pictures of just myself is getting repetitive," he mused. "Maybe I really should ask Ben to collaborate on some Prime photos." Primus Technologies. Later that day, Peter made his way to Queens and the address Ben had provided when revealing his company's existence to the family. May and Ben Sr. had visited once, nearly suffering heart attacks when they discovered that the fugitive Dr. Connors was working there, until Ben had explained the circumstances and proven the doctor's innocence. But when Peter arrived at the Primus facility, he found the normally organized laboratory space had been completely rearranged to accommodate what appeared to be a badly weathered recreational vehicle parked in the center of the room. If Dr. Connors hadn't been standing nearby with his pet lizard, Peter would have assumed he had entered the wrong building. "It's a large motorhome," Connors explained when he noticed Peter's confused expression. "I can see that," Peter replied, "but why is there an RV inside your laboratory?" A small gray head emerged from beneath the vehicle's chassis, Ben in his gray matter form, his enlarged cranium making him unmistakable despite his diminutive size. "I'm building an anti-gravity vehicle for the Stark Expo," Ben announced, extending one tiny hand. "Pass me that wrench." Peter located the requested tool and handed it down to his transformed cousin. "Even so, you didn't need to start with something this vintage." He examined the RV with obvious skepticism. The vehicle's exterior showed extensive wear, with yellowing paint, surface rust, and an overall appearance that suggested it had been manufactured several decades ago. "This thing is practically an antique," Peter observed. Peter had intended to take a break while Ben worked on his vehicle modifications, but Dr. Connors spotted him immediately and enthusiastically dragged him into the laboratory wing of the facility. Connors harbored genuine admiration for Peter's intellectual capabilities. Despite being only a high school student, Peter had demonstrated remarkable comprehension of the lizard's serum formula, calculations that had been based on research notes left behind by his father, Richard Parker. Such analytical ability at his age indicated extraordinary scientific potential. What frustrated Connors, however, was Peter's apparent lack of sustained focus on scientific pursuits. The teenager's desire to play superhero consistently overshadowed his commitment to laboratory research, a priority shift that Connors found deeply disappointing. It felt like a betrayal of Peter's natural gifts, reminiscent of how Richard Parker had abandoned their collaborative research to disappear without explanation, leaving Connors to continue their work alone. But Connors also understood the psychology involved. What teenager wouldn't prefer the excitement and recognition that came with superhuman abilities over the solitary, methodical work of scientific investigation? Spider-Man's powers represented another form of talent that Peter possessed, equally valid in its own way. Still, Connors believed Peter didn't need to choose between these paths exclusively. "Strength," Connors said, raising his left hand and clenching it into a fist, then mirroring the gesture with his right hand. "Wisdom, both are gifts you possess." He brought his fists together, symbolizing the integration of different capabilities. "You should use them together rather than neglecting either one." "I'm just stretched thin sometimes," Peter replied with a shrug. He didn't dislike scientific research. Time management was simply becoming increasingly challenging as his Spider-Man responsibilities expanded. They moved deeper into the laboratory complex, where Connors outlined his current projects. "The healing serum formula has been perfected," he explained, "but our production capacity still isn't enough for demand. When we expand facilities, we'll need to construct a proper ecological research park. What are your immediate research priorities? Peter asked as he stowed his backpack and began changing into standard laboratory attire. The routine of sterilization, mask, and gloves had become automatic after weeks of collaboration, developing additional therapeutic serums naturally. Connors retrieved a chameleon from one of the breeding chambers, handling the small reptile with practiced care. This represents our next challenge. Creating new formulations was significantly more complex than optimizing existing ones. Connor's goal was to simulate controlled mutation states that enhanced specific animal capabilities rather than creating complete physiological transformations. This precise approach explained why the healing serum improved cellular regeneration without granting users superhuman abilities. From the beginning, Ben had targeted only the self-healing factors in lizard genetics, isolating and amplifying that single biological function. Eunice, initialize experimental simulation protocols, Connors instructed as he prepared chameleon cell samples for microscopic analysis. If Ben could provide more direct assistance, research would progress much faster, he observed. In truth, Ben had deliberately transferred responsibility for biotechnology research, particularly reptilian genetics, entirely to Connors. While gray matter's enhanced intelligence could accelerate any scientific project, Ben understood the importance of delegation. Otherwise, recruiting Connors would have been pointless. Meanwhile, Ben continued his modifications to the vintage recreational vehicle that would serve as his Stark Expo demonstration platform. Among various levitation technologies, he had selected sonic suspension as the most practical approach. The theoretical foundations had existed for decades, but applying ultrasonic manipulation to objects weighing several tons, while maintaining precise control and structural integrity, presented substantial engineering challenges. Additionally, managing the destructive potential of high-intensity sound waves required sophisticated dampening systems to prevent collateral damage during operation. These obstacles were significant, but not insurmountable for someone with Ben's enhanced analytical capabilities and access to alien technology references. What demanded most of his attention were the vehicle's secondary modifications. Ben planned to equip the RV with defensive weapons systems, additional propulsion mechanisms, and partial transformation capability to optimize aerodynamics during high-speed flight. His specifications required the vehicle to achieve escape velocity, capable of atmospheric exit and basic space travel. Such performance demanded materials and engineering far beyond conventional automotive standards. Too bad vibranium is nearly impossible to acquire, Ben muttered as he worked. If most vibranium supplies weren't controlled by Wakanda's isolationist policies, he would have preferred constructing the vehicle's hull from vibranium alloy. Even with unlimited funding, purchasing meaningful quantities remained virtually impossible. Although there might be vibranium deposits in Antarctica, he recalled from various comic sources. Antarctic vibranium represented a different variant, vibranium B, also known as antimetal. Unlike Wakandan vibranium's energy absorption properties, the Antarctic variety emitted specialized vibrations that disrupted molecular bonds in other metals. Even adamantium couldn't withstand antimetal vibrations. Its atomic structure would be destabilized and converted to liquid form under sustained exposure. Obviously, Antarctic vibranium was unsuitable for defensive applications, but properly weaponized, it could serve as an incredibly effective offensive tool. The problem was logistics. Large-scale mining operations in Antarctica would inevitably attract attention from SHIELD, various government agencies, and potentially hostile nations. The political complications would outweigh any technological advantages. Better to focus on force field technology first, Ben decided, setting aside the vibranium question for future consideration. At minimum, this vehicle would possess superior defensive capabilities compared to conventional aircraft. And he wouldn't actually pilot the RV into combat situations. It was primarily intended as a mobile laboratory and emergency equipment platform. Speaking of which, I should integrate a compact manufacturing bay for field modifications, he added to his mental design notes. Peter and Connors emerged from their research session wearing expressions of obvious frustration, their experimental work having produced no meaningful progress. Experiment didn't go well. Ben asked, recognizing their disappointment. Peter slumped into a nearby chair with visible exhaustion. Complete failure. All our data came back weird. I think we're fundamentally wrong about something. The formula modifications that work for lizard serum don't translate to chameleon physiology at all. Connors had developed philosophical acceptance of such setbacks over his career. Failure is extremely common in research, Peter. Sometimes you'll work for years to achieve minor advances, but breakthrough moments can revolutionize entire fields of study. This encouragement failed to improve Peter's mood significantly. The satisfaction derived from laboratory work paled in comparison to the immediate gratification of superhero activities. By the way, Peter said, suddenly remembering his original purpose, Norman's case against the Green Goblin goes to trial next week. I think you'll be cleared of all charges soon, Dr. Connors. Connors shook his head pessimistically. Legal proceedings like this can drag on for months or even years. Restoring my professional reputation will take considerably longer. It won't take nearly that long, Ben corrected confidently. We have comprehensive evidence. Once Norman presents everything in court, you'll be completely cleared. As for the Green Goblin's ultimate fate, Ben harbored no illusions about conventional justice prevailing. Too many powerful organizations wanted access to the lizard serum to allow Strom to remain permanently imprisoned. Ben retrieved the remote control device from his pocket, regarding it with cold satisfaction. His contingency plan would ensure that anyone attempting to rescue the Green Goblin would receive only a corpse for their efforts. Connor's mood improved considerably at the prospect of regaining his freedom and professional standing. Peter then broached his original request: take photographs. Absolutely not, Ben replied immediately, rolling his eyes at the suggestion. Come on, Peter. Even though Primus isn't generating massive profits yet, the healing serum formula alone is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. You want a billionaire to dress up in costume and pose for pictures just so you can earn a few $100s from Jameson. He shook his head dismissively. Not to mention that Jameson spends most of his time attacking Spider-Man in print. I have no interest in providing him ammunition for more criticism. Peter took the rejection in stride, shifting to a different topic. Fine, but are you seriously planning to display that RV at the expo? It doesn't look futuristic at all. Of course not, Ben clarified with a grin. This is for personal use. Next summer, our family can take road trips in a flying motorhome. The idea of Ben SR and May's faces when they realized they were traveling in an anti-gravity RV made him chuckle. The actual expo demonstration would require something far more impressive, a sleek science fiction aesthetic designed to capture public imagination and media attention. Wait, you're going to let Uncle Ben and Aunt May ride in that thing? Peter asked, looking alarmed. Only after extensive safety testing, Ben assured him. Plus, think about it, no more traffic jams, no more worrying about road conditions. They could visit anywhere in the world. Peter had to admit that sounded pretty appealing. Just, maybe warn them before takeoff. Where's the fun in that? Ben replied with a mischievous smile. Ben had no interest in attending the legal proceedings, considering them largely irrelevant theater. He knew that Norman and Matt's true objective was asset recovery rather than criminal justice, making the trial's outcome predetermined regardless of testimony or evidence. Peter, however, took the proceedings very seriously. The Green Goblin had directly threatened his best friend Harry, and Peter wanted to witness how the legal system would handle such clear-cut criminal behavior. When the trial date arrived, Peter accompanied Norman to the courthouse, his elevated heart rate immediately attracting Matt Murdock's enhanced hearing. The blind lawyer recognized Spider-Man's distinctive signature almost instantly. However, Matt maintained perfect professional composure, greeting Peter as if they were complete strangers meeting for the first time. Peter remained unaware of Matt's dual identity, responding politely before taking his seat beside Harry in the courtroom gallery. Both men assumed the trial's outcome was inevitable. The evidence against Strom was overwhelming, the charges were serious, and his identity as the Green Goblin had been publicly established. They expected the proceedings to focus on sentencing rather than guilt determination. Reality proved far more complex and frustrating than their expectations. When Matt presented the prosecution's comprehensive case, detailing industrial espionage, theft of proprietary technology, assault with intent to kill, and domestic terrorism, the defense attorney immediately launched an aggressive counterattack designed to obfuscate the fundamental facts. Peter watched in growing disbelief, as Strom's lawyer argued that his client's green skin coloration resulted from a rare medical condition rather than genetic modification. The defense characterized the entire prosecution as discriminatory persecution of a disabled individual, with Strom himself adopting an arrogant, self-righteous demeanor as he accused Norman and Matt of prejudice and harassment. Your Honor, the defense attorney declared with theatrical indignation, this is nothing more than a witch hunt against a man whose only crime is suffering from a genetic disorder that affects his appearance. Peter couldn't comprehend how such obvious criminal behavior could be reframed as victimization, especially when physical evidence and witness testimony clearly established Strom's guilt. The defense continued their strategy, claiming that the so-called Green Goblin armor was actually a medical device designed to help Strom cope with his condition, and that the attacks on Norman Osborn were acts of self-defense against corporate harassment. "This is insane," Harry whispered to Peter. "How can they say this stuff with a straight face?" Peter was wondering the same thing. He'd seen the Green Goblin in action. There was no mistaking the malicious intent behind those attacks. Matt remained professionally calm throughout the defense's theatrical performance, responding to each argument with measured legal precision. He methodically dismantled their claims with witness testimony, video evidence, and expert analysis of the stolen technology. But Peter could see that the defense wasn't trying to win on facts. They were trying to create doubt, to muddy the waters enough that some technicality might let Strom escape justice. Through his enhanced senses, Matt could feel Peter's confusion and anger intensifying as the proceedings continued. Matt wanted to turn around and explain the simple truth behind these legal maneuvers. The reality was that Strom's high-powered defense team wasn't being paid to seek justice. They were being paid to create reasonable doubt, to find loopholes, to exploit every possible weakness in the prosecution's case. This wasn't about right and wrong. This was about money, influence, and the uncomfortable truth that the legal system often protected those with resources regardless of their crimes. As the day's proceedings concluded with the defense requesting additional time to review evidence, Peter left the courthouse feeling more disillusioned than ever. How can they just lie like that? He asked Harry as they walked down the courthouse steps. Because they can afford to, Harry replied grimly. Dad always says justice isn't blind, it just costs more than most people can pay. Peter thought about Ben's casual dismissal of the trial, how he'd seemed so certain it didn't matter. Maybe his cousin understood something about the system that Peter was just beginning to learn. In the real world, having the truth on your side wasn't always enough. "This is reality, Peter," Matt said.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.